Make money predicting the college football playoff between Oregon and Indiana, legally nationwide with Kalshi. On Kalshi, you are trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the odds change, you can buy in and out of your position all game long. Make money trading on bowl games, politics, culture, and more. If it matters, you can trade on it with Kalshi, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Look at him and go, oh, that's an NBA guy right there.
Jimmy Butler gets the ball over to Moody, left sideline, slides home a triple. Moses Moody had his streak snapped the other night in L.A. at consecutive games from the three, but gets right back on that train. Ryan Rollins stepped back for a three. Can't get it. Post clears. Got it to Draymond. Boy, he really sacrificed his body down in L.A. Curry gets it. One dribble, kind of awkwardly, over to post. Post for three. That's good. And the Warriors' young guns knocking down a pair of triples to open the affair. And it's 6-2.
They should just keep shooting from that exact spot.
Yes.
don't go away from it. It's working.
Giannis drives into Draymond. Throws out to the wing to Rollins. Now to A.J. Green, a sharpshooter from Northern Iowa. Hook pass up top. Giannis has it. Wide open three. Good for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Shoots 39% from beyond the arc.
Not a lot, but he'll test the waters, and if he makes a couple, he'll continue to shoot them.
Didn't take the three the other night as Curry goes backdoor, gets a layup. Draymond with the assist. 8-5 Warriors. 10:18 to go. First quarter, Giannis no look to Green. Pump fake, run off the line by Moody. He stepped out of bounds with the ball. So if you had 10:13 to go in the first quarter, that's the first time someone stepped out of bounds with the ball. You're tonight's winner. Contact R.C. Davis for your prize.
That is kangaroo court material right there. I mean, stay in bounds.
Curry, no-look bounce to Draymond. Past the corner, it's errant and off the fingertips of Jimmy Butler. And that will be a turnover. Only 7 the other night.
Look, other than the shooting the other night, that was about as good as they played in quite some time.
Yep. Porter Jr. to Giannis in the front court. Bucks going right to left on your radio dial. Here's Miles Turner, runs over Draymond. And it's a blocking foul on Draymond. The basket's good for Turner. And it's going to be an and one opportunity for the Bucks. And everybody looks back in the Warriors' second row. And that is a close call.
Sliding left a little bit. He caught him square, which made it look like it very well could have been a charge, but I think he was just sliding a little bit to his left. Close call, as a lot of block charges are.
John Butler's the referee tonight. The crew chief is Courtney Kirkland. The umpire, Tyler Ricks. And the replay center, J.D. Rawls, John Conley, Matt Myers, Pat O'Connell, and Scott Foster. Free throw good for Turner. Came over from the Indiana Pacers, where he was the longest to tenure pace. Steve Kerr pleading with Doc Rivers about the call. Doesn't get it. Draymond Green with a back rim miss with a three. Rebound to Rollins. Here come the Bucks. Rollins on the right. Porter Jr. steps into a triple and missed it. Curry the rebound. Throw ahead to Moody down the left wing. Moody will take it, spaces the floor, gets it to Draymond, over the post. Post drives on Giannis, down the lane, pump fake goes up strong with the left hand and banked it in. The Warriors on top by 2.
Nice use of the off hand there.
Rollins drifting left, runs into Curry, lost the ball, deflected. A.J. Green gets it out to Miles Turner. It's a three. It's a back rim miss. Rebound Giannis, put back, shoveled up, no good. Rebound Draymond. Draymond off and running. 2-on-4. Stops at the circle. Finds Moody. Moody will catch and shoot three. That's a tough shot. Rebound tipped out by Butler, but right to A.J. Green. Green was undrafted in 2022, but has found a home in Milwaukee. Giannis, a beautiful drive and dish to Miles Turner. A wraparound pass for a dunk.
That was a heck of a pass. I'm not even sure. I didn't think he saw him. I thought he was going to go to A.J. Green in the corner and just spoon-fed Miles Turner.
Curry doubled, finds Draymond. He attacks and goes around Porter Jr. and scores a right-handed layup. 12-10 Warriors underway. 8:24 to go in the first. Antetokounmpo, ball swatted at by Butler. Antetokounmpo takes a jump shot over Draymond and knocked it down.
That's all you can do with him. If he's going to shoot jumpers, you just hope he doesn't hit a high percentage.
Curry on the right side gets bumped. The shot goes up. And Curry puts both arms up with fists clenched in mock celebration of getting the call.
He got an and one.
He did.
He got an and one.
Curry heads to the free throw line. Mentioned Steve Kerr and Doc Rivers, good friends. But boy, what rivals back in the teens when Doc Rivers was coaching the L.A. Clippers.
Those were fun games, weren't they?
You know, the two teams don't like each other and they fight on Christmas Day.
Those are my two favorite Warrior rivalries along the way. It's Warriors-Clippers early days, and then Warriors-Rockets. Oh. Those two had some animosity.
Curry makes 1 of 2 from the free throw line. The rare miss at the stripe for Curry. And it's a 13-12 game. Warriors up by 1. Porter Jr. bouncing with the dribble. Warriors lost in Milwaukee earlier this year. Part of that poor road trip. They lost to Indiana and Milwaukee. Rollins had a big night, over 30. Hits a 3 here for the Bucks, and they lead by 2.
Butler was fronting Antetokounmpo, so weak side decided to come over and help a little bit. That opened up Rollins.
Draymond to Curry, deep 3 right side, didn't get anything. It's an air ball and it's out of bounds. Brandon Podziemski will come in. What a big night it is for him. Born in Deerfield, Wisconsin. And from that area, he knows he's got a lot of friends and family watching back home on the Bucks telecast.
Yeah. I thought he was a Hello Kitty fan or something.
Well, you never know. I don't know. He could be. Could be. Big night. The cool cat's in town. Oh. Porter Jr. gets it back from Curry and dunks it. Curry had a steal and just dropped it.
That's just bad luck. He just fumble it, and all of a sudden it lands right in Porter's lap and he lays it up.
Bucks up by 4, 17-13. Draymond Green off a screen. Goes hard, left side. Barrels his way in. Goes up. It's good. And no, they're not going to count it. It's going to be a foul on the floor. Again, there was no dribble there.
And it was a goaltend. Now, if they wouldn't have called that, and it would have been an animal.
Oh.
I just don't, again, I don't even know why I talk about it. I just don't know.
Nobody knows. That's the problem. It's different every night. And again, it's a hard call to make. Guy Santos in.
No, it isn't. Just and one every time. Nobody's going to argue with points.
Curry goes in, throws out to Draymond. Right side, Podziemski run off the line nicely by Green. Ball back up top, Draymond. They give him the 3. He takes it, missed it. Santos tipped the rebound, couldn't control it. And Rollins will swing it ahead for the white-clad Bucks as Porter Jr. gets it. Down the lane, gets a layup. Yuck. Right to the rim. Nobody stopped him. And the Bucks on a 7-0 push lead by 6, 19-13.
No, but I'm serious. If it's super obvious, side of the bounds. If it isn't, give an and one. No one's complaining with and ones.
Timeout. Steve Kerr will talk about things. 6:41 to go first quarter. Warriors down 19-13 on the Warriors Radio Network.
This next one's for all you CarMax shoppers who just want to buy a car your way.
Want to check some cars out in person? Want to look some more from your house?
Okay. Want to pretend you know about engines? Nah, I'll just chat with CarMax online instead.
Want to get pre-qualified from your couch? Want to get that car ASAP? You want to do it your way?
Want to drive? CarMax.
No matter what you're eating during today's Warriors game, sharing a jar of Mezzetta makes it better. Just pop open that red cap to give your favorite snacks something extra, like crunchy jalapenos on nachos or zesty peppercini on sandwiches and sliders. It's just better. Mezzetta is a family-owned Bay Area company providing peppers, olives, pickled vegetables, and sauces since 1935. At Mezzetta, we say that when you share your food, you share a part of who you are. So grab your family and friends and share some unforgettable flavors with Mezzetta.
The lights, the crowd, the moment. When the Warriors take the floor, greatness follows. At Cache Creek Casino Resort, every moment shines. Feel the rush as the reels spin. Breathe in our serene spa. Savor each bite in our award-winning steakhouse. And recharge in the comfort of our luxurious hotel. Cache Creek Casino Resort, proud partner of your Golden State Warriors. Please play responsibly.
It's the RV Mega Show and Sale. January 2nd through 11th, only at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go, and all reasonable offers will be considered. Save big on the top brands in Northern California. Brinkley, Outdoors, ATC, and more. Buy now and get ready for 2026 with incredible trade-in values and special financing. Cordelia RV Center, family owned and operated right off Highway 80 and 680 in Fairfield. We do business with a handshake. Visit CordeliaRV.com and don't miss the Mega Show and Sale.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Dub Nation, this is Draymond Green. The Warriors 2025-2026 season is presented by Kaiser Permanente.
19-13 Milwaukee, 6:41 to go in the first quarter of play. Tim Roy topside. We want to wish Jim Murphy, runs our flagship station in Santa Rosa, KSRO 1350 AM, 103.5 FM. Been on their station to talk with the guys many times. We at Warriors Radio, thank you for your years of friendship and keeping Dub Nation informed up in Santa Rosa. Here comes Curry with a baseline drive up top to Draymond. Over to Guy Santos. Guy goes baseline and picks up the ball. He stops him, now throws it away. Kevin Porter Jr. with the steal. 1-on-3. Stops below the elbow. Throws out to Turner. Turner lobbed it inside to Giannis. Out to the left side to A.J. Green. We got a 3-second call on Antetokounmpo. And a turnover for Milwaukee. Again, Jim, enjoy your retirement. And we appreciate, and I know all of the Warrior fans up the northern end of wine country really appreciate it as well. Curry on the far side, spin dribble. Comes middle off a Santos screen to Draymond, back to Steph. Steph doubled on the relocation. Hand checked by Turner. Bounce pass a beauty inside. Draymond gets a layup as he threaded the needle through traffic.
Yeah, A.J. Green was trying to split the difference so he could close out on Moody, but didn't get in front of Draymond.
Porter Jr. drives and kicks it out. There's Antetokounmpo, another three. It's up, it's no good, and Podziemski reaches out, grabs the rebound in stride, feeds Curry. Curry stops, waiting. Steph holding. Podziemski flashes through. Steph guarded by Giannis. One-on-one, crossover dribble. Pass to the corner to Podziemski. Podziemski on A.J. Green. Shot clock at 9. He settles for the three off the dribble. Missed it, and Porter Jr. with a rebound. Quickly out on the far wing to Rollins. Ryan Rollins, a former Warrior, has found a home, and Doc Rivers loves him. Giannis Antetokounmpo in traffic, lost the ball, stripped by Draymond, picked up by Podziemski. Podziemski 2-on-2, finds Curry left side, pump fake, fires a three, missed it. Podziemski tipped it out right to Curry. Curry left side, dribble drive, slows down, stops, and kissed it in off the window on the left side.
Well, nice job by Podziemski keeping it alive. Not only did he keep it alive, he smacked it right to Steph Curry. I don't know why he used both hands.
Porter Jr. goes up. Bad pass, throwing it out. Podziemski another steal. Podziemski driving in on Miles Turner. Stops in trouble. Had the ball almost ripped away. Locates Santos in the right corner. He won't shoot it. Gets it out to Draymond. Over to Curry. From the hash mark. It's up and good. And a foul as well. Or no, a timeout. Doc Rivers calls time. The Warriors with a quick 7 points. As 20-19, the Warriors lead by 1. We'll take the break. 4:43 left in the first. Warriors on a roll on the Warriors Radio Network, presented by United Airlines.
Being in your bag isn't just for players on the court. With DoorDash, all of Dub Nation has a bag too. Scrolling late night highlights? Have snacks on hand. Hosting a watch party? Get drinks, ice, and cups before tip-off. Low battery during tunnel walks? There's a charger delivered to where you are. DoorDash keeps your bag deep so you can keep up with the speed of the game. DoorDash, official partner of the Golden State Warriors.
The lights, the crowd, the moment. When the Warriors take the floor, greatness follows. At Cache Creek Casino Resort, every moment shines. Feel the rush as the reels spin. Breathe in our serene spa. Savor each bite in our award-winning steakhouse and recharge in the comfort of our luxurious hotel. Cache Creek Casino Resort, proud partner of your Golden State Warriors. Please play responsibly.
All members of Dub Nation know 2 essential truths. 1, the Warriors have the best point guard in the history of the game. And 2, the very best planes in the sky are United. New planes are joining the United fleet every week, decked out with Bluetooth connectivity, screens, and power at every seat, and bigger overhead bins to fit everyone's carry-on, or giant foam fingers. Download the United app and book your next trip today. United Airlines, proud to be the official airline of the Golden State Warriors.
Kia is the official automotive partner of the NBA, and we think about basketball a lot. The plays, the swagger, the glory, the game, and how we can elevate our own game with capability that takes us to another level and ground clearance that propels us even higher. The 3-row 2025 Kia Telluride X-Line all-wheel drive. Kia, official vehicle partner of the Golden State Warriors. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
What's up, Dub Nation? Do you want to get cash back on Warriors gear? All you have to do is sign up at Rakuten.com/Warriors, where you can earn 10% cash back in store and online at Warriors Shop. Once you're a member, shop your favorite stores like Fanatics and Ticketmaster and watch the cash back add up in your account. Rakuten is the most rewarding way for you to shop and maximize your savings. Join Rakuten for free today at Rakuten.com/Warriors or download the Rakuten app. That's RAKUTEN.
This is Draymond Green. Welcome back to the Warriors broadcast booth, presented by DoorDash.
Tim Roy, Toptober, topside here at Chase Center. It's 20-19. The Warriors lead by 1. Bucks from the ball as we return to action. On the far wing, A.J. Green guarded by DeAnthony Melton. Gets the ball up top. He's with Turner, Rollins, Trent Jr., and Kyle Kuzma out there for the first time. Rollins to Turner. Turner hands off to Trent Jr. Good shooter over to Green. Another good shooter. Downstairs to Turner. Turner in traffic, surrounded by Warriors. He was fouled on the catch.
Warriors foul number 8, DeAnthony Melton.
Melton's first foul. Curry, Podziemski, Santos, Melton, and Al Horford for Golden State. They lob it into Rollins, guarded by Melton off the screen, gets Santos. Shoveled it down to Turner, over Horford, it's up and wide right. Santos, one hands the rebound. And Curry up the floor. Santos flashes by Curry with space down the lane. Underhand flip up and good for Steph Curry.
And let it go quickly so Turner couldn't get to that. That was a tougher shot than it looked.
Curry's got 10. Jump shot at the other end. A bucket by Ryan Rollins makes it 22-21. Warriors up by 1. Curry pick and roll to Horford. Jump pass over to the corner. There's Melton. Knocks down the triple from the corner as he's starting to find his range now. Struggled with the 3 early in the season, or early in his season, as he, of course, was out at the beginning of the season, recovering from ACL surgery from a year ago. Rollins a dribble drive over. Santos with a runner, can't get it. Horford gets the rebound, finds Curry. Curry in transition. Pass to Podziemski. Podziemski puts it on the deck. The trailer is Santos. Catches and steps into a 3. It's short. Rebound Horford. Back out to Podziemski. Podziemski left side with the dribble. Draws a crowd. Shoots over a double team. Missed that. And the rebound picked up on the bounce by Rollins. Rollins drifting baseline. Runs into Melton. Shoots in traffic and scores. Tough shot.
It's good to see him get his career going.
Yep.
And have the confidence that he's had. Good for him.
He's got 7 points. Warriors up by 2. Curry finds Melton down the lane. Shoots over Turner and rattled it home.
Yeah, you feel pretty good when you can hit a 3 and then put it on the deck and get to the paint and shoot a little floater. That's when you're like, okay, might have something going tonight.
Rollins off the screen, gets Horford, goes to Turner. Turner dribbles it over to Trent Jr. Warriors switch, so now Turner's guarded by Podziemski. Warriors got to give him help. They are just fighting inside, and the ball goes to Turner, and we give a 3-second call again on Milwaukee. Wow. That's their second of the quarter, and Doc Rivers is perplexed.
Well, Podziemski fought him hard enough to make it tough to get him the ball, but that's a rough one.
Doc Rivers making all the motions down there on the sideline.
Gyrations and this and that and that. Man, let me go sit down.
Jimmy Fox does a great Doc Rivers, by the way.
Does he?
Oh, yeah. Melton will bring the ball up. Will Richard is checked in for Golden State. He pops out, a little V-cut, gets a screen by Butler. Butler takes it on the right wing. Left-hand dribble. Side saddle with the dribble, takes his man to the paint, stops it, was stripped and stolen. Taken away on the run by the veteran Gary Harris out of Michigan State. Rollins off a screen, gets Richard. Rollins step back three over Will Richard, popped out, rebound tipped by Post, who's returned. We've got the Twin Towers now, Tom. Horford and Post. Horford bounced past to Butler, and that was a bad pass all the way around. Deflected, stolen away. Rollins had it knocked out of bounds. Butler with a foul.
So I got to ask you, what entails doing a good Doc Rivers?
You got to have a very good gravelly voice.
Okay, so it sounds like you smoked about 5 cartons of cigarettes.
Unfiltered.
Yeah, unfiltered.
Utah and Oklahoma City have gone to overtime in OKC. On the dribble, Kevin Porter Jr. has returned. He'll spin it to Kuzma. Over to Gary Trent Jr. Dad played the league a long time. Porter Jr. behind the back. Shoots a tough long two and knocked it down.
Oh, yeah, and for those that don't know, Junior a little bit different body type than Senior. Senior was a big boy.
Post, Horford, and Richard all with a touch. Richard at the right elbow. Bounce pass down to Horford. Now backs up, looks, finds the cutter. It's Post, but he's in too deep. Takes it back to the jump hook and rattled it home over Kuzma.
Yeah.
29-25 Warriors, 58 seconds to go in the quarter.
Just get that left shoulder into his sternum, back him up a little bit, and then go for that jump hook.
You can tell he's no longer a rookie, but he just took his time there.
Yep.
Porter Jr., Trent Jr., Kuzma, back to Trent. Trent, jab step, drives on Will Richards, stops and shoots in the paint, scores, and a foul.
That was a nice move by Trent Jr., just kind of stopping. As soon as he got Richard on his back, just stop, let him run into him. Drew the foul. Got an and one possibility.
By the way, Gary Trent Sr. one night in Dallas at the old Reunion Arena got up from the bench after Valtigo Cummings had been ejected for pushing a player into the basket stand. And Gary Trent Jr. with his in street clothes, with his Walkman, just walked right behind us at press row and went right into our locker room in search of Valtigo. Security had to be called.
Oh, my.
Free throw good. Jimmy Butler goes all the way, gets a 2-for-1 as he lays it in with the right hand. And it's a 31-28 game.
Yeah, Senior's not a guy I want looking for me.
No. He was a large man. Final 20 seconds of the quarter. Bucks have a foul to give. The Warriors get it back. Porter Jr. spins off a screen. Takes Post for a ride to the right wing. Shot clock at 5. Gets him to Trent. Back to Porter Jr. Step back 3 over Post is going to be up there and good with a buzzer sounding. 7.2 to go in the quarter.
Well, they earned that one.
Yep. Milton, far wing. Picks it up at half court. Let the ball roll. Now he drives, stops, probing the defense. Can't do anything with it. Falling out of bounds. Pass knocked out of bounds by Kuzma. And there's 0.4 on the clock. It's a catch and shoot situation for Golden State.
Well, Melton couldn't get a good feel for the ball. I think he wanted to just keep it and get a shot off, but the ball slipped and he couldn't.
They lob it into Post, knocked away by Kuzma, and the quarter ends tied at 31. 4 ties, 3 lead changes in the first. 31 all as we head to the second on the Warriors Radio Network, presented by United Airlines.
RingCentral's AI receptionist uses voice AI to answer on the first ring, so you'll never miss a call again. In just a few minutes, you can personalize your own AI receptionist to answer questions, route calls, schedule appointments, and even send texts in multiple languages. Plus, it's easy to scale. Create unlimited AI receptionists across any phone system. It's all powered by one reliable platform for effortless AI communications. See for yourself at RingCentral.com. RingCentral, voice of your business.
Hey, Warriors fans, Vontae Hill here, and you know what time it is. Catch me, Chris Bullen, and Festus Ezeli on Warriors Pre- and Post-Game Live, where it all goes down. Before tip-off, we're setting the stage with matchup breakdowns and player analysis. After the final buzzer, We're diving deep into the momentum, the magic, the interviews, and yeah, even those wild Stephen Curry heat checks. So whether at home or on the road, don't miss Warriors pre- and post-game live all season long, only on NBC Sports, Bay Area.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski. Welcome back to the Warriors broadcast booth presented by DoorDash.
Well, the thing is that, it's game six. And, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. They just got to, they got to buckle down. They got to get out there. I'm going to go take some lozenges and get ready for the game, But I mean, at the end of the day, you just have to, you have to play. You got to play. If you don't play, then you don't win. If you don't win, then we don't have anything. You know what I mean?
Jamie Foxx doing Doc Rivers. That's awesome. Just awesome.
Oh, my gosh.
Warriors and Bucks tied at 31 at the end of one. Golden State with 10 assists on 13 hoops. Curry, guarded by Porter Jr., rubs him off on a Horford screen. Horford the catch on the pass. Pajemski wheels down the lane. The floater, back rim, bounces twice, nothing there. And the rebound corralled by Gary Harris. Played in this league over a decade. Nice career. Trent Jr. stops and floats the ball to Bobby Portis, guarded by Pajemski in a switch. Warriors have to help him on that. Portis Jr. dribbles out of it, gets it out to Trent Jr. with 5 on the clock. Gets a screen by Kuzma, gets Santos, shoots over Gee. It's up and good. He is deadly. That is a 2, makes it 33-31 Bucks. Pajemski on the far wing. Curry comes off the screen with a catch. Shoots a 3 short. Rebound comes out to Horford. Back to Curry. Reloads left wing. Got it. Rattled it home. Great recognition by Horford. And the Warriors are up by 1.
How many guys take a 3, miss it, and then take one 2 seconds later? I'd be like, nah, I'm good till next quarter.
And it's a good shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Any 3, he takes a good shot.
Porter Jr. misses on a baseline spin. Curry one-hands the rebound quickly up the floor to Moody on the right sideline. Finds Horford between the circles. And Pajemski circling on the left wing. Dribbles it back out, feeds Horford. Pajemski will exchange with Curry. Pajemski slips the pick, finds Moody. Right corner 3. Got it.
Pretty.
37-33 Warriors. That was excellent ball movement by Golden State.
No, if I could get Steph 83s in a game, I would.
Oh, absolutely.
That'd be my game plan. They should try it one game.
Portis Jr. before he retires. Trent Jr. Portis. Dribbles on Santos. Bobby Portis spins, hangs from 14, back rim, off the rim, and Horford grabs another rebound. That's his 4th. Santos throws it out of bounds between Horford and Pajemski. Neither guy got to the ball.
Right between the wickets.
Yeah.
Not sure who. I think he was going for Horford.
4-point lead for the Dubs. That's their 4th turnover. Bucks have 5. Porter Jr. to Kyle Kuzma. Kuzma throws it outside to Harris. Back to Porter Jr. The lob for Portis is way over his head, off his fingertips, and out of bounds. Timeout. Milwaukee, 9:47 to go before halftime. Warriors 37 and the Bucks 33 on the Golden State Warriors Radio Network. Presented by United Airlines.
What's up, Dub Nation? Do you want to get cash back on Warriors gear? All you have to do is sign up at Rakuten.com/Warriors, where you can earn 10% cash back in store and online at Warriors Shop. Once you're a member, shop your favorite stores like Fanatics and Ticketmaster and watch the cash back add up in your account. Rakuten is the most rewarding way for you to shop and maximize your savings. Join Rakuten for free today at Rakuten.com/Warriors or download the Rakuten app. That's RAKUTEN.
15 years ago, PG&E launched Power Pathway, an education and job training program developed to increase the number of skilled workers in the energy industry. Since then, 85% of the graduates have been hired by PG&E or the construction utility industry, focusing on students in underserved communities, women, and military veterans. Power Pathway is helping the next generation of PG&E energy professionals build a better future for themselves and a clean energy future for California. To learn more, visit pge.com/powerpathway.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's your boy, Bonte Hill. And if you want to stay locked into the Bay's sports scene all season long, there's only one app you need, and that's the NBC Sports Bay Area app. We're talking breaking news, live game updates, exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes access, game day highlights, videos, and much, much more. It's all right there in your pocket. One tap, and you're with the squad. Anytime, anywhere. What are you waiting for? Download the NBC Sports Bay Area app today.
All members of Dub Nation know 2 essential truths. 1, the Warriors have the best point guard in the history of the game. And 2, the very best planes in the sky are United. New planes are joining the United fleet every week, decked out with Bluetooth connectivity, screens, and power at every seat, and bigger overhead bins to fit everyone's carry-on or giant foam fingers. Download the United app and book your next trip today. United Airlines, proud to be the official airline of the Golden State Warriors.
Warriors fans, dunks, dimes, and no-looks are great on TV, but nothing compares to catching your Golden State Warriors in person. And that all starts with buying tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Warriors and the NBA. Ticketmaster gets you to the game so you can experience all the sights, sounds, and styles in person. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, Ticketmaster's got your back when it comes to scoring tickets. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com/Warriors. See you courtside, Dub Nation.
This is Draymond Green. You are listening to the Warriors Radio Network presented by United Airlines.
Well, Dub Nation, your vote counts a triple today. Dub the Vote brought to you by Google Cloud. To send your favorite Warriors player to the 2026 All-Star Game, go to Warriors.com/thevote to vote now. 4-point lead for Golden State. Starting this 8-game homestand, Curry bent over at the waist on the right wing. Bump screen by Santos. Now a screen by Horford. Curry comes middle, maintaining the dribble all the while. Pass to Horford, outside to Moody. Steps to his right off the dribble. It's a 3, and it's nothing but the bottom of the net for Moses Moody.
That's twice they've diced that coverage up. Just get it to the middle, collapse the defense, spit it back out, and twice Moses Moody has been the recipient.
9-2 start for the Warriors in the second. They have their largest lead right now, 7 points. Portis gets it over to Kuzma. Pump fake. Drives on Santos. Gets it on the wing. Harris to Trent Jr. Off the back rim. Portis offensive rebound over. Podziemski with a right-hand flip. Nothing there. Horford clears the rebound to Curry. Warriors in blue. Curry driving middle. Throws to the right corner. Moody puts it on the deck. Bounce pass to Santos. Goes in. Rejected from behind by Kyle Kuzma. Swatted that one away. Porter Jr. to Kuzma. One step the lane. Left-hand push shot no good. Rebound Portis. Goes up and Horford roofed him. Knocked it away. Santos deflected the rebound to Podziemski. Podziemski on the jog. Finds Horford. Horford for 3. Left side. Got it. Al Horford gives Golden State a 10-point lead.
Horford blocked it. He said, I deserve this.
Exactly. You got to reward the big guy.
Absolutely.
Kuzma plays catch with Porter Jr. Porter Jr. drifting, driving, stumbling in traffic to Kuzma, who gets a layup. Porter Jr. with some creativity off that drive. And a nice assist. Stops a 9-0 Warrior run, and it's 43-35. Dubs on top by 2. Podziemski finds Curry. Curry runs down the pass right where it says Chase Center on the right sideline. Lost the ball, got it back, and is tripped by Trent Jr., who comes over and helps Steph up. Didn't mean to trip him.
No, but that's a good trip.
Yes.
Because he was going to walk right into a wide-open 3. Like if he could have dialed it up, I would have fouled him. I'd have tried to foul him.
Yeah. First team foul on the Bucks. And Trent Jr. gets his first. Jimmy Butler comes in along with Draymond Green. And Draymond now protesting something with Tyler Ricks. And Draymond
saying he was kicking.
Which he's trying to get them, I think, to review for a flagrant. Doc Rivers has his palms to the sky, now hands on hips at center court. Courtney Kirkland and Tyler Ricks say, Draymond, no. Crowd boos. Podziemski catches the inbounds pass, wheels to his left, bounce pass to post, shoveled over to Draymond for three, boom. Just like that. 46-35. And the Warriors lead by 11. Antetokounmpo back out there. Takes the pass. Spinning inside on Trent. Goes up strong over Draymond. Tipped it in over his head. Off the miss.
Well, the drive collapsed the defense and opened up an offensive rebounding lane for Kuzma, and he took advantage.
Clock is now at 7:22. Our scoreboard clock is off. The ones above the basket are good. Here's
and
Butler.
The score is off, too.
Butler goes up and flipped it up and in. Nice move by Jimmy Butler. And it's 48-37. Warriors lead by 11. Giannis Antetokounmpo. Trent Jr. stops in the paint. Feeds Portis. Portis for three right side. Too strong. Moody falling out of bounds. Saves the rebound to Butler. And now Butler head up with a dribble. Bright pink sneakers out tonight for Jimmy B. Waiting. Shoveled it to Draymond. Draymond middle of the floor. Trying to facilitate from there. Back to Butler. He's cleared on the left side with Portis in help position. Shot clock at 5. Butler's got to go. In trouble. Finds Draymond. Top side three with one. Front rim glass no good. Portis underhands the board. And Porter Jr. takes it in stride, wearing high socks right up to the knees. That's old school there. Antetokounmpo backing down Draymond. Big step, goes up. Line drive shot goes up and in. And Doc Rivers screaming for a foul as well as the Bucks bench. There was contact there. 11 for Antetokounmpo.
I call that shot the Madonna, like a prayer. I don't know why. And I'll never do it again.
Post. Stops. In trouble at the right box. Feeds Podziemski. Gets to his spot on the right. Misses that. The long rebound will carry him to the far corner where Kyle Kuzma is waiting. Gets it to Antetokounmpo. Antetokounmpo. One-on-one with Draymond. Shoveled it out to Kuzma on the wing. Now to Porter Jr. Back to Kuzma. Back to Giannis. Catches the lob. Goes up and lays it in.
Yeah, it's tough to front him. He's just so long that you better have your weak side tight. And by that, I mean they better be ready to get over there and squeeze him. Because if not, that's what's going to happen.
6 of 9 from the field is Giannis. Two-time MVP. Bad pass by Butler. Saved by Podziemski. Far sideline. He goes into the crowd. The knock it to Draymond. Gets the ball back. Now to Draymond. Down the lane he goes. Finds the cutter. It's posted. He lays it in with the right hand. That gives the score now to the Warriors. They're half the way to 100. And they lead the Bucks by 9. Porter Jr. unguarded from 17. That was too easy.
Way too easy.
Walked in.
Yeah, exactly.
Walked right into it. 50-43. It's kind of scary.
That's a foul.
Yes. Giannis fouling Draymond, who hits the deck.
I'm not sure what that's all about. Was Antetokounmpo trying to get him guarded before they called the timeout? I guess.
Warriors call a timeout. 4:53 to go in the first half. And they lead by 7, 50-43 on the Warriors Radio Network, presented by United Airlines.
RingCentral will completely transform the way you work. It gives you built-in AI across all your business conversations. Your phone system has an AI receptionist that answers calls 24/7. Your video meetings have AI that takes notes instantly. Even your contact center has AI, so you can help customers faster. It all comes together in one reliable platform for effortless AI communications. See for yourself at ringcentral.com. RingCentral, voice of your business.
1 in 8 women have thyroid issues.
Am I the one? I am kind of tired. I should see a doctor. Is it genetic? Does my health plan even cover tests like that? In-network? Out-of-network? Why is this always a whole big thing? Wait. I have Kaiser Permanente. So my coverage includes regular preventive care. Guess it doesn't have to be a whole big thing.
Kaiser Permanente. Healthcare that just works.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our weed killer cancer hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Whole Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
Dub Nation, this is GP2. You are listening to the Warriors Radio Network, presented by United Airlines.
Well, the Warriors lead by 7. We have 4:53 to go in the second quarter of play. If you haven't heard, Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks dealt tonight to the Washington Wizards. DeAnthony Melton catches a pass from Draymond. Draymond quickly over to Jimmy Butler. The three doesn't go. Rollins with the rebound with Turner, Porter Jr., A.J. Green, and Giannis. So that's the starting five for Doc Rivers. Green shoveled it to Giannis off the screen. Green takes the jumper. A.J. Green rolls it in.
Soft.
Yeah. He can shoot the ball.
Yeah, he can.
50 to 45. Likes to take threes. Butler right baseline to Melton to Post. Post in the perimeter finds Draymond. Back cut by Butler. Draymond with a pass right on the money. Butler spins on A.J. Green. Goes up, blocked out of bounds by Turner.
Yeah, a good spin move, but just Turner was sitting there waiting for him. They couldn't get Turner pulled up high. I think Butler may have waited another second or two before he made that move. And I know he's trying to make it quick, but once Turner was waiting there, he was just waiting for him.
8 on the shot clock. Post the catch. Unguarded deep 2 off the front rim. No good. A foul on Milwaukee as Butler flew out of bounds. And he had help. Rollins with a push. Miles Turner is, I've always had a sneaking admiration for his game. 11th year out of Texas. He was the longest tenured Pacer before he got traded. In all 11 years, he's averaged at least 10 points and 5 boards. That's consistency. DeAnthony Melton hits a 3 right off the inbounds on the right side. Got wide open. And that's a play that Doc Rivers won't like. 53-45, Warriors up by 8. Antetokounmpo off of A.J. Green screen. Goes in, got fouled by Draymond, and goes to the line for a chance for an and one.
I think Draymond was trying to jump the screen. And Antetokounmpo faked left, got Draymond to jump. And then once he hit that dribble, he was gone.
Draymond and Giannis hug it out after Giannis got fouled. Walking over to the scorer's table. And he doesn't want to shoot the free throw. He wants them to review it. I think he thinks it's a flagrant foul.
Well, he can't do that, Ken. You can't request it.
You could ask.
It's not like ordering.
Giannis he got hit in the eye. And he is hot. He is not happy right now.
You rarely see him like this.
Really
So I'm
upset.
assuming he did. Still doesn't mean you can ask for it.
3rd and 1 for the Bucks here in the first half. The good Doc Rivers with just a kind of a gesture of disgust in the direction of John Butler. Free throw no good. Draymond rebounds.
Yeah, that's what my high school coach used to do to me when I didn't get back on defense. Just the two-hand.
Melton to Post. To Draymond. Bounce pass is deflected out of bounds by the Bucks. Yeah, my coach would look at me on the bench and then wave at me in disgust. No, I can't put him in. Butler to Draymond. Outside to Richard. Will Richard, the rookie, finding post. Post. A deep three this time. It's up and no good. And Antetokounmpo with a rebound. Warriors up by 6 after that shot by Giannis a moment ago. He'll spin down the lane. Goes up, got fouled, and shot no good. It's going to be 2 shots for him. So here's my question again. Let's go back to the thing that's been so inconsistent. He gets fouled at the top. The whistle blew when he spun on the dribble. And then went into steps and lays in. And now he gets 2 shots.
You're asking me?
I'm just saying.
I'm as confused as you are.
I
don't know.
get it.
I would be better. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? Next game, I'm going to bring a coin. And I'm just going to start flipping them and see how correct I am. Because I don't know. I don't know why that's an and one. I mean, the whole gather thing, it sounded like, oh, that sounds good. They're gathering. But then there's like so much gray area in that. That's something they need to address. I wouldn't mind them making it all. Just like I said, most of them and one. Just like and one, unless it's obvious it's not an and one. Then we get away with this, or we get away from these situations where nobody knows what it is.
Second free throw was no good. It bounces down. Jimmy Butler's got it for the Dubs. First one was good, so it's 53-48. Warriors lead by 5. Curry screens for Butler and gets it back off the screen. Curry driving in, shoots on the go. Bank shot no good. Ball deflected away. And the rebound goes over to Porter Jr. His pass over to Rollins. Rollins behind the screen, ran into Giannis. Ball knocked away. Melton comes up with it. Melton. Warriors spacing on the far side wasn't good, so Melton hangs on to it. Gets it to Draymond, waits for Curry. Curry left sideline, holds it, waits. Draymond will screen. Curry had trouble with the dribble. Second Warrior have trouble with the ball tonight. Curry step back 3 off the dribble. It's up and short, and Antetokounmpo the rebound. Still 53-48 Dubs. Giannis full speed, driving in, finger rolled it up and good over Draymond.
I mean, once he gets going downhill, he gets downhill like few guys have ever done in this league.
Jimmy Butler right side, guarded by Giannis. Butler driving on Giannis, gets in front of him, stops, and then Giannis runs him over from behind, and Butler gets the foul call.
Butler's goal was to not score there.
Absolutely.
It was to get Antetokounmpo to run him over, run up his back, because you're right. He got around him and then like half circle in front of him and then just stopped.
Well, Jimmy Butler, the third to shoot 2. Gives me a chance to tell you, the Warrior fans, you can buy tickets to the January 13th, March 10th, or March 25th games at Warriors.com/Rakuten and receive a free Warriors jacket. That's right. Just buy tickets, come out to the game. You get a free jacket. It's a limited time offer. Get January 13th, March the 10th, and March the 25th. Kuzma back in, and Antetokounmpo out because that foul was his third. Jimmy Butler looks back at Doc Rivers for a second. And Butler rattles home a free throw. Hits them both. Warriors back up by 5, 55-50. Walking the ball up, Porter Jr. Kuzma comes to a stop. Shoveled over to Porter Jr. Driving on Steph Curry. Now top of the key, spins back to the foul line. Over to A.J. Green. Pump fake, fly-by 3 ball. It's up and rattled in and out. That ball did everything but drop. Horford gets it over to Melton. Horford has replaced Draymond. Butler waiting. Off the pick. Butler driving in on Miles Turner. Takes him and dribbled it off his own leg. And it goes over the baseline, out of bounds. And it's going to be a turnover. And the crowd gets quiet here. Chase on.
They did not ooh and ah.
No. Minute 50 to go. First half. Porter picks up the dribble, finds A.J. Green. A.J. Green off a pick by Turner, feeds him. Turner back out to Porter Jr. The pass not very good. Porter Jr. gets it on the sideline, and he's stepped on the sideline. Second time the Bucks have done that. That's their 8th turnover here in the first half.
Oh, it was the first pass. And first pass put Porter in a bad position.
Absolutely. Curry Guarded by Porter, goes to Horford. Touch pass, Butler right down the lane, throws it out to Melton for a 3-look. It's no good. Horford the rebound. Back to Melton. He'll reload. 3-ball, left corner pocket.
All's forgiven.
Yeah. We almost had a Tolbert rant. It was ready. It was right there. He had to roll the paper up, put it in the garbage. Now a bad pass by Porter sends A.J. Green to the backcourt, and it's another turnover on Milwaukee.
If you're Doc Rivers, you're thinking, what are we doing out there? Just simple passes right at the chest.
Ball goes to Butler. Final 65 seconds of the half. Butler between the legs twice. Now dribbles it. Takes it down. Shoots on the go. Back rim won't go. Foul on Kyle Kuzma.
And a nice job by Jimmy Butler knowing the Bucks had 4 fouls, so he didn't necessarily have to be in the shooting motion there to get a trip to the free throw line.
Well, Stephen Curry, now we get a technical foul.
Rollins?
I think it's on Ryan Rollins. He's jawing at the young official Tyler Ricks. Rollins has been known to be a talker in his career. Going back and forth with Russell Westbrook in their game against Sacramento. Now Steph Curry at the foul line, hits the technical free throw, and Steph still thinks that Draymond right now is a top-tier defender.
Physically, it looks a little different, but the same impact defensively, guarding 5 guys, talking, communicating, making those extra effort plays. Even when he's kind of out of position, he seems to always, be in the right spot. It's kind of uncanny what he does, and there's a reason he can be as versatile as he is, because he has just a high IQ. That's the thing that's the most consistent, no matter if it looks a little different compared to earlier in his career.
And Butler hits both of his free throws. It's a 3-point trip for the Warriors because of the technical. And since it was a 53-48 game, it's been an 8-2 push for Golden State. 8-0 run now. Ball deflected away from Rollins, and it's off of Richard. The 2 Florida Gators over there, Horford and Richard, tried to steal the call.
And I'm not going to say in that soundbite Steph wasn't being honest, but did anybody who asked him that question think he was going to say, he's lost 3, if not 4 steps? Still pretty good, but he's not the guy he used to be. Did anybody think that was going to happen? I didn't.
No. Rollins dribbles left, guarded by Horford, finds A.J. Green right of the circle. Fakes Richard, steps through a screen, locates Trent in front of the Buck bench and almost banked in. Horford the rebound, 34 seconds to go before the end of the half, or the start of halftime. Ball to Butler on the far side. Finds Horford. Horford open, shoots, and hits a 3. Golden State leading by 14, their largest advantage of the night. They've scored 11 straight to end the first half. Quite possibly a second difference between the 2 clocks. Warriors have a foul to give if they choose, and Steve Kerr is making that motion. We can foul. Melton looking now at Rollins, comes to his left, and Melton just grabs him and fouled him. Rollins tried to get a shot off. And here comes Draymond Green back. It was 7.7 to go.
I think that's a waste. I do. Why foul with 7-7? You have plenty of time to inbound it and get back into a set and run a play. I think the fouling, and I've said this before, it should be a backstop. And let's just play good defense. Maybe they'll do something dumb, like take a dumb shot trying to get us to foul. If we have to, we have it in our back pocket.
Rollins catches, circles down the lane, finding A.J. Green, pump fake, takes a dribble, takes a 3, and hits it with 1.8 to go before halftime. Draymond Green from 3-quarter court lets it fly. It's wide right. The Warriors will take an 11-point lead into their locker room. 64-53 at the break. R.C. Davis will give you all the details, plus some exciting games in the association tonight on the Warriors Radio Network.
Warriors fans, dunks, dimes, and no-looks are great on TV, but nothing compares to catching your Golden State Warriors in person. And that all starts with buying tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Warriors and the NBA. Ticketmaster gets you to the game so you can experience all the sights, sounds, and styles in person. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, Ticketmaster's got your back when it comes to scoring tickets. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com/Warriors. See you courtside, Dub Nation.
Kia is the official automotive partner of the NBA. And we think about basketball a lot. The plays, the swagger, the glory, the games, and how we can elevate our own game with capability that takes us to another level and ground clearance that propels us even higher. The 3-row 2025 Kia Telluride X-Line all-wheel drive. Kia, official vehicle partner of the Golden State Warriors. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
All members of Dub Nation know 2 essential truths. 1. The Warriors have the best point guard in the history of the game. And 2. The very best planes in the sky are United. New planes are joining the United fleet every week, decked out with Bluetooth connectivity, screens, and power at every seat, and bigger overhead bins to fit everyone's carry-on or giant foam fingers. Download the United app and book your next trip today. United Airlines, proud to be the official airline of the Golden State Warriors.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope, it's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
Curry takes a dribble. It's a 3 from the wing. It's good. You can hear the collective gasp.
This is the Warriors Halftime Show, presented by United, the official airline of the Golden State Warriors. United, good leads the way.
Here's R.C. Davis.
Halftime in San Francisco. Warriors lead the Bucks by 11, 64-53. Stephen Curry leading the Warriors in scoring with 14. Al Horford, 6 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists. Giannis Antetokounmpo with 18 to lead the Bucks. Kevin Porter Jr. with 11. Former Warrior Ryan Rollins has 7. Hey, Warrior fans, purchase tickets to the January 13th, March 10th, or March 25th games at Warriors.com/Rakuten and receive a free Warriors jacket. This is a limited time offer. Scores next, and we got a trade to announce on the Golden State Warriors Audio Network presented by United Airlines.
All members of Dub Nation know 2 essential truths. 1. The Warriors have the best point guard in the history of the game. And 2. The very best planes in the sky are United. New planes are joining the United fleet every week, decked out with Bluetooth connectivity, screens, and power at every seat, and bigger overhead bins to fit everyone's carry-on or giant foam fingers. Download the United app and book your next trip today. United Airlines, proud to be the official airline of the Golden State Warriors.
What's up, Dub Nation? Do you want to get cash back on Warriors gear? All you have to do is sign up at Rakuten.com/Warriors, where you can earn 10% cash back in store and online at Warriors Shop. Once you're a member, shop your favorite stores like Fanatics and Ticketmaster and watch the cash back add up in your account. Rakuten is the most rewarding way for you to shop and maximize your savings. Join Rakuten for free today at Rakuten.com/Warriors or download the Rakuten app. That's RAKUTEN.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
RingCentral's AI receptionist uses voice AI to answer on the first ring, so you'll never miss a call again. In just a few minutes, you can personalize your own AI receptionist to answer questions, route calls, schedule appointments, and even send texts in multiple languages. Plus, it's easy to scale. Create unlimited AI receptionists across any phone system. It's all powered by one reliable platform for effortless AI communications. See for yourself at ringcentral.com. RingCentral, voice of your business.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Curry down with 5 to shoot. Gotta go. Drive down the lane. Underhand. Flip it up and good. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Warriors Halftime Show.
Presented by United Airlines.
Unbelievable.
Here's R.C. Davis.
The Warriors 25-26 season is presented by Kaiser Permanente. The Hawks have traded 4-time All-Star Trae Young to the Wizards for C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert. It's time now to geek out on the game with AI from Google Cloud. Our stat of the game, Warriors won on an 11-3 push after Giannis picked up his third foul. To the scoreboard now, third quarter in San Antonio, Spurs 64, Lakers 57. Halftime in Portland, Trailblazers 57, the Rockets 47. Finals from earlier, Toronto was in Charlotte and it went down to the wire.
Mamu gets it into quickly, turns, fires, got it! Down the bottom of the well for the game! Emmanuel quickly calls game. They'll review it. But Toronto on a call 5 by IQ wins it in Charlotte 97-96.
You heard Paul Jones on the call there on the Raptors Radio Network, 97-96. Raptors win. They're now 23-15 on the season. LaMelo Ball 15-7-7 in defeat. Pistons win at home over the Bulls 108-93. It was the Sixers 131, the Wizards 110. Close game in Boston. The Celtics have been playing well. Big win for the Nuggets. They win in Boston 114-110. Jamal Murray 22 points for the Nuggets, again playing without the services of Nikola Jokic. Jaylen Brown continues his scoring streak. Finished with 33 in the loss. Hawks over the Pelicans 117-100. It was the Magic and Brooklyn in Brooklyn, and this too went down to the wire in overtime.
AB trying to get it in, finds Paolo. Here we go. 3 ball at the horn. Banked in! Paolo banked it in! Paolo banked it in! And the Magic get out of here with a dub! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Jake Chapman on the call there on the Magic Radio Network. In overtime, Magic 104, Nets 103. Knicks over the Clippers 123-111. James Harden returned for the Clippers. Karl-Anthony Towns 20-11 for New York. Phoenix over the Grizzlies 117-98. And another overtime game, this one in Oklahoma City.
Gilgeous-Alexander guarded by Clayton. Wiggles up on a pick by Holton. Comes to the baseline, goes glass, banks up and in the 5-footer, and he's hacked in the act by Nurkic. Yusuf's night is done. He's fouled out. Gilgeous-Alexander collaborates with Holmgren. on a high screen and dashed to the left baseline by the reigning MVP for an and one.
Jazz came into this game playing very well. Thunder not so much, but Thunder prevailed 129-125 in overtime. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the reigning MVP, 46 points, 6 boards, and 6 assists. Tim Roy, Tom Tolbert back in the DoorDash radio booth next on the 95.7 The Game, Golden State Warriors Radio Network.
No matter what you're eating during today's Warriors game, sharing a jar of Mezzetta makes it better. Just pop open that red cap to give your favorite snacks something extra, like crunchy jalapenos on nachos or zesty peppercini on sandwiches and sliders. It's just better. Mezzetta is a family-owned Bay Area company providing peppers, olives, pickled vegetables, and sauces since 1935. At Mezzetta, we say that when you share your food, you share a part of who you are. So grab your family and friends and share some unforgettable flavors with Mezzetta.
The Warriors and Chase Center are teaming up with DoorDash to fight food waste and food insecurity, one event at a time. Through our Pass the Plate program, all unserved food from Chase Center events is safely packaged and delivered to local nonprofits to help people in our community who are experiencing food insecurity. Thousands of meals have already been donated this month. To learn more, visit chasecenter.com/passtheplate.
All members of Dub Nation know 2 essential truths. 1, the Warriors have the best point guard in the history of the game. And 2, the very best planes in the sky are United. New planes are joining the United fleet every week, decked out with Bluetooth connectivity, screens, and power at every seat, and bigger overhead bins to fit everyone's carry-on, or giant foam fingers. Download the United app and book your next trip today. United Airlines, proud to be the official airline of the Golden State Warriors.
1 in 8 women have thyroid issues.
Am I the one? I am kind of tired. I should see a doctor. Is it genetic? Does my health plan even cover tests like that? In-network? Out-of-network? Why is this always a whole big thing? Wait. I have Kaiser Permanente. So my coverage includes regular preventive care. Guess it doesn't have to be a whole big thing.
Kaiser Permanente. Healthcare that just works.
Okay. Warriors up 11, entering the third college basketball doubleheader. USF Legacy returns to Chase Center on December 17th. The USF women's team faces Sacramento State at 4 o'clock. Then the men's team takes on Loyola at 7. Tickets available at chasecenter.com.
Warriors fans, dunks, dimes, and no-looks are great on TV, but nothing compares to catching your Golden State Warriors in person. And that all starts with buying tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Warriors and the NBA. Ticketmaster gets you to the game so you can experience all the sights, sounds, and styles in person. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, Ticketmaster's got your back when it comes to scoring tickets. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com/Warriors. See you courtside, Dub Nation.
Kia is the official automotive partner of the NBA. And we think about basketball a lot. The plays, the swagger, the glory, the game. And how we can elevate our own game with capability that takes us to another level. And ground clearance that propels us even higher. The 3-row 2025 Kia Telluride X-Line all-wheel drive. Kia, official vehicle partner of the Golden State Warriors. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
The lights, the crowd, the moment. When the Warriors take the floor, greatness follows. At Cache Creek Casino Resort, every moment shines. Feel the rush as the reels spin. Breathe in our serene spa. Savor each bite in our award-winning steakhouse. And recharge in the comfort of our luxurious hotel. Cache Creek Casino Resort, proud partner of your Golden State Warriors. Please play responsibly.
It's time, Dub Nation, for the second half. Brought to you by Cache Creek. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort, where the good times never fade away. Visit CacheCreek.com to learn about California's premier casino resort.
Warriors up 11, Tim. Tom, back to you.
Thank you, RC. We're getting set for the second half here with the Warriors leading the Milwaukee Bucks 64-53. Warriors shot 52% in the first half. Outscored Milwaukee 36-12 from 3. An 11-3 push in the last to 2:24 of the half. And getting ready to get the right 5 combinations on there. By the way, Vince had checked in. He said he had 8:31 in the first quarter tonight. But didn't work out.
Where were we, 10:31?
10:13.
I know it's quick today. We've had a few quick ones recently.
We have. Actually, the Bucks have done it twice tonight. We only give a prize out for the first one.
That's right. That's it.
Yeah.
And our prize closet isn't that full.
No, used to be full. Not anymore. Butler to Moody. Moody in the first possession of the third quarter bricks a 3. Rebound deflected away, picked up by Porter. Same 5 that opened the game for Milwaukee. Ditto for Golden State. So Porter lobbed it into Giannis, guarded by Butler. Double team. The cutter is Miles Turner. It was just a train wreck inside. Turner goes back up after missing and gets fouled by Post.
Yeah, that looked like the old Ascot Raceway my dad used to take me to, the figure 8.
Oh, okay.
Just cars crashing. It was great, too, because if you slowed down going into the intersection, you get booed by the people in the stand. Boo! We're not going to get an accident. You are. That's what we came here to see. But that was a dicey pass and a nice job by Turner, though, keeping his composure and then getting it and pump faking, getting post up off his feet and getting a trip to the free throw line.
So Turner slides home the first and the second. Another great example of how you can get better in this game as time goes on. Turner, when he first got the league, is not the player he is today. Curry takes a handoff from Draymond. His shot goes awry, and A.J. Green lets it go over the baseline.
Oh, that's tempting. That's a rebound.
It's a rebound.
Yeah. But if you drop it out of bounds, it's like, no!
Porter Jr. catches right side. Dribbling now on Draymond. Dishes out to Turner. It's an open 3, and it's money. 64-58, just like that. Bucks back in business here. 1 minute gone by in the third. Draymond gets a screen over the post. Up top to Jimmy Butler. Above the break, 3 doesn't go. And Giannis with the rebound. Jimmy 0 for 2 from distance. Only taken 6 shots so far tonight. Turner swings the ball to Giannis. Giannis with a dribble up top. Takes the 3 and hits it. Giannis' second 3 of the night. He's got 21 points at 64-61. 8-0 run to start the third quarter for the Bucks.
2 threes from the big man. One you expect, one you don't.
Curry dribbles in traffic. A one-hand bank shot up and in off the window.
He's so good at stopping short and hoping that the defender will run up his back.
Porter Jr. shoveled to Giannis down the lane. He was the trailer, goes up and under and scores. And Giannis can feel it right now. He's getting energized out there. 66-63, Warriors up by 3. Draymond to Curry. Curry right side, 2, swish. 68-63. Curry for the first of 2 buckets of the second half for the Dubs. He's got 18. Ball in the corner, A.J. Green. Off a screen, takes a deep 2 over Moody. Won't get it. Butler back for the board. Butler walks in between the circles. Now on the near sideline, hands off to Curry. He goes downhill on the paint, shoveled it up. It's no good. But there's a whistle and a foul. That's going to put number 30 on the free throw line. By the way, Vicky checks in and wants me to tell you, Tom, that she loves it when we're both on the broadcast together.
I'll tell her thank you very much. Well, I guess I could tell her since she's listening and I'm talking.
Yes.
Thank you, Vicky.
Rollins with his third foul. Curry hits the free throw. And maybe we should set a GoFundMe to get you on the road, you know?
Yeah, people GoFundMe. They're going to pay the team to take me on the road. That seems fair.
They're good for Curry.
Just send hops.
Just send hops in. There you go.
Hops and barley, we're good.
70-63 is the score. 9:27 to go. Third quarter. Porter Jr. off the screens. The free throws were good by Curry. Porter Jr. leans back, a little 8-foot old school off of 1 foot. Knocked it down. 5-point Warrior lead.
You don't always got to be fast. You can be slow. Just know where you're going.
Butler Dribbles into a double team. Finds the open man. It's Draymond, right side. His three is no good. Long rebound. Porter Jr. will take it in stride. Comes up, hands off to Giannis. Cruising down the lane. Blocked by Draymond, who picks up a foul.
And not a lot Draymond could do in that situation. He's backing up. Giannis is coming at him. Giannis just kind of unfurls when he goes to the bucket.
It's like a sail.
It's like, yeah. And all of a sudden the ball's 2 feet above the rim. But when in doubt, foul him, put him on the free throw line. That still holds true.
Antetokounmpo hit the first free throw. His first one is actually no good, I should say. And now he'll take the second. Takes his time on the free throw line. Remember back in the finals, the Phoenix Suns fans were counting out the seconds. Very, very deliberate, holding the ball. And misses the second. Curry reaches it, grabs the rebound. Off to the races, shovel to post on the right side. He'll drive and dunk it with the right hand.
How about that? Nice. Way to run that wing, big man.
Bill Walton would say, run the floor.
Run the floor. Oh, that's beautiful basketball.
Giannis Antetokounmpo casually walks up, gets a switch, guarded by post, shovels it down to Porter Jr., who now gets post. He hesitates, spins, in traffic, locates A.J. Green, rocks back for a three, no good. Curry, another rebound. Steph with his fourth board. Ahead to Moody. Now to Draymond. Back to post, trailing. It's a three, and it's off the rim, no good. Antetokounmpo grabs the ball and brings it up the floor. Sizes up Draymond, takes a 15-footer, back rim miss. Curry, another rebound. He got sandwiched and fouled between Rollins and Turner. This one will go to Turner.
Literally, as a defender, you dream of Giannis taking those shots. Like, not that he couldn't make them, but it's sure a heck of a lot better than watching him put his head down and go to the rim. A pull-up 17-foot jump shot. Just not something that he's been super consistent with over the course of his career.
Warriors with the ball, attacking the basket to our left. Jimmy Butler, right wing, takes Giannis for a ride. Goes up top to Draymond, shovel to Curry. Curry in traffic, three defenders on him. He shoots and scores in between all three. Wow. Steph Curry pretty happy with himself. Sprints over to the bench as Doc Rivers has seen this act before and calls a timeout. 74-65 Dubs. Curry with 22. Giannis with 23 on the Warriors Radio Network.
This next one's for all you CarMax shoppers who just want to buy a car your way.
Want to check some cars out in person? Want to look some more from your house? Okay.
Want to pretend you know about engines? Nah, I'll just chat with CarMax online instead.
Want to get pre-qualified from your couch? Woo! Want to get that car ASAP? You want to do it your way.
Want to drive? CarMax.
What do you think makes the perfect snack?
It's gotta be when I'm really craving it and it's convenient.
Could you be more specific?
When it's convenient.
Okay.
Like a freshly baked cookie made with real butter, available right down the street at AM/PM, or a savory breakfast sandwich I can grab in just a second at AM/PM.
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Well, yeah, we're talking about what I crave.
Which is anything from AM/PM.
What more could you want?
Stop by AM/PM where the snacks and drinks are perfectly craveable and convenient. That's Cravenience. AM/PM, too much good stuff.
No matter what you're eating during today's Warriors game, sharing a jar of Mazzetta makes it better. Just pop open that red cap to give your favorite snacks something extra, like crunchy jalapenos on nachos or zesty peppercini on sandwiches and sliders. It's just better. Mazzetta is a family-owned Bay Area company providing peppers, olives, pickled vegetables, and sauces since 1935. At Mazzetta, we say that when you share your food, you share a part of who you are. So grab your family and friends and share some unforgettable flavors with Mazzetta.
All members of Dub Nation know two essential truths. 1, the Warriors have the best point guard in the history of the game. And 2, the very best planes in the sky are United. New planes are joining the United fleet every week, decked out with Bluetooth connectivity, screens, and power at every seat, and bigger overhead bins to fit everyone's carry-on, or giant foam fingers. Download the United app and book your next trip today. United Airlines. proud to be the official airline of the Golden State Warriors.
RingCentral will completely transform the way you work. It gives you built-in AI across all your business conversations. Your phone system has an AI receptionist that answers calls 24/7. Your video meetings have AI that takes notes instantly. Even your contact center has AI, so you can help customers faster. It all comes together in one reliable platform for effortless AI communications. See for yourself at ringcentral.com. RingCentral, voice of your business.
Dub Nation, this is GP2. Welcome back to the Warriors broadcast booth presented by DoorDash.
Bucks getting the ball. They're going left to right. They'll throw it in their backcourt. Warriors had saw their lead go down to 3, but Curry's got it going. He's got 22 now. It's 74-65. Giannis gets wide open out of the timeout off the screen and dunked it.
Nice play.
Kind of used the Warrior help to their disadvantage. Yep. Good play by the Bucks coaching staff. And Giannis Antetokounmpo. Jimmy Butler takes it to the right, up to the middle, and now hits a 3. His first 3 of the night. 10-point lead for Golden State.
Casual.
Yeah, just kind of.
Look, if you're the Bucks, you just don't expect that.
Giannis to A.J. Green. A.J. Green chased by Curry. Goes to the left baseline, comes out to the other side. To Miles Turner. Over to Giannis. Giannis goes to work. Right-hand dribble to the paint. Spins. Fadeaway jumper over Draymond. Rattled it. Did not fall. Jimmy Butler has the board. Butler will take it across the timeline to Podziemski. Left corner to Moody. Moody holds it. Waits. Looks for weak side cutting action. Ball goes to Draymond. Curry off the screen. Catch and shoot 3 out of the way. No good. Long rebound Butler. Butler has it. Holds it. Over to Draymond. Draymond back to Butler. He'll spin in traffic. Goes up and got fouled by Miles Turner. Butler saying he was shooting.
I would say he was.
And he walks right over the free throw line. Yeah.
What'd you call those? Pink shoes for Butler?
I would say pink.
Salmon.
Undercooked salmon, yes.
I don't know if my Crayola box ever had undercooked salmon. Crayola.
Brother. Free throw good by Butler. By the way, Curry, speaking of sneakers, walked in tonight wearing a pair of the old Monte Ellis sneakers with the ME8 on the back.
He's going through some sneakers this year.
Oh, yes, he is.
He's having a good time with it.
He is a sneaker free agent.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler hits both free throws. He's 6 for 6 on the night. Warriors up 12. 79-67. Miles Turner shoveled it to Porter Jr. Now to Giannis above the break. He has all day, and they give him the shot. It's short, and a good box out by Podziemski and Draymond. And the rebound deposits the ball to Butler. Now bad pass by Butler, but it goes off the fingertips of Porter Jr. And it will be Golden State ball. But he wanted that one.
Well, if it was up a little higher, he would have had it. It was just a pass that was probably around knee height, and he couldn't quite get down to it.
Curry with the handle on the near side, guarded by former teammate Rollins. Screen by Draymond. Draymond releases down the lane, missed the layup. Porter Jr. has the rebound. Gliding comes to his right, leaves his feet, throws it back out to Turner in deep to Giannis Antetokounmpo, who was fouled before that by Guy Santos.
Yeah, he had Guy Santos pinned. That was a good job fouling him. If he didn't, it was going to be 2.
Kaiser Permanente scoreboard. San Antonio at home leading the LA Lakers 79-68. That's the end of 3 quarters. Porter Jr. circles back, comes to the right, splits traffic, lost the ball, gets it over to Turner. Turner to Giannis, in deep on Draymond. Takes the bump, throws it outside. Turner, pump fake, puts it on the deck, down the line, 14-footer, tough shot, no good, slapped out of bounds. Last touch by the Bucks. It will be Golden State ball. One other game in progress, that's up in Portland, where the Trailblazers lead Houston in the third. Tight game there, 59-58. Melton and Horford come in. And the Curry stays out there. So does Santos and Podziemski. Santos screen for Curry. Curry to Gee. One dribble over to Horford. Right corner to Melton. He'll fire. He'll hit a 3. The confidence is back for DeAnthony Melton. He has found that touch that had deserted him in his first few games, coming back off of knee surgery.
And that was pretty offense.
15-point lead for Golden State, and a foul away from the play. It's on Podziemski. Large lead of the game for Golden State right now.
I think Podziemski's saying, hold on a second. I'm just moving with him, trying to keep him on my back. What do you want me to do, let him get in front of me? I feel you on that one. So he's down there. Well, I guess, on second look, it wasn't that he was like in front of him moving. He was grabbing his shorts, kind of anchoring in. So there you go. I take back what I said, Pods, and grab the man's shorts.
Gary Harris to Rollins. Rollins driving on Melton, got free and dunked it. Came right down the lane, and the spacing was excellent for the Bucks. It's 82-69, 13-point lead for Golden State. Curry off a pick by Horford. Stops, finds Al in the paint. He'll turn, didn't look at the basket. Over to Gee, back to Curry, who was left unguarded for three. Straight on.
And you just love those type of possessions getting paid off. Unselfish, sharing the ball, finding the open man, and then bang, you find Steph at the top of the key.
Antetokounmpo, spin dribble up top. Hand off to Rollins. Gets downhill, shoots the floater on the way. Good.
And by the way, if I play the Warriors, that would be my one key. You never, ever, 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 ever are allowed to rotate off Steph Curry.
Curry doubled on the right sideline. Goes all the way in, reverse layup. Spins it up and in, shaking his head, says, that's how I do it. 87-71. Curry's got 27. And he's got 13 in this quarter. Giannis lost the ball on a pass that was a little too high. Taken away by Santos. Melton on the bounce to Horford. Throws it back out to no one in particular.
Well, he threw it to where Podziemski was. He wasn't there anymore.
And Antetokounmpo will sit down for Milwaukee. Kyle Kuzma in. Kuzma originally drafted by the LA Lakers. They had a lot of young talent at one point.
It
all went away. Harris, cross court, almost stolen by Podziemski, but that leaves Rollins for a three, and he hit it. 87-74. Bucks keeping in touch here. Let's see what the Warriors could do with Giannis on the bench. Curry coming left. Over the shoulder, toss to Horford. 17-footer up and good. Al Horford wide open thanks to the gravity of Steph Curry. 89-74. Good pass by Rollins to Kuzma. Leads him down the lane off a pick and roll, and he lays it in with the right hand. Curry in no hurry. Hits the midcourt stripe with a second to spare. Melton's pass kicked. It was a beautiful kick by Rollins.
Oh, it was a beauty.
And the shot clock will go to 14. Steve Kerr's got to call a timeout with 3:15 to go in the quarter. Warriors 89, Milwaukee 76 on the Warriors Radio Network. Presented by United Airlines.
Lock in with NBC Sports Bay Area for the most authentic Warriors coverage out there. Tune into Warriors pre- and post-game live, where Festus Ezeli, Chris Bullen, and me, Bonte Hill, break it all down before tip-off and after the final buzzer. Then there's the Dubs Talk podcast, where Monty Poole and I go even deeper with analysis, news, and exclusive Warriors access. And if you want it all, highlights, interviews, breaking news, download the NBC Sports Bay Area app. NBC Sports Bay Area, your home for Warriors coverage.
Being in your bag isn't just for players on the court. With DoorDash, all of Dub Nation has a bag too. Scrolling late night highlights? Have snacks on hand. Hosting a watch party? Get drinks, ice, and cups before tip-off. Low battery during tunnel walks? There's a charger delivered to where you are. DoorDash keeps your bag deep so you can keep up with the speed of the game. DoorDash, official partner of the Golden State Warriors.
Make pet care stress-free with PetMeds, the official partner of the Golden State Warriors. As a trusted national online pharmacy for over 29 years, PetMeds is licensed in all 50 states to support your pet's wellness. We offer a comprehensive range of health solutions for every stage of life, from prescription medications to nutrition and supplements. Visit PetMeds.com and use promo code WARRIORS for 30% off your entire order. PetMeds, empowering you to help your pets live longer, healthier lives.
Warriors fans, dunks, dimes, and no-looks are great on TV, but nothing compares to catching your Golden State Warriors in person. And that all starts with buying tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Warriors and the NBA. Ticketmaster gets you to the game so you can experience all the sights, sounds, and styles in person. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, Ticketmaster's got your back when it comes to scoring tickets. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com/Warriors. See you courtside, Dub Nation.
1 in 8 women have thyroid issues.
Am I the one? I am kind of tired. I should see a doctor. Is it genetic? Does my health plan even cover tests like that? In-network? Out-of-network? Why is this always a whole big thing? Wait. I have Kaiser Permanente. So my coverage includes regular preventive care. Guess it doesn't have to be a whole big thing.
Kaiser Permanente. Healthcare that just works.
This is Draymond Green. You are listening to the Warriors Radio Network presented by United Airlines.
3:15 our time remaining in the third. Golden State leading by 13 points. Podziemski waits and Post will pop out to get the ball. Bucks in the zone. Post turns, skip pass over to Richard. Richard open, won't shoot it. Melton gets it. Left wing to Butler, down to Post. Looks for a cutter, back to Jimmy. Jimmy loads up a triple. Too strong. Offensive rebound, Melton. To Post on the left corner, back to Jimmy. Pump fake goes up and scored it. Kuzma didn't bite on the pump fake, but Jimmy went up strong and got it to go. 91-76 Golden State.
Nice job by Melton finding the little nook or cranny, if you will, and getting that offensive rebound, the weak spot of zones.
Kuzma over the corner. There's Trent Jr. Fires away from the left side. Rebound, Podziemski. Big game for Brandon. Milwaukee guy. Bounce pass over to Butler. Butler waiting. Calls up Post. Bucks now in man-to-man. Off the switch. Jimmy gets Portis. Both wearing white headbands. Butler to the paint. Can't get a shot off. Podziemski with three. Got to go. Ridden out by Harris. Takes a fadeaway on the right side and hit it. Going away for the basket. Crossing the lane left to right.
He can make some of those funky shots.
His first basket of the night. Rollins for three. No good. Post slaps the rebound around. It's picked up by Podziemski. Warriors with their large advantage and the ball right now. Post shoveled it to Butler. Butler waits. Throws it right to Rollins. Rollins anticipated the pass to Melton. Steals it. Gets it to Trent Jr. He goes up. Got fouled by Podziemski. No call. Ball off the hands of Butler. And it will be Milwaukee ball. Minute 43 to go. Porter Jr. in. Rollins to sit down. It's interesting. A guy that's kind of totally out of the rotation for Milwaukee is Cole Anthony.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
And that was a big signing for them in the offseason.
Kuzma with a catch on the right wing. One dribble to Portis. Portis takes a three. It's short, and the rebound to Melton. Portis 0 for 5 in this game. Now pass ahead to Post in the corner. Out to Melton above the break. Misfires. And the rebound to Portis. He'll spin away and get the ball to Porter Jr. Podziemski falls down, open on the right side. A long jumper canned by Kuzma. It's a three-point shot. Makes it 93-79 Golden State.
It's crazy nowadays in the NBA. Guys just don't miss open three-pointers anymore.
No.
I mean, they do, obviously, but they make a high percentage of them.
Richard spins away from Trent, gets it back to Melton between the circles, drives right, blasting by Kuzma, high off the window with a soft touch. And Melton with another bucket tonight. He's got 14, now give him 16.
On 8 shots.
95-79. Kuzma backs in, bumps Jimmy out of the way, goes up strong, got fouled. He's going to the line as he scores. And a chance for another and one for Milwaukee. Let's go to Whitley Sandrano from our flagship station 95.7 The Game, talking to Coach Anthony Vereen.
After only making 10 threes against the Clippers on Monday, you've made 12 tonight in the first half. What's clicking offensively?
I just think we're getting the ball into the paint early. We're having some really good early kickouts and giving our guys some time to get some good shots off.
Giannis, he's off to a pretty hot start. How do you contain him in the second half?
Man, we just try to load bodies, show him multiple fronts and multiple defense. He's a great player, so we just want to keep changing the looks and try to keep him out the paint.
Back to you, Tim.
Thank you, Willie. Nice job as Kuzma slides home the free throw for the three-point play. And it's a 13-point lead now for Golden State. 10 points for Kuzma. He's bounced around the league, but is a talented forward. Jimmy Butler with a dribble. Now working on Portis. Pulls up. Foul line jumper. No. Rebound deflected. Last touch by the white-clad visiting team from Milwaukee. And I think it's Porter Jr. down in the paint. Acting like he got hit in the face.
Yeah, I don't know if he ate an elbow or...
Yeah, I think it was Post who got him. Post went over to check on him.
Good, nice job by Post, though. He just battled for the rebound. You don't get it, but it goes off a buck.
14 in the shot clock, 29.8 in the game clock here at the end of the third. Melton juggles the pass from Butler from the baseline. Gets it to Podziemski on the logo. Shot clock at 7. Podziemski drives, finds Melton. He's open, top side three. It's good again.
Yeah, he's dialed in.
Absolutely, 98-82. A 19-point effort for DeAnthony Melton. And we've got 10 seconds left in the third. Season high for Melton as Porter Jr. dribbles through a Portis screen. Gets post with 3, with 2. Just shoot the 3 over the top of him. Missed it. Podziemski heaved it the length of the floor, but it was after the buzzer. 16-point lead as we go to the fourth quarter. Warriors 98 and the Bucks 82. Golden State looking to start the 8-game homestand with a flourish on the 95.7 The Game Warriors Radio Network, presented by United Airlines.
The lights, the crowd, the moment. When the Warriors take the floor, greatness follows. At Cache Creek Casino Resort, every moment shines. Feel the rush as the reels spin. Breathe in our serene spa. Savor each bite in our award-winning steakhouse. And recharge in the comfort of our luxurious hotel. Cache Creek Casino Resort, proud partner of your Golden State Warriors. Please play responsibly.
Say you're a coach in Chase Center and need to draw up a last-second play. Or you're a fan in Section 212 craving nachos. AI from Google Cloud can help with both. The Warriors are using AI from Google Cloud to break down every move on the court, helping coaches game plan. And for fans, the same AI powers the mobile app, giving you personalized content, highlights, and yes, nachos ordered from your phone. With AI, you're always in the game, even off the court. Google Cloud, the official AI partner of the Golden State Warriors.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Draymond shovel to Curry. Curry in traffic. 3 defenders on him. He shoots and scores in between all 3. Wow. Steph Curry pretty happy with himself.
That's the shot of the game, sponsored by Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Proudly serving all of Northern California with the largest in-stock inventory of your favorite luxury home appliances. Tim?
Thank you, RC. We started the fourth quarter. Bucks with the ball. Warriors with a lead. 98-82 and a steal by Moses Moody. Gets it over to Podziemski. Hightails it down the lane. Gets it to Santos. Back to Pods on the left wing. 11:40 to go. Golden State with a 98-82 advantage. Curry to Horford on the right sideline. Pressured by Portis over to Moody. Moody pressured there by Harris. Boy, the Bucks seem to be coming out and playing the Warriors on the perimeter here as Moody takes a jumper. Won't go. Rebound deflected and Portis with it. Bucks start the third quarter on an 8-0 push. The Warriors came back via Curry. Harris goes up, draws a foul. In transition, the foul's on Horford. Curry had a 13-point quarter. He's working on a 27-point game. Melton scored 8 in the third. He's working on a 19-point game. And Steve Kerr's going to challenge. He's got that look right now like, I really don't want to do this. But so the green light's going to be on here at Chase Center. We have a challenge brought to you by Ring Central.
The ruling employs a defensive foul. Golden State is challenging the ruling, and this play is now under review.
And we'll take the timeout on the Warriors Radio Network.
What's up, Dub Nation? Bonte Hill here. And if you eat, sleep, and breathe Warriors basketball like I do, you need to be locked in with the Dub Talk podcast. Every week, join me and Monty Poole as we break it all down. Get the breaking news, in-depth analysis, exclusive interviews, and everything in between. It's all Warriors, all the time. Whether you're at home or on the go, tap in to stay ahead of the game with new episodes dropping weekly. The NBC Sports Bay Area Dub Talk podcast. Download now wherever you get your podcast.
Say you're a coach in Chase Center and need to draw up a last-second play. Or you're a fan in Section 212 craving nachos. AI from Google Cloud can help with both. The Warriors are using AI from Google Cloud to break down every move on the court, helping coaches game plan. And for fans, the same AI powers the mobile app, giving you personalized content, highlights, and yes, nachos ordered from your phone. With AI, you're always in the game, even off the court. Google Cloud, the official AI partner of the Golden State Warriors.
Kia is the official automotive partner of the NBA. And we think about basketball a lot. The plays, the swagger, the glory, the game. And how we can elevate our own game with capability that takes us to another level. And ground clearance that propels us even higher. The 3-row 2025 Kia Telluride X-Line all-wheel drive. Kia, official vehicle partner of the Golden State Warriors. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
What do you think makes the perfect snack?
It's gotta be when I'm really craving it and it's convenient.
Could you be more specific?
When it's cravenient.
Okay.
Like a freshly baked cookie made with real butter, available right now in the street at AM/PM, or a savory breakfast sandwich I can grab in just a second at AM/PM.
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Well, yeah, we're talking about what I crave.
Which is anything from AM/PM.
What more could you want?
Stop by AM/PM where the snacks and drinks are perfectly craveable and convenient. That's Cravenience. AM/PM, too much good stuff.
Make pet care stress-free with PetMeds, the official partner of the Golden State Warriors. As a trusted national online pharmacy for over 29 years, PetMeds is licensed in all 50 states to support your pet's wellness. We offer a comprehensive range of health solutions for every stage of life, from prescription medications to nutrition and supplements. Visit PetMeds.com and use promo code WARRIORS for 30% off your entire order. PetMeds, empowering you to help your pets live longer, healthier lives.
Hi, this is Al Horford. The Warriors 2025-2026 season is presented by Kaiser Permanente.
Al Horford jumping it up at center court because the Warriors won the challenge. It was a clean block by Horford on Harris. So it's a jump ball. Ball was loose at the time of the whistle. And he'll jump it up and wins the jump from Kuzma. Ball goes to Podziemski, who bounces it for Steph Curry. Curry, near side, off the screen. Bounce pass to traffic to Horford. Touch pass to Moody. Up top, Podziemski. Dribble drive by Pods. Pump fake goes in, throws out to Horford. Baseline jumper, rolls over the cylinder, no good. Kuzma wrestles the rebound away. Comes streaking down the right side, sizes up Santos. And a little bully ball, but he missed the shot. And Horford clears to Curry. Right sideline, Moody. Above the break, it's in rhythm, misses the three. Trent Jr. has it. And now the Bucks on the attack. Kuzma with a big step, slow motion move and throws it back out to Trent. Now to Porter Jr. Top of the key, underhand, right-hand pass to Portis, who fades the baseline to Porter Jr. to Kuzma. Open three, top side, good.
Solid ball movement. Just drag the defense toward the corner and then two quick passes, a wide open three.
98-85. Curry steps out to Horford. Horford's open, top of the key three. Nothing there. Ball tipped. Last touch by the Bucks.
Santos
in there hustling, trying to get something going. And we'll sub now. Draymond Green comes in.
Key is just I guarantee, a nightmare to guard. Not because of his offensive abilities. He never stops working.
Moving.
He's going to hit the boards. He's going to dive on the ground for loose balls. It'd just be hard work.
Golden State with a fresh 14. Curry to Draymond. Antetokounmpo is back in as well for Milwaukee. Curry, top side with the dribble up. Porter Jr. behind the back. Takes the young man down the lane and scoop to the hoop. It's up and good. Right over the top of him.
Pretty.
The Warriors have hit the century mark. They lead by 15. Porter Jr. to the corner. There's Trent Jr. His shot doesn't fall. Rebound tip. Curry's got it. Curry with his 6th rebound ahead to Santos. It's a beauty, and he slows down and lays the ball in.
Nice pass.
102-85. 17-point lead for Golden State. First bucket for Santos and a timeout for Milwaukee. We take the break on the Warriors Radio Network.
Being in your bag isn't just for players on the court. With DoorDash, all of Dub Nation has a bag too. Scrolling late night highlights? Have snacks on hand. Hosting a watch party? Get drinks, ice, and cups before tip-off. Low battery during tunnel walks? There's a charger delivered to where you are. DoorDash keeps your bag deep so you can keep up with the speed of the game. DoorDash, official partner of the Golden State Warriors.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Now through January 12th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. All those savings add up to one thing: a Happy New Year from The Floor Store. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
15 years ago, PG&E launched Power Pathway, an education and job training program developed to increase the number of skilled workers in the energy industry. Since then, 85% of the graduates have been hired by PG&E or the construction utility industry, focusing on students in underserved communities, women, and military veterans. Power Pathway is helping the next generation of PG&E energy professionals build a better future for themselves and a clean energy future for California. To learn more, visit pge.com/powerpathway.
This is Draymond Green. Welcome back to the Warriors broadcast booth, presented by DoorDash.
102-85, Golden State up 17, 9:43 to go. And the Bucks calling the timeout. Doc Rivers talking to his team. A team that is below 500, but you'd figure with Giannis and some of the veterans they have in this team, maybe they should be a little farther along. A.J. Green gets it over in the corner. There's Portis. If he starts to heat up, he can really fill it up quickly.
Absolutely. Very good three-point shooter. Not just for a big man, but because he's a good three-point shooter.
His first make in 6 tries tonight. Curry over the shoulder flip to Draymond. He'll drive in, throws out to Santos. Gee with the dribble, back to Draymond. Shot clock at 7. Here comes Moody. Ball thrown up top to Melton. Melton, 2 dribbles on A.J. Green. Spins with 1 on the clock. Shoots it. It's on the rim and rolls down. Clutch shot by DeAnthony Melton. Give him 21 on the night.
Basket's looking like a kid's pool for Melton.
104-88. Porter Jr. dribbles in the hash mark. Cross court to Portis. Steps into a 3. It's up and good, I'm telling you.
Yep.
Knocks down back-to-back triples. It's 104-91 Warriors.
He can get it rolling from out there.
Both he and Gary Trent can really get hot quickly. Santos back cut in the paint. Throws out to Melton. The hot hand. It's off the front rim with a 3. And Antetokounmpo with it. Down the right side, he jogs. Comes in. Drives on Draymond. Spins on him. Goes up. Finger roll. Got fouled. Draymond with his 4th. Draymond, after bruising a rib, jumping on the floor into the Warrior bench in L.A., and then tweaking an ankle. And tonight he's going to guard Giannis all night long.
Now that you brought it up.
Yes.
If you're buddy, how about a little help on the bench when Draymond's sliding towards you, huh? Instead of lifting your feet up, letting him run into the chair. I'm like, come on, buddy. My buddy's like, I'm out of here. It's okay when it's their team, not your team.
Antetokounmpo misses the first free throw. I think self-preservation might have kicked in there.
No, you can help a little bit. Put your feet out, something.
It's like, sometimes you'll see that like in football. The guy runs out of bounds, the other team just parts the way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The guy run into the wall. And, it's okay.
Hey, what do they do in baseball when you go into the dugout for a foul ball?
Oh, nothing.
Home team?
Yeah.
They're there for you. Away team, you're on your own, pal.
Antetokounmpo. Second free throw. Good. The Golden State lead is 12. They have led by as many as 17. Antetokounmpo 2 of 7 from the line. Draymond walks it up. Trying to hand it off to Butler. Collision with Porter Jr. Here's Butler to the paint. To Horford. Right corner. Lets it fly. No good. Antetokounmpo reaches up with that incredible wingspan for the rebound. Jogging down the left side with a dribble. Cross court. Gets it to Rollins, who is left unguarded, but his shot bounces over the backboard and goes out of play.
They dodged one there because no one rotated to Rollins. They're all going to the next pass. There was no next pass.
So Golden State still with the ball, going right to left on your radio dial. Butler with a 12-point lead. Right sideline, Draymond to Melton. Back to Draymond, back to Butler in between the circles. Drifting right off a screen. Gets on to Antetokounmpo. Shot clock at 5. Jimmy's got to go. Step back, baseline jump around the way. It's short. And Antetokounmpo reaches up over his teammate, Porter Jr., grabs another rebound. Now he accelerates and falls down on the play. Got tripped by Jimmy Butler. And should be a side out. That'll be the second team foul on Golden State.
Once he shifts gears in the open court, Wolf is right. It's like, oh, man, you better be in front of him already, because if not, from half court, it's 2 dribbles at most, and he's at the rim. His strides are incredible.
Bucks have the ball. Porter Jr. catches the inbounds, working on Jimmy Butler. Head fake, one-on-one, spins back to the right. The scoop is up and short. Will Richard takes the board down and gives it back to Butler. Curry on the bench right now. The Warriors leading by 12. 7 minutes to go. Butler off the screen, drifting, now driving on Portis. Powers his way up and in. He might have gotten Portis in the chops that time with his right elbow. And it's 106-92.
Nice hesitation, and then got Portis on his hip, and then he was gone.
Butler's got 17. A.J. Green behind a Giannis screen, hits a 3, and the Bucks are starting to shoot the ball with efficiency and accuracy. 106-95, slowly whittling the lead down. Butler, right corner, Draymond, quick 3, got it. Draymond shot that with confidence. 109-95, Draymond's first 3 of the night, gives him 7 points, 8 assists, and 2 boards. Antetokounmpo comes right off a pick, goes right to the rim, and a 2-hand slam. He took 1 step. He was halfway to the rim.
It's silly.
109-97. He's got 29 points. Richard to Draymond. Back to Richard. Throws right sideline to Horford. Portis all the way out to guard him. Draymond catches. It's another 3. It's a front rim. It bounces up over the rim and drop through.
Thank you very much.
Yes, great to be on the home floor. 112-97. Porter Jr. right side takes a jumper, rattled that one home.
Well, the Warriors continue to score, but the Bucks are starting to get a little bit of a rhythm as well, so you better keep scoring.
Draymond off a pick. He attacks, plows his way into Porter Jr. The shot doesn't go, but Draymond gets the foul call, and we'll head to the strike. And Draymond having a discussion right now with John Butler. Porter Jr.'s first foul. And now we get to see everybody line up. So Draymond to shoot 2. First one's on the way. It's good. Talked to Vin Baker before the game briefly.
Vin?
Yeah, he and my brother Pat share the same collegiate affiliation, University of Hartford.
Nice.
Our high school is about really 20 minutes from there. We're right down Bloomfield Avenue in Bloomfield, Connecticut.
Good player.
Yeah, second free throw short. 113-99, Golden State up by 14. Giannis, handoff Porter Jr. Vin Baker, one of the assistant coaches now for the Bucks. Working on the Doc Rivers staff. On the Kupo. Pogo's into a jumper over Horford from about 18 feet away. And again, the Bucks are in a much better offensive rhythm than they have been all night long.
Yeah, I know they're up 12, the Warriors are, but it's starting to feel a little, I don't want to say scary, but man, it's rough when you feel like you get a score every single time down.
The way this year has gone, it is scary.
Yeah.
Horford, low left, out to Butler. A 3-ball in front of the Bucks bench. No good. Ball tip goes to Portis. Hand off Giannis. Here comes Milwaukee. Giannis full head of steam driving on Horford. Spins it up and in. He tumbles down. And Steve Kerr calls a timeout. It's a 10-point game with 4:38 to go. 113-103. We will keep it here topside in the DoorDash broadcast booth as Giannis Antetokounmpo spoke earlier this year about how Kevin Porter Jr. and Ryan Rollins need to grow at some point so that Giannis doesn't have to carry all the burden.
Obviously, they haven't played big minutes in all big important games yet in their career. But at the end of the day, I think both of them are great basketball players. They know how to control the game. They know what we are trying to look for. As much as I can right now, probably try to kind of facilitate as much as I can from the post, which probably I'm doing more than I've done in my career. I love when I handle the ball a little bit and bring the ball up and handle the ball and get everybody in their position and run the play. But now just, kind of give them space to grow because at the end of the day, we don't need them to make plays and read plays and read momentums and read situation and set up our offense. When they face a zone defense or when they face a experienced guard like Dennis and Russell, like they gotta go through it. Today we check the stats, right? 7 assists and more. I've won 69% of my games.
Yep.
And 8 assists and more, 73% of my games.
Yep.
So pretty much when I'm the point guard, we win.
That's Giannis. Warriors with the ball. 113-103. Jimmy Butler down the lane. The shot's good and a foul. He threw it up as soon as he heard the whistle. And that's an and one. The foul on Porter Jr.
That's a big bucket right there.
Yep.
And just you have to know if you're Porter. As soon as Jimmy gets by you or even with you, he's going to veer right back into you. But that's his goal, is to draw body contact. Because he knows he's strong enough to finish through it. But the goal is, hey, let me at least get a trip to the free throw line. Maybe I can get a three-point opportunity, which he did. Didn't catch it off.
Santos hustles to the offensive rebound. Draymond out to Melton. Melton dribble drive in. Stripped by Porter Jr. It's off of Melton. Nice play by Porter Jr.
That's still impressive play by Key.
Oh.
I mean, just the hustle. He's like a shark out there. Doesn't sleep.
It may get to the point where he's going to be an everyday part of the rotation because he just makes stuff happen, even when he's not scoring. A.J. Green, right side, finds Porter. No, stolen away by Jimmy Butler. Butler with the break. Slows down and gets the right-hand layup. No. Slapped out of bounds by Milwaukee as Melton was in there to challenge, and Jimmy Butler can't believe he missed that layup.
I don't know if it slipped a little bit out of his hand or...
Curry, who was returned to the lineup, will put the ball into play. Near side of the basket to our left. Feeds it Draymond, who pops out to the elbow, swings the ball to Melton, looks inside for Butler. Butler finds a cutter. It's Curry. Curry popped it over to Draymond. Back to Curry. Quick three over Giannis. It's no good. Rollins with it. 115-103 Warriors. 3:45 to go. Giannis working on Draymond, low left. Backs him down, throws outside to Rollins. Back to Giannis. He'll spin, goes up, finger rolled it, no good. Santos with the rebound. Santos making his name as a fourth quarter player here. Butler, Draymond, topside triple. Lands with a thud. Rebound goes to Rollins. Rollins with Melton on his hip. And a timeout for Doc Rivers and the Bucks. 3:21 to go. Reminder, part of this homestand is Friday, January 9th. Dubs take on the Sacramento Kings, presented by AM/PM. All fans get a Warriors mini tote bag. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW Hoop. Representatives standing by. In fact, if you come out Friday, if you were coming out tonight, you would have the bag and the Hello Kitty bag charm.
Ooh, look at that.
There you go.
Double trouble. Talk about a team that looks like it should be better than it is, but doesn't quite fit together. The Kings.
Yeah.
They're that thing, too. Now, they don't have Sabonis, so that's obviously a huge key. And I always tell people, it's not just about the talent you accumulated, it's does that talent fit together. And that's the only thing I can figure out with the Bucks, watching them play, because they do have good players on their team. Interesting that Doc called the timeout there, by the way. You really rarely see a coach call a timeout when the team's in transition heading toward the bucket. So, like, if you're the Warriors right now, it's just make sure you try to take care of the paint, make it tough on them. Don't let them get back in this thing 3 points at a time. And if they're going to make three-pointers, make them three-pointers where you're within a couple feet and make it a challenge three-pointers. Don't give them a bunch of wide-open threes to get back into this thing. Because in the fourth quarter, they have started to shoot the ball pretty well from 2 and 3.
Well, trucker Chase Dog checks in from Fredericktown, Missouri on his way to Shreveport. Listening on Sirius XM, because listening to you and Tom calling game is pure joy. Thank you, trucker.
Thank you.
Dublin Marge says, great show tonight, Jim. I'm reminded of Johnny Carson and Ed McMahon. Maybe we can talk about the Slauson cutoff.
There you go.
Rollins will throw it in.
I can bring you your Karnak the Magnificent.
I would love to do that. An NBA one?
Yeah, that'd be
awesome. Incredible. Here comes Porter Jr. on the far side. Warriors lead 115-103, a whistle and a foul.
And Draymond poked him in the eye. Didn't mean to, but
Courtney Kirkland spots the infraction. Bob checks in at Tim Roy at Warriors.com. He's listening in Tennessee. Says, let's go! So, Draymond's fifth foul. Rollins goes baseline out to Turner. He fakes. Butler shoots it and hits a high arcing three.
That was a crazy pump fake. I'm not even sure if he got up on his toes. He just showed him the ball.
Bucks heading into that timeout. We're 8 of 13 from the field in the fourth quarter. 115-106. Jimmy Butler drives on Giannis. Nowhere to go. 10 to shoot. Over to Draymond. Low left. Draymond looks and waits for Curry. Curry, though, screens for Melton. Melton catches with 3. Puts it on the deck over A.J. Green, but got fouled en route. So here we have a question from Roberto. He wants to know via email, TimRoy at Warriors.com or TimRoy at GoldenState.com. Either one works. He wants me to ask you, what do you think the win-loss record of this homestand should be? And he says, please don't say 5-3.
All right, 3-5. How about that? I think 6-2 is doable. But yeah, 5-3 would be tough. Look, it toughens up toward the end.
It does, yeah.
There's some pretty tough teams coming into town toward the end. So I would think 6-2 would be what you're shooting for. But 5-3 is fine, whether you want me to say it or not.
Jumper by A.J. Green in the corner.
You better get this one first.
After the Warriors melted, made 1 of 2 from the free throw line. It's 116-109. It's a 7-point game.
Yeah, well, they've hit 8 3-pointers in the fourth quarter here.
Curry pinned to the sideline by Rollins. Dribbles in, gets by him. Underhand, right hand, no good. Tip, no good by Butler. He goes flying to the deck underneath the basket. And that's because he was fouled as he hustled down the lane to try to get the offensive putback. 10-3 Bucks push here. Warriors led by 17 in this one. Closing games has not been a Warrior strength.
No, it has not.
They're saying that it was a tip, so it was not controlled, so it's going to be a possession, not a shot. Doc Rivers, Jimmy Butler trading pleasantries. Draymond Green catches the throw-in. Gets it down toward Butler. Low left. Double team coming. Butler spins. Shoots it off balance. Got fouled there. My goodness.
He just has a knack.
He just creates
He
opportunities.
really does. He knows angles. Must have been a good geometry student.
If you had a player that didn't draw fouls in the NBA, you would put together a link with Jimmy Butler making moves and just show that player here. Here's how you draw some fouls.
Yep. Here's how you get into people's bodies. And he still puts himself in pretty good position to score, too. A lot of them are, let me just see if I can get to the line. But because sometimes if you try to draw a foul and you don't get it, then you have no chance of making the bucket. He usually at least has a decent chance of making the bucket whether it gets fouled or not.
Butler hits 2 free throws. He's 8 of 9. He has half of the free throws attempted by Golden State. 118-109, more importantly, 9-point lead. Porter Jr., Rollins, up top, Turner. Shows the ball, one dribble, lob it into Giannis, guarded by Melton. Spins around him, look out, two-hand slam.
That's okay. You want to stay attached to three-point shooters right now.
And now the Warriors at least made them run a little clock, too. Far wing, Butler to Curry. Curry, left side to Draymond. Chest pass over to Moody. Moody, downstairs to Butler. Shot clock at 7. Butler passed in the paint, deflected away. It was kicked away off of Milwaukee. And it will be Golden State ball with 3.7 the time remaining on the shot clock.
That was big. If you can get a bucket here, you put yourself in really good position.
Curry flips it into Draymond, knocked out of bounds by Turner. He almost had it for a steal. 0.8 goes off the clock. 2.9 is now on the scoreboard in red. And here comes Melton to throw it in. To Draymond. Quick shot in the corner. It's up. It's an air ball. And Moody gets it, but cannot get the rebound shot off. And so it's a violation on the Warriors. They lead by 7 with 1:19 to go.
Draymond's saying it hit the rim. Didn't look like it hit the rim, but maybe. Maybe not.
And they're going to take a look at
it. Let's see.
Yep, they can at this point with 1:19 to go. Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers is putting on a show downstairs.
This play is under review. See if the ball hit the rim.
Courtney Kirkland, our crew chief. Call and review brought to you by Ring Central, the official enterprise cloud communications partner of the Golden State Warriors. You were chortling over there. I love it when you chortle.
It's close. From the angle I saw, you really couldn't tell, and I couldn't tell if what you're looking for is it change rotation,
right,
in any way. And it was really, really hard to tell. Now, what do you do in that? What do they do? They just do a jump ball with 0.5 seconds left on the clock. I don't know what would they do if they deemed it did hit the rim?
Well, it depends on whether they would give Moody possession. Here's Courtney Kirkland.
After review, the ball did not hit the rim. Rule on the floor stands as a 24-second violation. Play will be resumed with Milwaukee inbounding the ball.
Well, there you go. It doesn't matter.
Courtney Kirkland, I think, is one of the guys in the league that has really grown into the role, over the years. He had some... Remember that time Jerry Sloan went after him on the baseline? And
yes.
So, I mean...
I wouldn't want anybody going after me. I really wouldn't want Jerry Sloan going after me.
Exactly.
He was scared. I mean, I played against Jerry Sloan coach teams. He was intimidating. He just was intense.
And now Courtney Kirkland has worked his way into a crew chief position. Well done. Porter Jr. takes the inbound. Wheels to the left side of the paint. The floater on the go won't go in. Draymond tipped the rebound down away from Giannis. Moody grabbed it. And now here come the Warriors. Jimmy Butler off a screen by Draymond. Ball goes to the corner. There's Melton. Can't find the range on 3. Now with inside of a minute to go, Warriors up 7. 118-111. Here comes Rollins. Give and go with Giannis. Rollins takes it back outside. Shoots over Draymond. Rattles. It doesn't fall. Draymond has the rebound. 45 seconds left. At this point, a 24-second shot clock violation would be fine.
Calling it.
And you heard Tom. He has cracked the can. And that's the guaranteed win. The crowd rises as one at Chase Center. Curry with a dribble, far side, step out three, good. Night time.
Even Steph heard the can.
Yep. 120 to 111. They call it a 2. 23 seconds to go. Rollins muscles his way in and scores. Making a 7-point game again. Curry trapped in the backcourt. Rollins knocked the ball away. And get a whistle. It's out of bounds off Rollins. Golden State will get it. Bucks are saying the challenge. Looked like it might have been off Draymond.
Well. I mean, even if it's not, you might as well challenge it for the heck of it.
Doc Rivers trying to, and get the attention. The green light's going on. We have a challenge with 14.1 to go. And the Bucks will take a look at this. You know, I'll say this. If I was looking at the Bucks and looking at something.
Rule on the floor is the ball being awarded to Golden State. Milwaukee is challenging the ruling, and his play is now in review.
That's Courtney Kirkland again. Busy man here in the final couple minutes. I would look at like a veteran, point guard who's not a shoot first point guard. Some guy to get you in your offense, make sure Giannis gets the ball when you need to get him the ball. And maybe probably not.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. That's good defensively. One of those types. That might be off Draymond, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it might be off number 23. Ooh, he sat right on top of Rollins' head. Oh, my God.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's like a sore neck when you wake up the next morning.
Well, it looks like it hits off Rollins. Every time I see it, it's just crushing him. I couldn't tell for sure if it went off Draymond. It looked like it went off Rollins as he was getting crushed by Draymond.
Tough call.
After review, the ball was last touched by Golden State. The ruling on the floor has been overturned.
Okay.
The ball will now be awarded to Milwaukee on the baseline.
14.4 to go. And if Milwaukee hit the shot here, Tom, you know what that means?
It means you get the ball to Steph Curry on the inbound pass?
Well, that too, yes. I was going to say it's another clutch game.
Another clutch game.
Porter Jr. will throw it in near side. Giannis, the only player from Milwaukee there. Rollins in the corner. Left elbow extended is Miles Turner, and by the hash mark is A.J. Green. Steph Curry and Moses Moody communicating on screens.
It also means there's people watching this game that are very interested in the last 14.7 seconds.
I didn't look, I don't know. But okay.
Oh, yes, there are.
Giannis with a catch outside. Passes to Rollins. Straightens up a Draymond there on the switch. A.J. Green shoots a contested three over Moody. Short, long rebound. Melton tipped it and comes back and gets the ball. Curry's got it. And Doc Rivers says, let him go. Buzzer sounds, game over. Doc Rivers and Steve Kerr hug it out. And the Warriors come away with a 7-point win, 120 to 113. Who would your electrifying player of the game would be? I think I've got my answer.
Go ahead.
DeAnthony Melton, I thought, helped change the game for them.
Yeah, I like that call.
Yeah. He was 2 points off a Warriors season high for players off the bench. Moses Moody has that with 24. So
I like it.
Yeah, and he does so many things on the defensive side too.
Very efficient. Yeah, not a big volume night as far as shooting the ball, but again, 8 for 12, 21 points, and you're always going to get good two-way play out of DeAnthony as well. Just a nice solid win. Get you up on the right foot in the homestand. So you got to take advantage early in this homestand. See if you can build that momentum. And then when they get to some of those tougher teams we've talked about, I'd love to tell you who they are, but I can't remember.
Toronto.
Knicks. And then there's somebody else.
Toronto's had a good record this year. They've already beaten the Warriors once. And then Miami comes to town. They're above 500. As we get DeAnthony Melton down there. DeAnthony, how are you?
Hey, I'm living life, man. I'm living life.
Once again, you're our electrifying player of the game.
I love that.
Hey, it's a matter of time when you're a veteran player, I would assume. But it really looks like it just took you a couple of weeks to kind of find your rhythm with your shot, and it's just great to see it go in.
Man, no, definitely. In this rehab process, I was playing against a lot of, coaches and stuff like that. So, the league builds us a different speed. And, playing different teams, different matchups, different schemes. So I just had to adjust all that stuff and just keep going.
Yeah, when you look at this win tonight, coming off the heels of what was a disappointing loss in L.A., you guys have 7 more home games in a row. How important is it to set a tone for the second half to have a great homestand?
I mean, it's major. I mean, the amount of support these fans show, we got to show it for them, too, at the same time. So, defending our home court is very important. We get to sleep in our beds, see our families and everything like that. So we got to make sure when we come to work, we come to play, and we come to play hard.
What's the biggest key when you're going up against Milwaukee, D'Anthony?
Man, loading up,
Yeah,
Giannis is one mother loving. So we just got to continue to battle with him. Show we not scared. Show we how physical we are. I mean, Dre had 5 fouls today, and he played amazing defense on Giannis today. So we just got to pay attention to stuff like that.
And it seemed like the ball movement was really clicking for the better part of the game. You guys had some really nice possessions where it was pick and roll, drive, hit the pocket, kick it to the corner, and then back out to the wing, and it took like 3 seconds. It seemed like you had a few of those possessions tonight, did it not?
Oh, most definitely. We got a lot of guys, in and out of rotation sometimes, so it takes a little minute to find that chemistry, but I think it's finally turning that corner. I think we're trying to figure out, what we got to do to be successful. We got the players, and we just got to make sure we got the scheme and we got the fight.
Well, D'Anthony, 22 off the bench. Only Moses Moody has more this year for the Warriors off the bench. And I got to thank you because radio's up high in most every building. So in Philadelphia, I wasn't sure what Pat Spencer was saying, but now I know. He says, I'm that mother-loving guy.
We love Pat. We love Pat. Pat going to get us going all the time.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thanks, Anthony.
Anthony Melton, our guest. Warriors with a win, 120-113. It's brought to you by Toyota, class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota Let's Go places our electrified player of the game. And don't forget tonight's Warriors shop item of the game. Take 30% off. Nothing but net adjustable hat from 47 brand. Enter code IOTG30 at checkout at shop.warriors.com. It's a Fanatics experience. Post-game show beckons. Warriors with the win, starting the 8-game homestand with a W on the Warriors Radio Network, presented by United Airlines.
Being in your bag isn't just for players on the court. With DoorDash, all of Dub Nation has a bag too. Scrolling late-night highlights? Have snacks on hand. Hosting a watch party? Get drinks, ice, and cups before tip-off. Low battery during tunnel walks? There's a charger delivered to where you are. DoorDash keeps your bag deep so you can keep up with the speed of the game. DoorDash, official partner of the Golden State Warriors.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Janet from Burlingame. We had such a great experience with this company, especially with our technician, Sergio. He took the time to explain what was going on, what our options were, and how to keep everything running smoothly in the future.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope. It's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
been listening to Golden State Warriors basketball.
The ball game's over.
Now, stay tuned for the Golden State Warriors postgame show
on the Golden State Warriors Radio Network.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. Picture this. It's game night at Chase Center. Instead of sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic, you're already on your way, cruising up the peninsula on Caltrain. No stress, no parking hunt, just an easy ride straight into San Francisco. You can catch up on scores, chat with friends, or just sit back and enjoy the ride. And when the game is over, Caltrain's ready to take you home safely and comfortably, making getting there part of the fun. Take Caltrain to Chase Center, your ride to what matters.
It's the RV Mega Show and Sale. January 2nd through 11th, only at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go, and all reasonable offers will be considered. Save big on the top brands in Northern California. Brinkley, Outdoors, ATC, and more. Buy now and get ready for 2026 with incredible trade-in values and special financing. Cordelia RV Center, family-owned and operated right off Highway 80 and 680 in Fairfield. We do business with a handshake. Visit CordeliaRV.com. And don't miss the Mega Show and Sale.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This is the Golden State Warriors postgame show.
Oh, my goodness. Just ridiculous for Steph Curry.
The game might be over, but it's not time for night-night just yet.
Night-night.
Brought to you by Cash Creek. Cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort, where the good times never fade away. Visit CashCreek.com to learn about California's premier casino resort.
Golden State with the win, 120-113 over Milwaukee. And the Warriors tonight, they canned 18 threes, 18 of 47, 38%. And that means $9,000 donated to benefit local organizations, underserved youth, part of the Hoops for Kids program. Brought to you by Salesforce. Go to Warriors.com/kids for more info. Thank you, Salesforce, and all of our participating sponsors. And we thank them because they're helping make the Bay Area an even better place to live. Well, Tom, tonight the Warriors, I want to say it wasn't really a take care of business game because Milwaukee's got talent and they got Giannis. Yeah. But, I thought slowly but surely, I think their offense is coming around. And, they shot 48.9 from the floor tonight, 31 assists on 44 buckets. And even though Milwaukee, with this unbelievable fourth quarter shooting, they got their game total up to 54% for the night. And I really don't want to say this, but it's a fact. The Warriors have only 16 turnovers in their last 8 quarters.
Well, you better say it because you might not get another chance.
It's their all-time low under Steve Kerr. No, I don't know if that's true or not.
Oh, man. It's something I just looked at because I was like, I kept trying to figure out. And it's not just about this with the Bucks. They shoot well from the field. They shoot well from three. So what's the problem with them is, I just looked, they're like 29th in the league in free throws made per game. And just think about free throw percentage because the guy that goes to the line the most shoots the worst in Giannis.
Right.
They got a bunch of guys that can shoot threes, but nobody that can get to the rim. Even their big guys, Portis and Turner, don't go to the rim very often. So it's tough when you got to continually make field goals to beat people. You need some of those free points. We saw with Jimmy Butler last year.
Well, that's the big key for Butler on offense is he gets to the free throw line.
Yep.
The Warriors are dead last in points in the paint.
Yeah.
In the league, dead last, which means that, okay, you got a jump shooting team. But on those nights where it's not going in, you got to have a guy like Jimmy Butler who can get you to the free throw line.
Yeah, no, we saw in L.A.
Yeah.
When you're not making shots, it's tough on you. But look,
it's a make or miss league.
Thank you. I mean, just solid effort, a workmanlike effort. There was nothing like spectacular about what they did. They defense was okay. They kept him off the free throw line, only 12 free throw attempts. But really, you mentioned it. They just didn't turn the ball over. It's 2 games in a row now. They've got up more shots than the opposition. Last night, it was 15. Tonight, it was 5. Plus, not only the 5, you have 6 more free throw attempts as well. So when you're just getting more cracks at it, chances are you're going to have a better, not chances are, you're going to have a better chance to win. And it's not like Milwaukee turned it over a bunch. They only turned it over 12 times. But the Warriors, 8 turnovers. And that, to me, we'll see if it continues. But that's a nice trend 2 games in a row. Just taking care of the ball, getting up shots, and we'll see where it goes. Like I said, 6-2 I think is attainable. 5-3 is probably, if you get that, you're looking pretty good. I don't want to get ahead of myself. This isn't a really dynamic basketball team, so you can't say, oh, they should win all the games at home. That's just not the case. And as we mentioned, they're easier to begin with, start to get tougher toward the end of the homestand. So, but it's a nice start, a nice solid workmanlike yeoman effort.
Curry had 7 rebounds, 7 assists to go with his 31 points. Al Horford, 10 rebounds in 19 minutes. That's
no, he was
right
rolling.
There.
I think he had 9 at half. He was took the second half off.
Yeah,
have to
2
talk
blocks.
to Al about that. What are you doing out there in the second half? 1 rebound? Can't have that. No, again, it was a solid effort. There was nothing that really jumped out at you. Melton played really, really well. Steph is Steph. But Butler did his thing. Got to the free throw line 9 times. He got there 9 out of the 18 times. So it was just a nice effort and a nice win against a team that, these are the type of teams you got to beat. Is it guaranteed? No, because they're a little under 500, like 4 or 5 games under 500. I think 5 now, and you're a little over 500. So those games are kind of toss-ups. It's just nice to get that one. Move on to the second one. You get the Kings, another team that I mentioned during the broadcast that looks better than they are. They're missing Sabonis, which is huge. But they have talent on that team. Like DeRozan seems to always shoot well and kill the Warriors. Levine's a guy that could go for 30, 35 on any given night. Like they have guys on their team that you look at and go, wow. Like they could. They don't very often, but they could if you are sleeping at the wheel.
By the way, we'll have all the scores in a moment. Portland leading Houston 103-102. There's 5.9 left in that game. Love on the free throw line for the Trailblazers. But, you're right. There's a lot of talent there, but it just doesn't fit. And it just doesn't – it hasn't fit for a couple of years. And even with Sabonis, didn't look like they were a well-oiled machine. But, missing him is a lot because, let's face it, a couple of years ago when they were rolling offensively, one of the best offenses, in league history, was Sabonis with all those dribble handoffs at the elbow and De'Aaron Fox attacking. And I think when De'Aaron Fox said he wanted out, I think that's when it started to unravel for them a little bit because they didn't get back that kind of player. They got back a good player in Zach LaVine. The guy can score. He can wake up, jump out of bed, and hit a bucket. But he's not the player that works with Sabonis the way Fox did.
Yeah.
And so, they're a team you can't sleep on them, and they're going to want nothing but to come in here, and they still have a few players left in that playoff series. So they're going to want to come in here and do something.
Yeah,
so.
I didn't even mention Westbrook, who is a guy that can get you big numbers, and he's always going to be amped up and ready to play, and Ellis, and so you're right. They have talent, they have guys, and if you sleep, then that's the one thing about this homestand. The Warriors need to win the games that they should win. They need to win those games, and I know if you're thinking, and I don't blame you for thinking this, well, how many of those games are there? They're a 500 team themselves, so I'm not sure that there's a lot of those games available. I get it, but if you go down the schedule and look at who they have left on this homestand, Kings should win that one. Hawks should win that one. Blazers, I've already marked that as an L. They just don't beat the Blazers. Knicks, tough, right? That's a tough one. Mm-hmm. Hornets should win that one. Hornets are playing better, but you're at home. You should win that one. And then Heat, Raptors, split that one. So, that's your 6-2 right there, minimum 5-3. But, you want to be a playoff team and you want to start establishing this is going to be a tough place to play. Kings, Hawks, Hornets, you just took care of the Bucks. Those are the ones. Those are half of your homestand right there. Those are the ones you have to get. Then just go 500 the other four. There's your 6-2. Bang. But you got to do it. And the Warriors this year, they are what they are. You are what your record says you are. They're a 500 team for a reason. So you got to start stringing some wins together. Start making this feel like a tough place to come play again, where you come in here to the Bay, and it's going to be hard fought if you're going to come out of here with a win.
Yep, and I think there's a couple things that lead me to some optimism here. One is that D'Anthony Melton's starting to play really well.
Yes.
I think they, now know that Guy Santos probably has to be an everyday part of the rotation guy.
Mm-hmm.
And Al Horford is giving them some great minutes. You're going to get from Steph and Draymond, Jimmy Butler. There's going to be a couple nights where they're going to hit the gas and we're going to be reminded that they're veterans, that they've been around a long time. But I think, for more consistent play, out of some of the guys off the bench, some of the younger players, that is going to be telling for them. Even tonight, Brandon Podziemski only took 5 shots, made 1. He's got 2 points. You go, that's not a great game. But he had 6 rebounds. He had 4 assists, a steal, no turnovers, and was a plus 19. He was the highest plus-minus guy on the team.
It's crazy.
I mean, and so, making an impact without scoring is something that's a skill.
So, well, look at how many turnovers he had. 0. I mean, when you're not turning the ball over, and look, plus minus, it's still contingent on how everybody else is playing around you. So it's a stat I look at like any other stat, but I don't put too much weight into it. But there's still something there. So when you don't shoot the ball well, what are you doing? You're rebounding. You're distributing. You're not turning the ball over and giving them easy buckets. So, no, it's just and again, is this going to be the bench, like the rotation that Steve kind of settles on? Kuminga clearly out of the rotation and probably will be until he's not here. If he does go somewhere else, which I'm assuming he probably will. Buddy Hield hasn't had consistent minutes in a long, long time now. Trayce Jackson-Davis basically plays when Horford doesn't. And then Gary Payton and Spencer are kind of like mix and match. Does it make sense to play him on this night? We all know Steve is a tinkerer of the highest order with rotations. So I think he would like to find a rotation and settle on it. And I think D'Anthony Melton certainly helps kind of tie that together, because this has to be the longest he's had a starting lineup intact, maybe this year with Steph, Moody, Post, Green, and Butler. But, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, look, if you're not a really top-flight team, you are going to change. You are going to tinker. It'd be dumb to stick with the same old thing that gets you the same old thing. So we'll see where it goes. I mean, I like all the bench guys. I like Horford. They can't play him back-to-back, so we know that. Richard's another guy. Didn't do much statistically tonight, but he's a vet. He's not going to go out there and, do stuff that makes you want to punch yourself in the face. Podziemski. Santos is a guy, too, that I think probably has a – shelf life's not the right word, but expiration date each game. He plays so hard. I don't know if you can put him out there more than, he played tonight, 16, 18 minutes. That's probably about it for him, because he's all out every second he's on the court, and that's what makes him effective. But I think if Horford and Melton are the guys, right, that you get a solid 7, then I think you're in pretty good shape, and we'll see where it goes.
All right, then, sir. We'll see you here Friday.
Friday for the Sacramento Kings. I watched that game last night. By the way,
yes,
I got to say, I'm not a huge uniform guy.
Okay.
Those Kings uniforms are hideous.
Which ones?
The ones that are the purple, half black.
Yeah.
I mean, those are just, I mean, please. What are we doing?
I think
make up your mind?
That's a topic you should address on your show, I think.
Uniforms?
Yeah.
Uniforms?
Yeah.
Well, my favorite uniform in the NBA all time is probably the Warriors 75s. Like, those that go the bridge and everything. Those might be the best.
I like the city. I like the city one.
The city, isn't that 75? Isn't that like mid-70s? Maybe we're thinking it was the same one.
It was earlier than that because Al Adams wore it. They unveiled it in Madison Square Garden. They were really nervous about it because it said the city, but people loved him because they had the cable car.
Maybe we're thinking of the same one then.
Yeah. Championship year said Golden State Warriors.
Okay, no, the city one's the one I like. Okay,
so the city's one of the best of all time.
We're on the same page. That one should be a part of the rotation every single year. Other than that, Celtics greens, can't beat those.
Charlotte pleated shorts.
Nope, not Charlotte at all. I mean, look, I grew up in L.A., so Laker Golds are one.
The Bulls Reds.
One hit me. Bulls Reds, yeah. Bulls Reds are okay, I guess.
Okay.
They're not Celtics or Lakers for me.
Right.
But again, to
me, the city jersey's right up there with the powder blue Charger jersey.
Yes, powder blue Charger jerseys are ones that should. Those are fantastic. And again, I'm not a huge but there are ones that pop and go. How do you forget about those for a while?
Yeah,
those are incredible uniforms.
You know, the one I kind of like, which they brought back this year, was San Antonio's Fiesta ones. I kind of like those.
Oh yeah.
Those are okay. The Utah one with the Wasatch Range there, I like that one.
Yep.
But by the way, this to show you how totally clueless I can be. Years ago, LaDainian Tomlinson, the Chargers, got a great rookie year. I'm in an airport, and some guy walks by with a powder blue 21, and I said, "Where'd you get that John Hadel jersey?"
John Hadel? No chance he knew who Hadel was he? Did he?
No, he had no idea.
I love John Hadel. That's classic. What are you talking about?
Yeah, who's John Hadel?
Yeah. He hit you with the Gary Coleman. What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah. Oh, man.
All right, I will see you Friday then.
See you Friday.
All right, Tim.
That's Tom Tolbert. I'm Tim Roy. It's time now for your Kaiser Permanente scoreboard. Lots of action to get to, and some great action tonight, including Toronto and Charlotte. Raptors were down most of the game. Chance to win.
Mamu gets it into quickly, turns, fires, got it! Down the bottom of the well for the game. Emmanuel quickly calls game. They'll review it, but Toronto on a call 5 by IQ wins it in Charlotte 97-96.
Paul Jones on the call. Nice call at the end there. 97-96 the finals, he said, as R.J. Barrett with 28. Emmanuel quickly, who hit that shot, had a total of 21 points. LaMelo Ball for the Hornets in a losing effort, 15.7 rebounds, and he had 7 assists. Points of the paint, Toronto 60-36. Detroit Pistons taking on Chicago, and they keep racking up wins.
7 to shoot from the right sideline. Crosses him over in traffic. Slings it out. Lanier for 3, and he hit it. Davis Jenkins is putting on a show.
Mark Champion on the call for the Pistons Radio Network. They win 108-93. No Cade Cunningham tonight for Detroit, but Isaiah Stewart. Stu Beef, 31 points on 14 of 17 field goals. Nikola Vucevic, 20 points and 16 rebounds for Chicago. Again, the final 108-93 Detroit. The Philadelphia 76ers taking on the Washington Wizards tonight. Philadelphia watching Washington play without Corey Kispert and C.J. McCollum.
Maxey with the dribble, keeping it away from Koulibaly. They put the 6'8" Bilal Koulibaly on Maxey. He dribbles by him, and Bagley
scoops it off the window and in. Maxey, a thing of beauty on that drive.
Tom McGinnis with a call. Philadelphia beats Washington 131-110. Joel Embiid 28.7 boards. Maxey would finish with 22. Paul George at 23. Points off turnovers 25-7 favoring Philadelphia. And the reason why C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert didn't play for the Wizards, they were traded to Atlanta for Trae Young. So a big deal for both franchises. Denver was in Boston without Nikola Jokic.
Murray has it, brings it back out, over to the middle, spins on Pritchard, stops, 10-footer. Buckets! Denver leads at 109-98, 11-point lead. If Boston doesn't score here, they're cooked. Jalen throws it away! Denver's going to win this basketball game in Boston.
That's Jason Kosmicki for the Denver Nuggets Radio Network. They win 114-110. Peyton Watson with 30 points tonight. And Jamal Murray, 22 points, 17 assists. Jaylen Brown, 33 for Boston. He's having an outstanding year. But tonight, the Celtics lose to Denver. Atlanta, who made the trade of Trae Young, who had been the face of the franchise for a number of years, is now a Washington Wizard. And Zachary Risacher now has a chance to maybe step forward.
Rebound is Kristaps. He gets it now to Dyson Daniels. Here comes Dyson leading the charge. Out he goes to Zach Risacher for a three, and he makes another one. How about Zach Risacher? 25 points on the night. He's got 7 3-pointers.
Steve Holman, the Georgia Sportscaster of the Year, on the call. Risacher with 25 points overall for the game as Atlanta beats New Orleans 117-100. 22 for Zion Williamson. Jordan Poole with 21. Hawks outscored the Pelicans 54-24 from the three-point line. Another game coming right down to the final seconds. The Orlando Magic and the Brooklyn Nets.
AB trying to get it in. Finds Paolo. Here we go. 3 ball at the horn. Banked in! Paolo banked it in! Paolo banked it in! And the Magic get out of here with a dub! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
We are not kidding you, Jake Chapman on the call, as Orlando beat Brooklyn by the 1 point. Banchero with 30 points and 14 rebounds for the win. And Michael Porter Jr. had 34 for the Nets. Again, the final 104-103, Orlando over Brooklyn. New York Knicks had a 4-game losing streak, but they were at home taking on the LA Clippers.
Pollock the rebound, outlet to McBride. In the front court, it's McBride. Bounce pass to a Cutting Towns. Down the lane, scoops it up and in. Off the glass, Knicks by 11.
Knicks outscored the Clippers by 9 in the fourth quarter. They win by 12, 123-111. They go 24-13 on the year. Karl Anthony Towns with 20 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists. Tyler Murray on the call there for the Knicks Radio Network. Kawhi Leonard had 25 for the Clippers. Bench scoring 26-16, favoring New York. Knicks win 123-111. The Phoenix Suns have now, I think, officially silenced all their doubters.
Here come the Suns. Outlet pass to Allen, a beauty, and he'll lay it in with the left hand. How about that time from Jordan Goodwin?
About three-quarter court, bounce pass, under the defense, have it bounce up to the offensive player running on the break.
John Bloom and Tim Kempton with the description there as Phoenix wins 117-98 over Memphis. Suns go to 22-15. Grayson Allen had 19, and Dylan Brooks with 21 for the Suns. John Morant didn't play for the Grizzlies. Jaren Jackson Jr. had 19 for Memphis. They were outscored in the middle quarter 61-45. Phoenix with the victory. Great ball game in overtime. Oklahoma City and the Utah Jazz.
Gilgeous-Alexander guarded by Clayton. Wiggles up on a pick by Holton. Comes to the baseline, goes glass. Banks up and in a 5-footer, and he's hacked in the act by Nurkic. Yusuf Knight is done. He's fouled out. Gilgeous-Alexander collaborates with Holmgren on a high screen and dash to the left baseline by the reigning MVP for an and one.
Matt Pinto on the call for the Thunder Radio Network. They win 129-125 to go 31-7 of the year. Chet Holmgren had some big buckets. He had 23 points and 12 boards. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 46 points, 6 assists, and got to the free throw line. 17 of 19 from the free throw line for Shea. Lowry Markkanen, 29 points and 13 rebounds. Keontae George, 25 points and 11 assists. A thriller, Oklahoma City winning in OT, 129-125. San Antonio Spurs playing the LA Lakers.
Castle against DeAndre Ayton. Castle in the paint, kick out Johnson. Johnson spinning off to the right side. Running hook is good for Keldon Johnson. 25 tonight for Keldon.
Dan Weiss on the call for the Spurs Radio Network. They win 107-91. Keldon Johnson with 27. Victor Wembanyama, 16 points and 14 rebounds. Lone LeBron James tonight for L.A. He was banged up. Luka Doncic, 38 points, 10 assists, 10 rebounds. He took 26 shots on the game. Next highest Laker with shots attempted was Jake LaRavia. He took 13. Spurs dominated the paint, outscoring the Lakers 66-40, winning 107-91. Another thriller. This one up in Portland, coming right down to the final seconds, and KD had a chance to win it for the Rockets.
They've got the headsets on the scorer's table. Brian Forte is talking to the replay set. It was Tari Eason, thank you. Eason tipped it in after the Durant miss. Good defense by Rupert not to foul in that situation.
I think it's off his fingertips.
After you, the basket is unsuccessful.
Yeah, it's a Rip City winner, baby! No good! After the buzzer, Blazers win! 103-102.
One of the most dramatic calls of a replay we've had all year. Travis Demers, the Oregon Sportscaster of the Year on the call. Well done. 103-102. Portland gets the win. They go to 18-20. Rockets fall to 22-12. KD at 37 points. Alperen Sengun did not play tonight for Houston. Second chance points, 23-9, favoring the Trailblazers. And Denny Avdia, 41 points tonight, 6 rebounds. That guy's an all-star, as R.C. Davis says from the back row, and he's absolutely correct. Upcoming broadcast brought to you by Ticketmaster. Friday, Sacramento in town. It's Local Heroes Night, brought to you by AM/PM. 6:30 the airtime, 7 o'clock the tip on our flagship 95.7 The Game, the Warriors Radio Network, and wherever you listen to Warriors basketball. And on Sunday, the Warriors take on the Atlanta Hawks, a new-look Atlanta Hawks squad. 5 o'clock the airtime, 5:30 with the tip. It is Jewish Heritage Night on Sunday Eve. And if you want to hear Steve Kerr talk about tonight's game, his post-game press conference is brought to you by Kia, the official vehicle partner of the Golden State Warriors. You can hear that on our post-game show on our flagship station, 95.7 The Game. If you can't get that and listen to Kevin Giddings tonight, then you can go to SoundCloud.com, where you can listen to all the Warriors audio goodness, including all the interviews from the locker room and from the podium after tonight's game. I'm Tim Roy saying good night. R.C. Davis will come back and wrap up the postgame show. Warriors 120, Bucks 113 on the 95.7 The Game Warriors Radio Network, presented by United Airlines.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
All members of Dub Nation know 2 essential truths. 1, the Warriors have the best point guard in the history of the game. And 2, The very best planes in the sky are United. New planes are joining the United fleet every week. Decked out with Bluetooth connectivity, screens, and power at every seat. And bigger overhead bins to fit everyone's carry-on. Or giant foam fingers. Download the United app and book your next trip today. United Airlines, proud to be the official airline of the Golden State Warriors.
15 years ago, PG&E launched Power Pathway, an education and job training program developed to increase the number of skilled workers in the energy industry. Since then, 85% of the graduates have been hired by PG&E or the construction utility industry, focusing on students in underserved communities, women, and military veterans. Power Pathway is helping the next generation of PG&E energy professionals build a better future for themselves and a clean energy future for California. To learn more, visit pge.com/powerpathway.
Hey, Warriors fans, Fonte Hill here, and you know what time it is. Catch me, Chris Bullen, and Festus Ezeli on Warriors Pre- and Post-Game Live, where it all goes down. Before tip-off, we're setting the stage with matchup breakdowns and player analysis. After the final buzzer, we're diving deep into the momentum, the magic, the interviews, and yeah, even those wild Stephen Curry heat checks. So whether at home or on the road, don't miss Warriors Pre- and Post-Game Live all season long, only on NBC Sports, Bay Area.
1 in 8 women have thyroid issues.
Am I the one? I am kind of tired. I should see a doctor. Is it genetic? Does my health plan even cover tests like that? In-network, out-of-network? Why is this always a whole big thing? Wait. I have Kaiser Permanente. So my coverage includes regular preventive care. Guess it doesn't have to be a whole big thing.
Kaiser Permanente. Healthcare that just works.
Welcome back to the Warriors post-game show.
Jackson Jr. cut off, knocked away by Butler. Butler's got the steal. He accelerates by Bates to the rim and dunks it, a two-hand slam.
On the Warriors Radio Network.
Golden State led by as much as 17 and held off the pesky Bucks to win their 20th game of the season by 7. Tonight, the Dubs made 14 free throws, which means $7,000 will be donated to the Warriors Community Foundation, benefiting education-focused nonprofits in the Bay Area. Visit Warriors.com/free throws to learn more. Starters tonight, Jimmy Butler, 21 points. Draymond Green, 14 points and 7 assists. Quentin Post, 11 points and 3 dimes. Moses Moody, 3 of 7 shooting for 9 points. Stephen Curry, 31 points, 7 boards, and 7 assists. The Dubs had 1 dunk tonight by Quentin Post, so $2,500 will be donated by Rakuten to the Warriors Community Foundation. It's part of the Dunks for Donations program presented by Rakuten. So thank you, Rakuten, and go Warriors. Our NBC Sports authentic moment of the game came from DeAnthony Melton.
Curry over the shoulder, flip to Draymond. He'll drive in, throws out to Santos. Yee with the dribble, back to Draymond. Shot clock at 7. Here comes Moody. Ball thrown up top to Melton. Melton, 2 dribbles on A.J. Green. Spins with 1 on the clock. Shoots it. It's on the rim and rolls down. Clutch shot by DeAnthony Melton. Give him 21 on the night.
Basket was looking like a kid's pool for Melton.
Melton finished with 22 points on 8 of 13 shooting. Bench production tonight, Al Horford, 8 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 swats. Brandon Bajemski, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and a steal. Guy Santos, 4 rebounds and a steal. 9 turnovers on the night. Well, they just made it 10. Box score correction. 10 turnovers on the night, 3 of which were in the last few minutes of the game while trying to run out the clock. Golden State with a 22-4 edge and second chance points, and they won the rebounding battle by 5. The network postgame show concludes next with Evan Giddings standing by at our flagship station, 95.7 The Game, on the Golden State Warriors Audio Network.
What's up, Dub Nation? Do you want to get cash back on Warriors gear? All you have to do is sign up at Rakuten.com/Warriors, where you can earn 10% cash back in store and online at Warriors Shop. Once you're a member, shop your favorite stores like Fanatics and Ticketmaster and watch the cash back add up in your account. Rakuten is the most rewarding way for you to shop and maximize your savings. Join Rakuten for free today at Rakuten.com/Warriors or download the Rakuten app. That's RAKUTEN. All members of Dub Nation know 2 essential truths. 1. The Warriors have the best point guard in the history of the game. And 2, the very best planes in the sky are United. New planes are joining the United fleet every week, decked out with Bluetooth connectivity, screens, and power at every seat.
and bigger overhead bins to fit everyone's carry-on or giant foam fingers. Download the United app and book your next trip today. United Airlines, proud to be the official airline of the Golden State Warriors.
Kia is the official automotive partner of the NBA, and we think about basketball a lot. The plays, the swagger, the glory, the games, and how we can elevate our own game with capability that takes us to another level and ground clearance that propels us even higher. The 3-row 2025 Kia Telluride X-Line all-wheel drive. Kia, official vehicle partner of the Golden State Warriors. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
We've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, are now available at Wegmans.
This next one's for all you CarMax shoppers who just want to buy a car your way.
Want to check some cars out in person? Want to look some more from your house?
Okay. Want to pretend you know about engines? Nah, I'll just chat with CarMax online instead.
Want to get pre-qualified from your couch? Want to get that car ASAP? You want to do it your way.
Want to drive? CarMax.
No matter what you're eating during today's Warriors game, sharing a jar of Mezzetta makes it better. Just pop open that red cap to give your favorite snacks something extra, like crunchy jalapenos on nachos or zesty peppercini on sandwiches and sliders. It's just better. Mezzetta is a family-owned Bay Area company providing peppers, olives, pickled vegetables, and sauces since 1935. At Mezzetta, we say that when you share your food, you share a part of who you are. So grab your family and friends and share some unforgettable flavors with Mezzetta.
This is Draymond Green. Welcome back to the Warriors broadcast booth, presented by DoorDash.
Bucks were led by Giannis Antetokounmpo, 34 points and 10 rebounds. Warriors continue the homestand on Friday versus the Kings, 6:30 with the airtime, 7 o'clock tip on Friday night. So coming out to Thrive City, grab some dinner to start the weekend right and enjoy Warriors and Kings. Good evening from Chase Center. Warriors 120, Bucks 113.
Ready for your next adventure? Welcome to San Francisco International Airport, your getaway to the world. With over 130 domestic and international destinations, SFO offers seamless travel experiences, stunning art installations, and delicious dining options. Whether you're flying for business or pleasure, our state-of-the-art facilities make your journey smoother than ever. Don't forget to explore our unique shops and local flavors. Pack your bags and take off from San Francisco International Airport. SFO, your adventure awaits.
What do you think makes the perfect snack?
It's gotta be when I'm really craving it and it's convenient.
Could you be more specific?
When it's cravenient.
Okay.
Like a freshly baked cookie made with real butter, available right down the street at AM/PM, or a savory breakfast sandwich I can grab in just a second at AM/PM.
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Well, yeah, we're talking about what I crave.
Which is anything from AM/PM.
What more could you want?
Stop by AM/PM where the snacks and drinks are perfectly craveable and convenient. That's Cravenience. AM/PM, too much good stuff.
The Warriors and Chase Center are teaming up with DoorDash to fight food waste and food insecurity, one event at a time. Through our Pass the Plate program, all unserved food from Chase Center events is safely packaged and delivered to local nonprofits to help people in our community who are experiencing food insecurity. Thousands of meals have already been donated this month. To learn more, visit chasecenter.com/passtheplate.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's your boy, Bonte Hill. And if you want to stay locked into the Bay's sports scene all season long, there's only one app you need, and that's the NBC Sports Bay Area app. We're talking breaking news, live game updates, exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes access, game day highlights, videos, and much, much more. It's all right there in your pocket. One tap, and you're with the squad. Anytime, anywhere. What are you waiting for? Download the NBC Sports Bay Area app today.
Thanks for showing up, Dub Nation. Nothing beats catching your Warriors live, and nobody knows that better than you. So next time you want to hit up a game, Ticketmaster's got your back. As the official ticket marketplace of the Warriors and the NBA, even if you're headed to the game last minute, Ticketmaster gets you to the game so you can experience all the sights, sounds, and styles in person. Keep putting that jersey collection to use and get Warriors tickets today at Ticketmaster. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com/Warriors. See you courtside again soon, Dub Nation.
Lock in with NBC Sports Bay Area for the most authentic Warriors coverage out there. Tune into Warriors pre- and post-game live, where Festus Ezeli, Chris Bullen, and me, Bonte Hill, break it all down before tip-off and after the final buzzer. Then there's the Dubs Talk podcast, where Monty Poole and I go even deeper with analysis, news, and exclusive Warriors access. And if you want it all, highlights, interviews, breaking news, download the NBC Sports Bay Area app. NBC Sports Bay Area, your home for Warriors coverage.
RingCentral's AI receptionist uses voice AI to answer on the first ring, so you'll never miss a call again. In just a few minutes, you can personalize your own AI receptionist to answer questions, route calls, schedule appointments, and even send texts in multiple languages. Plus, it's easy to scale. Create unlimited AI receptionists across any phone system. It's all powered by one reliable platform for effortless AI communications. See for yourself at ringcentral.com. RingCentral, voice of your business.
The Curry pump fake, flyby, three ball.
You've been listening to Golden State Warriors basketball on the Warriors Radio Network. Presented by United Airlines. For tickets, visit Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-WHO.
Don't you wish you were here?
This Odyssey Sports broadcast was presented by ZipRecruiter. Looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The lights are out.
Curry gets it, the lights go out.
The game is over, and we're here to pick up the pieces. This is Warriors Wrap-Up on 95.7 The Game.
Short, long rebound. Melton tipped it and comes back and gets the ball. Curry's got it. And Doc Rivers says, let him go. Buzzer sounds, game over. Doc Rivers and Steve Kerr hung it out. And the Warriors come away with a 7-point win, 120-113. Who would your electrifying player of the game would be? I think I've got my answer.
Go ahead.
DeAnthony Melton, I thought, helped change the game tonight.
Yeah, I like that call.
And I think that's a perfect way to start. Tim Roy, Thomas Holbert on the call for the Golden State Warriors, who handled business tonight. I know the fourth quarter wasn't pretty, but they outplayed Milwaukee for the first three in order to earn a 120-113 win, getting the Warriors 2 games above 500. A little bit of cushion from that 500 mark as they pick up again another victory here tonight. The 7th of their last 10 and their 12th home win. Evan Giddings with you on Warriors Wrap-Up here on 95.7 The Game. We are taking your calls. We are taking your messages. Storm the YouTube chat. 888-957-9570 is the number as always. A very different game from the first meeting between these two teams. Golden State basically got walked down in their first meeting in Milwaukee by Ryan Rollins and Kevin Porter Jr. and Bobby Portis and a lot of guys that were out there tonight, except for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And I'm not saying that he was the difference, because he was also the only guy on that team that was a plus in this game. Giannis was utterly fantastic, and I will get to him in just a bit. But Golden State, I think, did take this game a little more personally, considering what happened last time. I also think that they've taken this portion of the schedule a bit more seriously, given their state and kind of them toiling around 500, seeing teams in the West come and go, and basically seeing their standing in junction with the homestand that is 8 games at home. This is the longest homestand for the Warriors this season, beginning with the 2 prior to the loss on Monday night with the Clippers. Pardon me. Basically 10 of 11, all 11 of which in the state of California. So the Golden State Warriors have an opportunity in front of them, and I, for one, was pleased to feels like everyone is in alignment that opportunity. I wouldn't say to October compared to November compared to obviously March and April. But I do think that the Warriors are finally starting to come out of a little bit of honestly, a 2025 malaise because of how many games they were playing in such a short period of time, some of the disappointing losses they had, and, of course, even at the end of the year during this 7 of 10 stretch. During that stretch is the loss to Toronto, which probably should not have been, which means you could be 8 of 10. The point is, I think the Warriors are starting to wake up a little bit, and it's starting with their leaders. I think Steph Curry tonight, he led the charge, 31 points on 12 of 21 from the floor, hit 3 of 9 threes, and his first three was a 30-footer. His last three was in the corner, kind of got egged on by Draymond Green to do the night-night, which was actually something that I was talking to the great Whitley Sandretto. You hear at halftime and afterwards in her locker room interviews interspersed throughout the 95.7 The Game broadcast. And I was talking to her, and I asked her before the game, because during the Warriors' pregame hype videos here at Chase Center, they have different ways to fire up the crowd right before introductions and after introductions and, throughout the anthem and stuff like that. And during one of the intros, Curry does his night-night celebration. For those watching on YouTube, he does his night-night. And I was just wondering, when was the last time we saw one? Now, I wasn't trying to be pessimistic or anything, but I legitimately cannot think about the last time I saw him do one. I think it might have been against Denver. And unfortunately, Curry has not hit a ton of daggers as of late. When the Warriors have won, it's kind of been like tonight where they've gotten a lead and then the opposing team has sort of surged back and it's taken maybe one or two baskets. But this was the first time that I can recall in a sec that he's done one of those. And I believe we have the audio, and we'll get to Curry along with Steve Kerr after the game. But I asked him about it, and I thought his answer was really interesting. He basically said, sometimes you kind of have to force fun when you're not playing great. And it's interesting because based on wins and losses, the Warriors are playing pretty well. But the actual performance, if you've watched each of these games, would lead you to believe that they're starting to win. They're slowly, it feels like, again, they're not taking feet forward. They're stepping forward as far as inches are concerned, but they are moving in the right direction slowly but surely. And they still feel like there's a lot left on the table for this team. Obviously, the trade deadline in 8 days could determine some of that, but I think most of the guys are kind of the understanding, especially Curry, they're of the understanding that this is probably going to be the team that they have to figure out how far they can go with. And I, for one, was pleased to see that tonight you saw someone like DeAnthony Melton, someone like Al Horford, two veteran players, one far more of a veteran than the other, but veteran guys that were expected this summer to come in and help. The Warriors, and I talked about this, I believe, the last time we had a chance to chat here on Warriors Wrap-Up, which I believe was back before the Oklahoma City game. Nevertheless, the fact that this team is beginning to look whole again, are the Warriors a great team? No. I think they're a good team. They're a decent team. That's not going to be good enough in the Western Conference if they're playing the way they are currently. But the point is that at the end of the new year, now beginning of 2026, the roster is beginning to shape the way that a lot of people, I believe, both inside and out of the Warriors' offices, had it looking, right? DeAnthony Melton tonight, 25 minutes, 22 points, was the most points, by the way, that he had scored since 2023 when he's a member of the Philadelphia 76ers. He had 22 points on just 12 shots, made 5 of 9 from 3. That had to feel good considering he had not been shooting it particularly well from three-point range. And then Al Horford basically stuffed the stat sheet. He only played 19 minutes in this game, which may be where he's at. When they get into more important games, I could definitely see him getting more closer to the 25 mark. But a couple guys off the bench sort of aided him, specifically Guy Santos, who I thought was pretty good in this game. But Horford in his 19 minutes knocked down a couple threes, had 8 points, 10 rebounds, 3 of which offensive. He was the best offensive rebounder in this game for Golden State. was a big reason why the Warriors actually out-rebounded the Bucks. They were +5 in that category, which, if you've watched the Bucks, is not necessarily shocking. They're one of the worst teams in the league when it comes to second-chance points and offensive rebounds, despite having guys like Giannis and Miles Turner. I got thoughts on him in a bit, Turner. But Al Horford, 8, 10, and then 6 assists. I know he had a couple turnovers. One was a bad one, a couple blocks as well. But I thought Al Horford would, if this is what you're going to get from Al, and obviously you're not always going to get near triple-double numbers in 10 minutes or 20 minutes, but you're going to see him impact various parts of the game. Like, that to me is what Al Horford was brought in to do. And I don't know if it's because he's 39 years old. He was obviously dealing with the sciatica that he's recently been able to put behind him. But early in this year, it was like the guy just it looked at times like he was just done. And maybe by the end of the year he will be. But I think for now, the Warriors are beginning to see the contributions of those two pieces come into focus. And the one that I'm the most excited about, honestly, is DeAnthony Melton. Because Melton is a guy that the Warriors wanted last year to be a part of this team. And who knows? Obviously the Curry injury prevented them from winning any games against the Timberwolves. But if Melton is healthy throughout that entire season and doesn't tear his ACL, which obviously forced him to miss the remainder, Warriors use his contract. The rest is history. Bring him back on a vet min deal this year. I think that DeAnthony Melton is a guy that you can just see fits. Like, he's a guy who every single place that he's been, number one, he's been on good teams. You think about Memphis, played in that 2022 playoff series against the Warriors, was solid for them. Played for Philly, probably would have got paid after his time in Philadelphia if he had been able to stay on the floor. And then in Golden State, I know it was only, 6 games and 2 starts, but you saw quickly last year how he provided an impact for the Warriors, and you're seeing it right now with him coming off the bench. He's basically forcing, I think, the Warriors back into what I believe to be their most successful sort of style. And it's going to piss a lot of people off, and I get it. But the Warriors are best when they go small. They just are. And that means that there's less post. It means that Draymond plays a little more big. You could slot Horford into the 5 if you want. I know the Warriors experimented tonight a little bit with that double big lineup. We saw Horford and Post out there for a few minutes at the tail end of the first quarter. Didn't really work. I think they were a -4. Although Post had a couple of, nice interior post-ups, no pun intended, but overall was a -12 in this game and didn't look too great. You can play bigger with Draymond. I know that Curry was asked about that after the game as well, being able to go big. I still think that this team, at its best, has Curry, probably Melton. The third spot is likely with Moody right now, especially if he continues to shoot the ball well like he did tonight, 3 of 6 from downtown. Didn't do a whole lot else in this game, but, again, was good enough to stay on the floor. And then Butler and Draymond at the 5. I do think that we're beginning to see some of the slippage from Draymond, especially defensively. But some of that tonight, maybe you account to the greatness of Giannis. And I think that Melton, to kind of put a bow on that, Melton is a guy that you can absolutely envision the Warriors having as their starting 2 guard in a postseason series or a play-in do-or-die game. He's just that impactful on both ends. And he knows where the ball needs to be. He plays hard on defense. He's not afraid to stick his nose in the middle and rebound for a guard. And he plays well alongside Steph. If he knocks down threes at a decent clip, he is going to be one of the best two-way twos the Warriors have had in the last couple of years. Last year and the year before, it was Podziemski. It was, them trying to play big with a couple of their forwards at the 2, and it just didn't really work. DeAnthony Melton, I would say, since Klay Thompson has left, since Jordan Poole was traded, I guess they technically both traded, DeAnthony Melton has looked like the best fit alongside Steph that I've seen. And I think he showed it tonight. He came off the bench, yes, but he was extremely efficient. Even bailed them out of a couple possessions. Late in shot clock in that second half. Had kind of a couple turnarounds. And that's just something that the Warriors need. They do not right now have a consistent third scorer. And I'm not saying DeAnthony Melton is going to be that guy for them. But if he can be on given nights, that just provides another punch. Last year's team, to me, one of the reasons why they were as successful as they were, because they had some streaky kind of firecrack type scores. One of those guys was Buddy Hield, who is, for obvious reasons, because he's shooting 32.4% from three, he's no longer in the rotation. Jonathan Kuminga is a guy who can score points, but he's not in the rotation. You need someone off the bench and potentially even in the starting lineup, but certainly someone off the bench to give you some punch. And that was, honestly, if you just kind of look up and down the box score, that was the difference in the game. And yes, the Bucks late got some scoring from Kuzma. Oh, my God, Kyle Kuzma. I totally forgot he was on Milwaukee until he came in off the bench, and he's hard to miss. But he basically, his 13 points on 5 of 7 shooting were cleaned up at the end of the game. Kyle Kuzma was no factor. Bobby Portis hit a couple threes late. Trent did as well. Pardon me, he hit a couple shots. He didn't hit any threes. But their bench was, to me, you can see why Milwaukee's 16-21. They're not deep. They're solely dependent on Giannis. And when he's not there, it basically takes Herculean performances from the likes of Ryan Rollins and insert anyone else. You know, Milwaukee is not a very good offensive team. Giannis is the only guy. We talked about this before the game on Warriors Live, but 13 times this year. So 13 times of the, 37 games they've played, they have scored, I think it's less than 100 points per 100 possessions. And that's tough to do. That's really hard to do in 2025-26. So you saw tonight how the offense just kind of sputtered. And honestly, they were pretty efficient. You know, a lot of it was cleaned up by a 31-22 fourth quarter, but Milwaukee shot 54% from the floor, 44% from three. They were terrible at the free throw line. But the one thing that, oddly enough, with Turner and Giannis that they don't do is they don't rebound. And they don't get anything in terms of second chance points, offensive putbacks, offensive rebounds, against a Warriors team that, at times the Warriors went to the double big and they played a little bigger than they are. But this is not a physically imposing basketball team. You know, if you're getting out-rebounded by the Warriors, then it's going to be hard to beat them because that's one of the teams I think a lot of people feel like they should be able to. The other part of this game is you can just see defensively, Milwaukee's not a team that really is going to make you feel them. They don't get into your jersey. There's not a ton of deflections, not a ton of one-on-one great defenders on that team. And I think that's evident by the Warriors, number one, turning the ball over just 9 times, and also having 31 assists. You know, this was a game where statistically all the boxes were checked for Golden State outside of maybe some of the percentages that they gave up on defense. But, you know, one thing that kind of hit me listening to Curry after the game was, so they've won 7 of 10, right, in their last 10. They've won 7 of them. He said something along the likes of, you know, this could be sort of a blueprint. Now, you go through some of these games, Phoenix, Orlando, Dallas, at Brooklyn, at Charlotte, home against the Jazz, and then now tonight against Milwaukee. Their 3 losses, of course, in overtime at Toronto, blasted by OKC at home, and then the 1-point defeat on Monday to the Clippers. So 2 of those losses have been close. Tonight didn't get into clutch time, so the Warriors didn't have a chance to improve the record there. Although they tried to get it to clutch time. You know, it was 16, and then it was 12, and then it was 10, and it was down to 7. You're like, oh my God. With 1:15 left, you're like, the Bucks are a 3-pointer away from legitimately scaring the crap out of me right now. But fortunately, they didn't hit a shot. And fortunately, the Warriors got the dagger that they needed to kind of put the game away, because I was just hoping that Doc Rivers was going to call out the dogs and wave the white flag, but he didn't, because the Warriors didn't give him a reason to. And that is absolutely a little concerning, along with some of these wins that they've gotten. Phoenix was a tight win. Orlando, they didn't have Wagner or Suggs. Dallas is not a good team, and Anthony Davis got hurt in the second quarter. Brooklyn stinks. They've been playing better. I realize, don't give me that. The Nets are not good. Charlotte, they beat OKC. I don't know how. Utah's not very good. Milwaukee's not very good. So, again, to me, this is, when Curry says the blueprint, I do hear him. But to me, this is the blueprint to do, if we're going to look at the glass half full, this is the blueprint to do what they have not been able to, I would say, for the first 30 games. And that's take care of business against teams they should beat. And that's not worth nothing, right? You think about the losses. Toronto, OKC, Clippers. Clippers to me are better than they've played. They're not great, especially when they didn't have James Harden. But you're going to have some stinkers, especially shooting the ball. Like tonight, the Warriors, they made more threes in the first half than they did the entire game against LA. And the Clippers defended better than the Bucks do. But to me, it's also a matter of some of the shots going down. And the Warriors aren't good enough to shoot 24% from three and use their defense to win a lot of those games. And then you look at Toronto and OKC. Those are both good teams. OKC is obviously the best team, although, wow, they got taken to overtime tonight by Utah, and that was another scary one for the Thunder, who I think they've won only 4 of their last 9. Yeah, they're beginning to sputter a bit. And then Toronto is 5th in the East, or at least they were. They might actually be higher right now. But Toronto's not a bad team. They're 23-15. Also, they just barely edged the Clippers earlier tonight. Yeah, so again, then they're the 4 seed right now. Toronto is in the East. So you see how the Warriors have struggled against the good teams, taking care of business against the bad teams. Milwaukee, I know they have Giannis. They're not a very good team. But the Warriors have not been able to do that. One of the reasons we're talking about a team that's 2 games above 500 is because Golden State, to revisit it, was unable to beat Indiana. Unable to beat, granted not their big 3, Sacramento. Unable to beat Portland 3 times. Unable to take care of business against some of the other groups that are lesser than them in the West. And so it's a little bit of the give and take, I think, with Golden State. Even the Clippers, you could say, have not played too well this year, and that was a loss that they suffered to them. So, I think this is the blueprint to me for the Warriors being able to take care of business against the beatables. And fortunately for them, the schedule softens in their favor to the point where they got some beatable teams coming up. Like, that's where I also believe the Warriors and Curry saying they understand the importance of this homestand. I heard Draymond Green running through the tunnel as I was waiting to get into the Curry presser, and Draymond Green saying you can't win 8 without winning 1. And he's right. And you got to beat the teams that you're supposed to beat. Sacramento on Friday, you should beat that team. I know Atlanta has been decent this year. They got some good players. Sorry, they just traded their star point guard. And they might be trying to move a couple pieces around that might also be traded before Sunday. And by the way, you heard it here first on Warriors Live. I told you that Trae Young was going to be traded before Sunday. And I had also leaked out that I believe that he was going to the Wizards before. So just a little drop in the bucket. But Atlanta, if they make another move, that player, even if it's a good player, is probably not going to be ready by that game. So the Hawks are at a disadvantage. Portland's a team, I'm sorry. You cannot lose 4 games in a season to the Portland Trailblazers and expect me to take you seriously. You got to win that game next Tuesday, especially because you also are positioned now for the remainder of this homestand. You only have 1 back-to-back left, and it's at the end of the homestand. You have rest every single time outside of that Miami and Toronto back-to-back. So Milwaukee, you got it done. Check. Sacramento, beat them. Hawks, beat them. Portland, beat them. New York's going to be tough, but it's also a home game. Charlotte should be able to handle. Miami's a toss-up, but they're not playing particularly great. Like, you have a lot of teams that, while I won't say the Warriors wouldn't lose to, they absolutely have a chance to beat, I would say, 5 of the next 6 opponents. And so then you're looking at a homestand that could be 6-3, which is the mark that 6-2. Which is the mark that I threw out there at the beginning of this broadcast. You already got 1. Now can you go 5-2 the remaining 7? I think that's how the Warriors got to be looking at this, at least as a homestand, not particularly the opponents. In fact, I think it was Curry after Curry said something like, yeah, I'm going to be honest, I don't even know who we're playing on Friday. And he said the Kings. He's like, all right, well, we'll be ready for him. He knows the amount of games they have at home. He knows kind of what the goal is and how many games they want to win. But he don't know the opponent. Actually, I thought that was pretty funny. All right. Shout out to everybody in here that is hanging out late with us on a Wednesday. 888-957-9570 is the number. Looking at the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line here. Some people hanging out in our YouTube chat as well. This is from Pete Tollner. Warriors will finish out 6-1 on this homestand. Lock it up. I'm going to have to wait and see. And part of that is one thing that I was really excited to come in and talk to everyone about, which I was hoping was going to be the case, is a wire-to-wire win that doesn't make you sweat at all. But they've still yet to do that. The last time the Warriors ran away with a W, I believe, was the Magic win. You know, Utah, they didn't cover in that game. Charlotte didn't cover in that game. Brooklyn, they did, but I believe that game was tied in the fourth quarter, and then the Warriors made some shots late. Dallas was obviously a 10-point game where the Mavericks kind of got back into it. It was tighter than it needed to be with Anthony Davis going down. And then, Orlando, the 23-point win against the Magic in late December. It's been Chicago. You got to go all the way back to the beginning of December, and Orlando. Those have been the only two comfortable wins of the year. I think this one had the potential to be. But to his credit, Giannis, along with a lot of his teammates, played hard enough towards the end. Which brings us to the matchup that I think I was most looking forward to, because, and we talked about it before the game, but Draymond Green and Giannis Antetokounmpo, that to me was the matchup to watch. And it was to measure, I believe, where Draymond Green still is as a defender. Now, is this one game a referendum on his entire year and an assessment of his powers? No. But it is an indicator within the larger sample size of he did not have a good December. The Warriors were actually better on the floor without him. And you just take a look at this game compared to March of last year. Now, again, the Warriors still won this game. Draymond hit a couple shots down the stretch. Overall, he didn't kill. He's beginning to play better basketball, right? 7 assists and 1 turnover. He could score 30 points. He won't, but he could score 30 points. To me, what you need to look at and kind of keep track of when you're watching how well Draymond Green plays, number one, his matchup, his primary matchup on the other side, but his assist to turnover ratio. When it is, 3.5 to 1, Draymond's playing positive basketball. I know tonight he was a -10. I think that's because defensively, the Giannis's of the world more often than not are going to give him trouble now. And I know that he had a really good game. He had a couple of good games, I thought, against Victor Wembanyama. More the first night than the second night, which actually I think was a triple-double for Wemby. But if you watched the game, you saw how Draymond, as a primary defender, was able to frustrate him. That was the same Draymond that I saw last March guard this Giannis Antetokounmpo. And it might have been a little fluky, but Draymond as a primary defender across 7 minutes matched up with Giannis last March. Giannis went 0 for 7, 0 for 6 from 2, 0 for 1 from 3. Tonight, it was a very different story. Giannis absolutely owned that matchup. And again, Draymond got the last laugh. The Warriors won the game. But the first 3 times Giannis touched the ball, he absolutely took it at him. I mean, Draymond got nutmegged on the first possession of the game for a Giannis dunk. He gifts Giannis an open 3, which Giannis buries. And then he lets him take a short corner jump shot from like 16 feet that he makes. And from there, it was just off to the races. He was probably fortunate Giannis was in foul trouble in the first half. I think he only played 13 minutes, but he still had 18 points. He ended up going 34 points on 15 of 22 shooting, knocked down 2 of his 4 threes, could not make a free throw. Draymond's best defense tonight was probably just fouling Giannis because he couldn't make a free throw. And you saw Giannis get testy with him. Draymond had that hard foul on the and one in the first half. Giannis didn't like it, wanted it to be reviewed for a flagrant. I didn't understand why. It was just a hard foul by Draymond. But that was a play where, I feel like in the past, when Draymond commits hard fouls on whoever, it could be a superstar, it could be it's for a purpose. He's trying to play the mental game with them. He's trying to gain some sort of advantage. Tonight he was just trying to hang on. And I thought a lot of it defensively was just basically praying that Giannis was going to miss some jump shots. And I realize that Antetokounmpo is a great player. In terms of efficiency, he might be having one of his best seasons ever because he's playing less than 30 minutes, still averaging 29, 10, and 6, and he's shooting 64% from the floor. But compared to last year, it was just a drastically different matchup. It was the polar opposite. And I feel like if these guys played in a 7-game series, Giannis is going to get the better half of Draymond 4 times. Draymond's going to get the better half of Giannis 3 times, something like that. It'll even out. But just to see the way that they had matched up from last year to this year, in a year where you can see Draymond's age beginning to really take its toll, at least in December, it certainly did. Maybe he's starting to come out of it a little bit. That was a pretty stark contrast. And I got to say, too, like, Giannis is a guy that I think he wants to get out. Like, Giannis was so freaking frustrated during that entire game. He does not want to be in Milwaukee, I believe. Watching the way that he play, he may be loyal to the city. You can't tell me that he enjoys playing basketball with that team. You just can't do it. Looking at the way that Giannis, there was even a couple plays where, I think it was in the second quarter, the Warriors had a quick little play. They off a made basket, come down the court, penetration, no point of attack defense, dump off, second pass to a cutter, easy layup. I think it might have been post. And the Bucks are just like walking the ball from underneath the stanchion. And Giannis is saying, rev it up. Like, hurry up. Let's get this thing going. We're not playing defense. We got to go score. We got to put the pressure back on him. And there's just no sense of urgency from his team. Giannis absolutely got the best of Draymond defensively, but I do not think that he's having fun playing basketball right now in Milwaukee. There's also a lot of, we love you, Giannis. There was an ovation for Giannis as he was introduced tonight. I thought Warriors fans did pretty well to try and let him know, hey, if you're feeling a little disgruntled out in Milwaukee, which we believe you are, come on down. Because I do think that's the only real way that this ends up getting done, is if Golden State becomes a place that Giannis wants to go to. So that's something to certainly keep an eye on. All right, we're going to take a little break here, step aside, come back, and listen to a couple of the big boys we got. We will absolutely hear from Steve Kerr after this win. I didn't have a chance to hear his post-game sound. I did hear Steph, asked him a question as well, so we might have that sound for you on the other side as well. Evan Giddings with you on Warriors wrap-up. Warriors 120, Milwaukee 113. The Dubs 2 games above 500. They've won 7 of 10. Is this looking like a blueprint that you trust? How important is this homestand? Does getting off on the right foot make you feel a little bit better about the Warriors potentially beginning to turn the corner? I got some thoughts on that when we return on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, 888-957-9570 if you want to call in, give me your thoughts. If you're driving back home from the game, if you watched at home and you want to get your takes off, let me know. Evan Giddings with you on Warriors Wrap-Up. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Valerie from Fremont. Upon calling R&S, the receptionist was able to schedule a service technician for the next day. Edgar showed up in a timely manner, assessed the problem, had all the parts and new openers with him.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Curry over the shoulder flip to Draymond. He'll drive in, throws out to Santos. Gee with the dribble, back to Draymond. Shot clock at 7. Here comes Moody. Ball thrown up top to Melton. Melton, 2 dribbles on A.J. Green. Spins with 1 on the clock. Shoots it. It's on the rim and rolls down. Clutch shot by DeAnthony Melton. Give him 21 on the night.
Basket looking like a kid's pool from Melton.
Now back to Warriors Wrap Up on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings live from Chase Center with you. Big shout out to Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call there. And yeah, I mean, I realize that Curry, hits the night at the end. The Warriors as a whole shoot pretty well from distance compared to obviously Monday. They make 18 threes. They only had 10 against the Clippers. kind of a ho-hum night. We haven't talked about even Jimmy Butler, who had 21 points tonight. Also aided an effort that was led by 5 different Dubs with double digits. But to me, the story of the night and the beginning of this 8-game homestand is DeAnthony Melton and him looking like he's beginning to emerge as the player who was promised this summer. 22 points on 12 shots, made 5 threes, a season high for him, and scored the most points that he scored in a game since 2023 when he was wearing a Sixers jersey. This is a guy that the Warriors loved last year. Everyone believed was going to be a good fit until the injury, and he's been slowly working his way back. I think he's a guy that is going to eventually, if and when the Warriors get to a play-in game or a postseason series, he will be the starting 2 alongside Steph. And I think tonight was the first real glimpse of that because he's beginning to get more minutes. He's beginning to play alongside both Steph and really anchoring that bench as well. Eventually, I believe he'll probably move into the starting lineup. And I think he also allows the Warriors to play small, which to me is when they're at their best. I know people want this team to go out and get a center at the deadline and add some more size, and maybe they will. But despite the fact that DeAnthony Melton is a player who stands 6'2" or 6'3" on a good day, he adds a little more positional versatility to a team that does not have a lot. And he also is a two-way player, of which they don't have a lot. And especially alongside Steph, that's the guy, the prototype of player that I believe Curry needs in order to be at his best. So that was the most positive thing for me tonight in the win against Milwaukee. All right, let's get to Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. He'll be followed by Steph. Our guy Cameron Williams, the best in the biz, back in our Laughing Monk studios, is going to trim up Curry for you because he actually did talk for a while. But first up is Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors after the 120-113 win. Here's Steve.
How much did Al's presence mean to you? I mean, he did a little bit of everything, and just how important was that in this game?
Great. Al was great. It's we're starting to get to the point where we've been able to bump his minutes up. And he looks healthy, feeling good. So to play him 19 minutes tonight gave us a really good rotation. And, he was terrific. I mean, he did everything, rebounded, passed, blocked a couple shots. Fun to watch Al play.
Steve, what did you think of the way your bench, specifically Al and Melton, did tonight?
Yeah, I thought they were both great. The bench came in, did a really good job. Coach Stackhouse made a couple good adjustments defensively in that first half, which helped us, change the game a little bit. And those guys defensively were really good. So, it was a good, solid game. We handled the ball well and competed and got it done.
Steph, he was kind of praising Melton earlier and called him kind of your prototypical starting 2 guard. He's up to 25 minutes tonight. I'm not necessarily expecting, lineup announcements, but do you think he's to the point he can start to play like starting type minutes?
He's been out basically for the most part of 2 years, so we're going to keep doing what we're doing, bring him off the bench, keep his minutes climbing. As soon as Rick tells me he can play 30 minutes, then there's going to be nights where he plays 30 minutes. He's a hell of a player, and so obviously I like our starting lineup right now. We're in a good groove. We're playing pretty well overall. We're solid, and Melt gives us a great option off the bench. And as you've seen, he's closed most of the games here the last couple of weeks.
Steve, what led to tonight being such a better shooting night with the efficiency?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes the ball goes in, sometimes it doesn't. It's a cliche, but it's true. It's just, we got good shots the other night. We got good shots tonight. Tonight they win it.
Steve, you said Stack helped you make some adjustments. What were some of those adjustments?
I'm not going to tell.
Can't give us at least a little clue?
We don't give those secrets away. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, to your right, we talked a little bit before the game about this 8-game homestand and the opportunity it presents. How big is it to get this first one, especially? I know you guys were frustrated after the Clippers game. How big is it to just kind of start this thing with a win?
Yeah, very important. 8 straight at home. The schedule is finally turning for us in our direction, and so we want to take advantage of it and have a great homestand and make a push and get some separation from that 500 mark that we've been hovering around all year.
What are you seeing with regards to the ball security the last couple of games, turnovers?
Just great decision making. Draymond, I think the last 2 games, I want to say 19 assists and like 2 turnovers. He's just making solid decisions and not trying to do anything too much. We have good spacing. Steph, same thing. He had 1 turnover tonight. So when those 2 guys in particular are just making simple decisions, they're still able to create plenty of offense for us, without taking risks that turn into threes and dunks at the other end. So it's up to those 2 guys. Jimmy always takes care of the ball, and it's really up to Steph and Dre to continue this pattern of allowing us to win games just through our execution and our defense.
On it being a make or miss league from 3, you guys take more threes than anyone in the league. I think you're 15th in percentage overall. How would you evaluate the shot profile, the shot quality that you guys have gotten this year, and do you think that percentage could have some positive regression?
I do think I think positive regression is an oxymoron, is it not? I believe it's called progression, maybe. I don't know. I do think that our shooting will improve because we have good shooters. Like Melt's a perfect example. Tonight he goes 5 for 9. He's finally getting into the groove after coming off the injury. Al, same thing. So I believe we're a much better shooting team than we've shown this year so far. And if we can stay healthy and keep this rhythm going, then I think those numbers will go up. But I like the shots we're getting. I think what we're doing makes sense. We're playing through Jimmy and Steph, which we're always going to do. And those 2 guys create a lot of shots for people. And I have a lot of faith that we'll continue to get better.
I guess to follow on that, Moses with 3 threes tonight. Just what have you seen from him in the last few weeks? I know that the shot has been down a little bit, but what have you seen just in general within the last few weeks?
Well, what I love about Moses is he's the same guy every day. He comes to work, puts in the work, and he doesn't get too high or too low. And he understands that over 82 games, there's just spells in the season where shots don't go and you lose your rhythm a little bit and you don't panic, you just keep shooting, and that's what Moses does. He's a real pro, and he belongs in that category too, with Melt and Al. Like I have no doubt that Mo will find his groove as well.
Steph said he likes the focus everybody's coming with right now. Would you agree?
Yeah, totally agree. I think we've won 7 out of 10, and there are a couple in there that we, very easily could have won. It just feels like we're much more consistent now and solid than we were earlier. It felt like we were up and down quite a bit. I like the focus. I thought Draymond's energy has been so good, the last couple games, and obviously, all the stuff that happened a couple weeks ago. Like he's in a great place. I just think our team is settling in and ready for a move.
And that's the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGM, ZFM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Cameron is back in our Laughing Monk studios. My name is Evan Giddings. Warriors wrap up live here at Chase Center, 121-13, Golden State, 7 of 10. You heard that last part from Steve Kerr, kind of about finding a rhythm. Again, I think that's kind of what you're beginning to see. Now, it doesn't mean it's good enough to beat some of the best teams in the West or in the East. That will continue to learn. But the teams they have taken care of are the teams that I would say for the first, 30 games of this season, or 25, it was kind of a coin flip. And to take down, Phoenix, hampered Orlando, depleted Dallas, at Brooklyn, at Charlotte, Utah, Milwaukee, those are teams that you got to beat if you want to be in the mix. And I think the Warriors are beginning to stabilize. Kerr's beginning to stabilize with how much he's, just kind of relying on this rotation. I think the emergence of Melton along with Horford has absolutely strengthened that bench. And when and if Melton is able to move into the starting lineup alongside Curry, that will put someone else on the bench that could ideally help them as well. Maybe it's Post, maybe it's Moody. I think they can kind of mix and match. But either way, you're beginning to see this team take shape. And you're beginning to, I think, figure out why, as much as I'm not wholeheartedly on board with it, why Kerr believes the answers for this season's team are more internal than external compared to last year. And might be able to get something at the deadline, might be able to make something happen. Certainly nothing as big as the Trae Young move earlier today, but, who knows. Speaking of great point guards, all-time point guards, not talking about Trae Young, Steph Curry was talking after the game about a lot of these kind of subjects as well. The homestand, the opportunity, kind of a chance to turn the corner in 2026, and just the way that he feels like this might be a potential blueprint for things moving forward. Here's the chef after the win against Milwaukee.
How much, if at all, did the matchup earlier this year in Milwaukee play into the way you guys played tonight?
Not much, because Giannis didn't play, but just a sense of urgency on early in the game, get into their shooters, and just trying to make it tough on them. Obviously, Ryan had a great game last time when Giannis was out and dominated the whole game, but it was more the recipe for how we're supposed to win games compared to the Clipper game. We made more shots, but it was the same kind of vibe. Good defense, low turnovers, trying to keep them off the offensive glass, and you'd hope that would add up to a win.
You made a ton more shots this game than against the Clippers. I think you're like league average three-pointers, as a team this year. Do you feel like you're better than that?
I mean, you're only as good as the shots that go in. So, I'd like to have the confidence and the belief that we are, but it's, trying to create good shots, consistent good looks for good shooters. You stick with that, you'd hope that would build over the course of a stretch of games. But I'd like to have the belief, but you got to go, knock down shots.
Steph, how welcome was it to see Melton go off for 22 and for what Al gave you guys off the bench?
Yeah, those two guys weren't available much or at all early in the year, and they're both trying to find their legs, their rhythm, but you can see how much of a difference they can make off the bench. And I think those two guys, like surrounding Jimmy with those two, and kind of you pick the next two, like it's a good recipe for shooting high IQ guys, and then defensively they both know what to do on that end.
How much have you kind of mapped out this 8-game homestand, looked at it, in its full capacity, or are you just trying to go one game at a time?
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even know who we play next.
Kings on Friday.
I honestly have no clue. We had a rough flight back from LA and that whole situation. So all energy was just trying to get through tonight. But I know we play pretty much every other day. By the opponents, I would have failed that quiz.
How rough was the flight? You guys got in the air too and had to turn around, right?
Yeah, we got home safe, so nobody's really complaining about it. But it was not ideal down there and on the way back.
Steph, that's 2 games in a row now where you guys have had under double-digit turnovers. I was wondering, what has been the biggest difference these last 2 games when it comes to keeping those turnovers low?
I think everybody individually would have to speak to what their focus is. I think for me and, Draymond, especially with the way that we play, it's just being sure about your passes. And, we're going to take some risks. I'm going to throw a behind-the-back pass. I'm going to throw a full-court pass. But it's throughout the meat of the game, it's trying to just play under control. And just, as Coach Kerr would say, hit singles, let everything kind of work itself out with, good decision-making, fundamental basketball, mixed with our tendency to have a little chaos.
Steph, it felt like towards the end there, that last shot had a chance to kind of do a celebration we haven't seen in a while, the night. Do you feel like that's a sign that maybe some fun's beginning to return to stretch of the season where you guys are starting to put together a good stretch of basketball?
I mean, the more you win, the more everybody feels good, the more momentum you pick up. The vibes are, immaculate, as they say. Draymond actually hit me with it before I even had a chance to, so I was just shadowing him. But yeah, you want to feel good about yourself, and sometimes you might have to force it a little bit, like get yourself going and make sure you're having fun through some of the ups and downs that we've had this year.
Steph, following up the earlier question on DeAnthony, why is he such a good fit here? Obviously he's a good player, but last year, even in the small sample size, you and Steve and others were pretty emphatic that he made sense on this team. What about his game sort of meshes, do you think, with the way you play?
He's just versatile. Defensively, he can guard on the ball, point of attack. He plays passing lanes. He's just smart, quick on his feet. Got a crazy, wingspan that he can be a pest out there. And then offensively, he's a solid knockdown shooter, catch and shoot. But he's one of the few that has a pace to him when he puts the ball on the floor that he can create something. I think he got to the lane, had a nice little wide finish, in the paint tonight off a 4 or 5 dribble sequence, and then he bailed us out of a possession in the fourth quarter with just creating something out of nothing. And his confidence is, he knows he belongs. He's a, prototypical, like, starting 2 guard. And he's played on good teams, so he knows, what that level is like. And I'm happy that he's healthy and able to, do it for us.
So that was Steph Curry talking after the game about, just this team, where they're at, and exactly what he's feeling right now. I thought that a couple of his answers were pretty interesting. Number one, kind of joking around about not knowing who they play next as far as the Kings are concerned, but he does know where they are in their season and the importance of this 8-game homestand. Draymond, I think, understands the importance of this 8-game homestand. And I think the Warriors as a whole, they know that this is a big stretch in the season. It gets a little bit tougher after these few games coming up between the Kings and the Hawks, but they are 12-5 at home. So they've clearly found something in this building at Chase Center, and they've given the crowd, more often than not this season, something to cheer about. They have not had a bunch of breakaway wins. Again, I think they've really had 2 over the last month. I was in Chicago and then at home against Orlando a couple of weeks ago. But they're beginning to stack wins, and that was something that this team has not shown a capability of doing so far, right? They're 2 games above 500. So I think that they're slowly kind of peeking around the bend. To me, they're showing that they are a better team than maybe we give them credit for. They're not a great team by any means, but they're good enough to take care of business against teams they should beat, kind of these bottom feeders, right? And that's going to get you somewhere. The other part about it, too, I realize that, may not make people feel good about, all right, can you beat OKC? Can you beat Denver? Can you beat Houston, who, by the way, is not exactly, running away with the West right now. But I think it's going to be really hard for the Warriors to not be in the 7-8 game. And the Trailblazers have been playing better recently, right? They've won 4 games in a row, the Blazers have. And the Warriors are going to see them for the 4th time this season, the final time, during this homestand. But, Portland, Memphis, Dallas, Clippers, those are the teams that the Warriors are trying to stave off for that 8 seed. And I feel like they're going to be able to do it. I don't know if it doesn't mean that the Warriors are going to win 2 playoff series or even win 1 playoff series like they did last year. But you just think about where they are in the West. I think it's going to be really hard for them to get to 6 or any higher than that. I think it's going to be hard for them to get out of the play-in. But I also think it's going to be very difficult for them to fall out of the 7-8 game. So they'll get 2 cracks at making the postseason. And last year, that ended up working in their favor because Houston was a team that was vulnerable. The Warriors had a chance to take down a younger group. And not to fast forward too much, but maybe San Antonio is that team this year that hasn't been there before. Maybe the Lakers go on a run and you play that team in which you've had a little more success against since Luka Doncic has got there. So much of this is matchup based in the NBA that I do feel like the Warriors, again, are just looking for, what does Steve Kerr call it, a swing at the plate. And they're beginning to figure out with this specific team, with Kerr and his rotations, who they can be. Maybe their ceiling is not that high. In all probability, it's not that high. They'll make a move at the deadline, I believe. They will use Kuminga's contract, I believe. And they'll try and find something else to bolster this roster. But in the meantime, if this is what they have to work with, you're beginning to see some of those dividends, and you're seeing some of the pieces that they brought in this summer rewarded. So another thing that also leaked out after the game we're going to talk about this tomorrow, but we do have to discuss one quote I saw from Draymond Green. This was about his matchup with Giannis. I talked about this earlier in the show, but Draymond was asked if he was still a top 10 NBA player in the NBA. And he responded, as only Draymond does, quote, "I think that would be an understatement. Top 10 seems a little low. So yeah, top 5. Maybe 3 or 2, possibly 1. Nah, I'm just playing." But I think Draymond still does believe he's absolutely a top 10 defender. I'm not so sure anymore. And the numbers would back that up. Like last year, Draymond absolutely was a top 10 defender. If you look at some of the analytics, defensive box plus minus, he was top 4 in the NBA last season. And that is an estimate of a defensive player's points per 100 possessions they contributed to their team. So Chris Dunn, Jokic, Wemby, Amen Thompson, those were the guys in the same, Dyson Daniels, basically all the defensive player of the year candidates were in the same group as Draymond Green last year. That is what he contributed on that end. In terms of defensive win shares, Draymond Green also pretty high. You're looking at top 10, top 15. This year, it is just not the case. I don't even have to go to the eye test. I mean, tonight he got absolutely owned by Giannis. But, you look at the defensive box plus minus, he's right around top 10, a little bit out of it. That's where he is right now. And in terms of other analytics, Draymond Green is even lower than that. So Draymond's got to prove the remainder of the year that he still is the top 5 defender that he believes himself to be. Because so far this season, I've only seen it twice. And it did come against Victor Wembanyama. One of the games I thought he was much better than the other. But we haven't seen Draymond be able to own elite offensive bigs, or just bigs in general, the way that he has even last year. So far this year. I thought tonight was a big test for him. Last year he shut down Giannis in a way I have never seen before. He was 0 of 7 against him, 0 of 1 from 3 across 7 minutes. Didn't get anything on Draymond. Tonight, he got everything. Yeah, he missed a couple shots. He missed some free throws. Giannis won that matchup. And Giannis is a great player. But Draymond Green has been, and I believe has maybe still the capability to do it. Maybe he doesn't. To be a great defender. That's why he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Draymond Green is one of the biggest keys to the Warriors' engine during their dynasty. What he was able to turn himself into as an offensive threat, being a facilitator, being able to run the floor, his battery, the vision. I mean, he was as versatile of a forward as there was during his heyday. And even a few years ago when they were winning championships. But now he's a negative on offense. And where he still brings value is on the defensive end. But this year, I would say he slipped on that side as well. I think he played well tonight. I think he's beginning to turn a corner as a whole. He's taking better care of the basketball. But that's on the offensive end. To me, what Draymond has to be in order to be an effective player right now in 2026 is a player that takes care of the ball. 7 assists, 1 turnover tonight. Against the Clippers, 12 assists, I think 2 turnovers. That's great. That's incredible. And that's what he has to be in order to help this team. Defensively, meanwhile, I'm not sure if he can summon what he had last year. He's 35 years old now. It's a bit tougher for him. And these kind of elite one-on-ones, these primary assignments against the best of the best, I'm not sure if he can win them anymore. At least as often as he did even last year when he was a top 3 defensive player of the year candidate. But overall, I think the Warriors they're in a decent spot. I'm not expecting this team to rip off 7 of 8. They've won 7 of 10. But can they do that for the next 10 games? Can they go 14 of 20? Maybe even 15 of 20? Like, that to me is where you begin to find some belief in this team having a little bit of action. Having action the way they did last year. I didn't. I know a lot of people didn't really believe in the Warriors last year until they got Jimmy Butler, and they showed over an extended period of time, 30 games, that they could play quality basketball. They are a third of the way there. Let's think about it like that. If they play at this pace, 21 out of 30, 21-9, then you start to think about this team as being a squad that might have something. But until that point, or until the next 5 to 10 games, I would say the rest of this homestand, we're going to learn a lot about this team during this homestand because they play well here. They've won 12 of 17 games at home. They do have some good teams coming up on their schedule. The Knicks are certainly one of them. That back-to-back against Miami, along with Toronto, is going to be troublesome. They've had trouble against Portland. These are teams that are going to test them. And how do they respond? I think if this homestand goes well, that's when we can start maybe recalibrating how we feel about the Warriors, because it's also going to coincide with, I believe, the trade deadline. They have now 17 games until the February 15th deadline. They have now 4 games until the January 15th deadline in which Kuminga's contract becomes eligible to be traded. So I think a lot to still learn about this team, a lot of positives to take away from tonight, but also still some stuff I understand if you're a bit skeptical about it, because this Warriors team is just now, they haven't won 4 games in a row yet this year. They've won 7 of 10, but they haven't really been able to play an extended stretch of, all right, a lot of greens, a lot of W's, a lot of vibes, everything's feeling good. They're 2 out of their last 4. So can this team show us something? Can they go win Friday? I think they should absolutely win that game. And on that note, I will be with you on Friday at 6 o'clock for Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert, as always, will have the call. Game 2 of this 8-game homestand. Sacramento on Friday, Atlanta on Sunday. Cannot wait. The Warriors potentially, I know playoff football is going on, and everyone's happy about where the Niners are at, going to Philly. Everyone's hyped for that game. But keep your eyes on the Warriors. Don't lose track of them. We're learning a lot about this team, and some of those additions from the summer are beginning to show up. Melton, Horford, along with, obviously, the mainstays with Golden State. So, big thank you to everybody who has tuned in tonight. Big thank you to everybody who has, even donated. Dylan Palmer, 901. Is that a euro, buddy? 249 to say 1? I appreciate you. I'll see what I can convert, because I think the dollar's a little low compared to the euro right now. But shout out to everybody who tuned in tonight, everybody who has listened throughout this season, continues to listen, and is going to listen tomorrow, because we got you locked from, of course, 6 to 10, Spadoni and Shasky, 10 to 2, Stanley and Guru, and, of course, Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6. All that on ahead on a Thursday. We're turning our attention to the Warriors, the Niners. We got a lot coming up on 95.7 The Game, and keep it locked right here. Big thank you to Cameron Williams, our network coordinator, as always, holding it down for us. Big thank you to Stephen Risotto, making everything sound great for us. My name is Evan Giddings, saying so long from Chase Center. One last time, the Dubs victorious, 120 to 113. We'll talk to you next time on Warriors Wrap-Up on 95.7 The Game.
In 1848, James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill, and in 3 years, a multicultural migration grew a sleepy trading post of 800 to a city of over 250,000. These were the first dreamers, innovators, builders, and inventors that defined San Francisco. The San Francisco Historical Society exists to uncover, preserve, and present in engaging ways the colorful and diverse history of our city from its earliest days to the present. As a member, you'll receive the Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And the Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
All of this success, if Caleb goes out, throws 3 interceptions against the Packers, and the Bears lose at home, and you say, oh my God, the Chicago fans, you think they're going to be patient? Methinks not so much. Methinks they'll have their pitchforks out, torches lit, and be ready to flip over the Bears bandwagon. They'll be like, these guys suck. It was all fake. It was all fake. All that. All right. It is the Ben Maller Show. If you would like to comment on any of this, you are more than welcome to join us here. We have a lot of talk radio real estate to work our way through. So if you want to be part of the show, there's a couple ways you can do it. Now, this is one of the last old school call-in radio shows. Most of these shows have high-paid consultants and big executives that don't allow them to take calls, and they really don't want to talk to you because you're the unwashed. We here believe in bringing in the hoi polloi. We love it. We can't get enough of it. So if you want to be part of this, the good, the bad, and the ugly, as we like to say, from all parts of the world. We have people committing crimes. We have people stopping people from committing crimes. We have people working. We have people that are on government, food stamps, EBT cards. We have more Obama phones than any other show in America. We dominate that demographic, but yet we also have college professors and people that run major corporations that make a bunch of money.
Yes,
it's amazing.
we can.
It's a melting pot is what it is. It's an absolute bleeping melting pot. And it's fascinating when you go out and do these Maller meet and greets.
Dear God.
It's good. You meet people like Mouthwash Mike in Vegas, who's always got a nice bottle of yellow mouthwash. And then you meet the person running the construction company who also happens to be there. He's like, wow. Or the person running the Bellagio or whatever. Anyway, it is the Ben Maller Show. If you'd like to be part, again, 877-99 on Fox. That's 877-996-6369. And also on the X machine, that's at Ben Maller. You can put a real name on there or use a burner account. I don't know. Who cares? I don't care. Do whatever you want. Just send a message. Make sure you follow the Ben Maller account on X and we read a lot of comments. We do a lot of comments through the overnight. Straight ahead, a little bit of a different spin. We'll get to that. And spin, and we will do it next. However, it's live read season. This is the A block, and let's see if we can find out what hour it is.
Number one.
Oh, look at that, hour number one. That's a big hour. It's a very important live read. This will determine the rest of the night. So DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every playoff moment feel bigger. In fact, the Rams are the biggest road favorite in NFL history. Did you know that? That's how bad Carolina is. All the numbers are on DraftKings. This could change, obviously, by the time they kick off this weekend. But DraftKings has your back with early exit protection if the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half. You still get paid in cash. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code Maller, M-A-L-L-E-R. That's code Maller to turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas. Wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 plus in most states, void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 sweepstakes with separate opt-ins. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets that expire in 7 days or single-use profit boost. See official rules at dkng.co/live millions for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
The NFL's regular season came and it conquered. And now we feast on the NFL playoffs.
Yummy.
Go time. Your wild card weekend is coming. Every game, every snap. The best NFL playoff coverage lives here. We're Fox Sports Radio.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by
My
Shell.
name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9871. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9871. That's 800-575-9871. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules. Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need, or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills, or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Right. Why does our lineup work?
I think the contrast of personalities.
Here's a little secret. I can't even sugarcoat. We have the best in the business.
They pimp slapped him.
24/7, 365.
There's a ton going on in sports.
Wherever, whenever, quality.
For sure.
Oh, that sweet sound.
It's how we do sports.
Hey, we're talking about sports.
I get paid to yell and call for people to get fired.
This is Fox Sports Radio, the premier sports lineup in the nation. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
And you, it is the Ben Maller Show, as we are glad to have you. 5 nights a week, there's a podcast, literally audio content every day. Weekend 5th hour podcast, a labor of love from the Audio Sweatshop. That'll start dropping again on Friday, which would be tomorrow. This is still Wednesday on the West Coast, but Thursday's show as we slide into a Thursday, big college football weekend, NFL playoff weekend. Playoffs? And this show is interactive. You can comment on the program.
Playoffs?
Yeah, great Jim Moore, legend, who worked here in the hallowed hallways of Fox Sports Radio back in the day. And how do you say hello? Well, you follow the Ben Maller account. Make sure to do that. Make sure you get it. Yeah, click that little follow button thingamajig right there, and you're good to go. At Ben Maller, Maller, and a little late on the X post, but it is up now. Lorena is here. You can say hello to her at the FSR Tech Queen. Hi, Bill. And don't do that. And Koopaloop at a Bronco fan. Your comments can and will be used against you in the court of sports radio, so please act accordingly. All right, back to it we go. Late Night Drug Tester writes in. He says, I hear John Harbaugh is waiting to see if the leadership job in Venezuela is still open.
You smoke crack, don't you?
Here, the women there are just as attractive as the ones in Ecuador, according to Doc Mike. Well, yeah, Doc. Well, I believe he's now banned from Ecuador. I don't know. But Doc did attempt to call me multiple times at the end of yesterday's program. I did not answer the phone. That did not happen. I see JJ from Renton is up and yapping away. And JJ says, you better hope your Rams are prepared, Maller. He says he's on hold. I guess he's on hold. We'll get to the phones in a minute. Gunner says that he's going to wait for the Rams to fire their head coach, John Harbaugh, after Saturday's loss to my Panthers. I love the fact that Gunner has there's no concern that in the history of the National Football League, the Carolina Panthers are the biggest home underdog in the history of the NFL plus. That means, according to the wise guys, they suck more than any other team that has ever made the NFL playoffs. Think about that. This is the worst team ever to make the playoffs. The worst one. Nature Boy says, would you admit that Sam Darnold is an MVP caliber quarterback for a price? Absolutely, Nature Boy, I would. I admit it. If you pay me $10 million cash-free money, I will do 4 hours of talk radio singing the praises of Sam Darnold. It'll all be bullcrap, but I'll do it for $10 million. I've learned from our politicians that you just say a lot of bullcrap, and then that's all you have to do. Anyway, do send the post out on X. I just posted it a minute ago. That's at Ben Maller on the X machine, and don't see Fergdog here. I don't know. Maybe Fergdog taking the night off. Big news there. What happened? Perito has checked in there. Justin in Cincinnati, and have you had the Skyline chili yet? Have you had the?
No, I was not home today, so I did not have it today.
And that's a day you have to stay home. Yeah,
right, and close to a bathroom, according.
Yeah, exactly. Scrooge, who's in the younger demo in Northern California, writes in. He says, you don't even need to hear the criticism about Caleb Williams. Just watch him play. Watch him play quarterback. He's mediocre. He's Justin Fields 2.0. Just like Sam Darnold is another version of Kirk Cousins. Puts up an illusion. Stats in the regular season, but will crash and burn in the playoffs. But that would be a really bad loss. That would be, you talk about a stinker. You talk about a bad life. If the Bear, I know it's a small line. I understand that. It's a small line. The Bears are at home. If you start digging around on the Packers, and I'm going to save most of this for Benny versus the Penny, which will be up actually later on Thursday. I don't know. Should we release? How does this work? So I'm kind of new to the YouTube thing. So we're going to have 3 episodes this week. We have the Saturday episode, the Sunday, and then the Monday. Do you release them all and let people binge watch them, or do you do it like one by one? Like, I'm not sure. I have to figure that out. I mean, because some people like to binge watch. So if you want to binge watch,
that is true. Do you want to give them the option to do either or?
Yeah. I mean, these are the kind of decisions. I mean, this job is not that easy. These are decisions that must be made. I would like to point out, though, the things to know on that Green Bay-Chicago matchup. You look at the Packers and their top defensive player, Micah Parsons, is not walking through that door. If he is, he's got crutches on because he's injured. And that seems like kind of a big deal. And then, in addition to that, if you watch the Packers this year, and we have a lot of people that listen to the show, I don't know if you know this, that own the Green Bay Packers. We have many people that have an ownership stake in the Packers. They're stockholders of the Green Bay Packers. And so they have a vested interest, not just as a fan, but as a owner. And so we have them call up every once in a while as well. But when you break down and peel back the onion, however you want to say it, I don't care. You can say it how you want. The Green Bay Packers, if they were to beat the Bears, and I know I'm inspiring Lucky Tony here, but they enter the playoffs, the Packers, on a 4-game losing streak. They lost Micah Parsons, but their top offensive player, Tucker Kraft. To me, that was the guy that really spiced it up for the Green Bay Packers on offense, and he is also out for the year. All right, let's go to the phones, and a man cashing a golden ticket right now.
Golden ticket.
Hollering James from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Hello, Hollering James.
Hello, Ben. The reason why I'm cashing in my golden ticket because nobody loves me, nobody cares.
Oh, what is this? A Greek tragedy? What are you talking about? We love you, Hollering James. What are you talking about? Why would you say no one loves you?
And I need Lorena's advice because the right woman don't love me. I don't know what I did, but I'm stupid, Ben.
Oh, this sounds like the after holidays blues.
What's wrong,
I got
James?
the holiday blues. I have the flu. I got whatever what's not new.
Put some onions on your feet.
It's all right, James.
I'm trying to get back on my feet, but I just kind of sit and see.
Yeah. What is wrong? What? Tell me your problems.
I need Carolina to beat the L.A. Rams, and I'll be happy because they're going to L.A.
Well, then I will tell you right now, you know what, James? I love you, and if that's all you need to have a happy life, you'll never have a happy life.
I know I won't, but I did have picks last weekend, and some of those picks hit. I just wish I had the money to bet on them so I could get Tammy's email from you or address from you, and I could send her a nice fruit basket like Brett Favre used to send.
Well, that you certainly know the way to a woman's heart with a fruit basket. That is absolutely.
Candy. I don't want to give her diabetes. I already have diabetes.
Yes. If you eat one piece of candy, you're going to get diabetes. Yeah, 100 proven fact. You're like a doctor, James. You're like a doctor. Yeah. Oh, what is that? Are you farting? What was that?
I don't know.
You don't know. All right, you're having a bad. You know what, James? Let's hug. Let me give you a hug. All right, I'm hugging you right now. Right. All right, little bro hug. You good? We're hugging.
Yeah, bro, I'm good. Hey, man, I got something to say.
What?
They're going to trade McCarthy. These things are going to break up their Vikings team.
I can't understand what he's saying. What is he saying? Something about the Vikings? I don't know what he's saying. Are you hollering? Oh, wait. You're not hollering, James. Is this Jed who fled?
No, this is Ben who Ned.
All right, see, here's the thing, James. I mean, what do I do with that? Here's the issue, hollering, James, okay? You've used your golden ticket. Are you going to go to bed now? Are you going to go to bed, or what are you going to do?
I'm going to harass Coop because I like harassing Coop.
You're all right. Yes, you're
No, you're not.
This is the problem, James. Now, do you want me to leave you on hold? Maybe I'll go back to you. Maybe later. How about that? You want to be that way? You won't harass Coop.
Thank you. I got 37% until it burns out. Let's see how it goes.
All right. How long does it take? Coop, Google how long it takes a phone to die at 37%.
Make sure you're running all your apps.
Yeah. I can only imagine what's on James's phone.
Lorena, I'm a fat boy. Fat boys are back, and Lorena, I'm kind of
Oh, yes. Women love fat men. That's proven. Yes, absolutely. All right, thank you. Okay, there's Hollering James. What a stud that guy is. I've met him. We're lifelong friends. One of the greatest moments in the state of Minnesota's history was the Maller meet and greet. The police so excited to see me, they gave me a ticket, a speeding ticket. A cop that looked like he was 13 years old gave me a speeding ticket. One of the great nights there in the history. It was actually the afternoon. But I got to meet Eek as well, and so many other great listeners there in Minnesota that came by. So a little different spin here. John Harbaugh, more on John Harbaugh. So the initial story spotted or planted by the state-sponsored NFL media was that Harbaugh lost the locker room, and that's why the Ravens fired him. Now the other spin is that Harbaugh decided he wanted to leave. It was his decision. He wanted to leave because he didn't get support from ownership for changes that he wanted to make, and so that's why he ended up leaving. So some of this stuff's probably true. Some of the stuff is probably true. Most of it is, I'm going to go bull crap. I'm going to go bull crap. Yeah. So now I do have a source who I will not reveal their name, who's pretty connected in NFL circles, who claims, despite the $100 million offer which is being floated around for the Browns, the person does not see Harbaugh going to Cleveland. However, he was raised in Ohio. And so we'll see what happens. Publicly, he's been very, very kind about the Browns and all that. I don't know whether privately there's anything else going on. And as the source, very connected, points out that Harbaugh is going to be paid, whether he coaches or not, $18 million. He can be on a pontoon boat somewhere off the coast of Florida and be getting paid $18 million a year to sit there and drink a Pabst Blue Ribbon while sitting on a folding chair on a boat, pontoon boat, while fishing. And he's made a fair amount of money. And another source pointing out that, backing up my commentary, Lamar Jackson did not post anything about John Harbaugh, which is a dead giveaway. Because that's like the baseline, right? Coach gets fired. Even Kyler Murray paused playing video games for 2 minutes to send out a post praising the coach, Jonathan Gannon in Arizona, who got let go. Lamar did not. Into no. There's no gremlins. There's no gremlins. No, there's no gremlins. No, but no. But that falls into my belief. That falls into my belief that there's something else going on. And I like that story because it validates my take. And as a talk show host, you're always trying to validate your takes. It's all about hot take validation, as Terry in England is well aware. Well aware. All right, let's go back to the phones, and we'll, let's see here. Do we have Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo? Let's say hello to Danny in Toronto. What's going on, Danny? Welcome.
Hello, Bill Miller.
Danny, driving around. I hear a lot of ambient noise. What's up, Danny?
Not much. Got a flat tire yesterday, the life of an Uber driver, but we fixed that. We keep on rolling down the road.
Yeah, that sucks, man. I hate that. Now, did you call a tow truck or did you fix it on your own?
No, I was out there on my own. Had it fixed in about 15 minutes. Drove straight to Costco. Should have been under warranty. They denied me. You know what else is new? Murphy's Law.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the warranties are great. It's kind of like insurance. Insurance is great until you need to use it, and warranties are great until you need to use that as well. I actually had low air pressure. Very exciting news here, Danny. I had low air pressure on my tires. I thought I had a flat. I thought I had a leak in one of my tires, and so. But I filled it up. I filled them all up with air, and I'm good to go. So I solved that problem. Problem solving.
You got to
That's a
get
veteran.
You got to get yourself the Air Hawk. Keep it in the trunk. Plugs into the little cigarette lighter. You pump that sucker up in no time flat.
That's great. Isn't that wonderful? That's great technology. All right. So, did you want to make a wager? Is that correct? Is there some kind of wager that you wanted to make, or am I making that up?
No, I wanted to propose a friendly wager between you and I. So I believe from what you were saying yesterday, it sounds like you've got the Jags picked on the weekend.
Well, the official picks, as you know, Danny, would be on Benny versus the Penny, which will be on YouTube, Benny vs. Penny. But I am leaning towards Jackson.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. So I'm going to be a homer, and I'm going to go with the Bills. And I propose, I've got a golden ticket banked. I propose, if the Bills win, you give me another golden ticket. If the Jags win, you take back the one I have banked. So we'll bet a golden ticket.
Sounds good. That sounds good to me. I'm in. The Bills now. I know the stats are a little skewed, but Josh Allen's never won a road playoff game in his career, right? And
I think it's much hurting too.
Hasn't won a road playoff game, and the Bills. If you look at this team, not as good a product as they've had in recent years. I gotta let you go, Dan, but thank you. It is the Ben Maller Show. If you'd like to be part, you can join us right now at 877-99 on Fox. That's 877-996-6369. Time now for the Who Am I game. This is where I pretend to be somebody else. As we call it the Who Am I game. So I am a starting quarterback, and my team's offense has gone 3 and out on 29% of their offensive drives, the highest rate in the NFL this season. Again, I am a starting quarterback in the NFL. My team's offense has gone 3 and out on 29% of their offensive drives, the highest rate in the entire NFL this season. Who am I? That's the question. The answer. We'll get to it. We'll do it next. However, it's the A block. Oh, it's a B block. B block. What hour is it? Let's find out right now. Number one. Well, DraftKings Sportsbook, the number one sportsbook for live betting, is turning up the stakes for every DraftKings customer with over $2.5 million in up for grabs every Sunday during NFL playoffs. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app and opt in. Place a live bet of $1 or more on Sunday's NFL playoff games, and every live bet means another chance to win. Place a live bet and stack your entries all Sunday long. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use code Maller, M-A-L-L-E-R, bet live for your share of $2.5 million in prizes with code Maller in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 plus in most states, void in Ontario, restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 sweepstakes with separate opt-ins. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets that expire in 7 days or single-use profit boost. See official rules at dkng.co/live millions for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
Maller Militia. You already know this. But we need to remind you. Ben has a YouTube channel for the show.
Hold the drop.
Just go to youtube.com/@BenMallerShow.
I know what's killing.
Hit the subscribe button. Push that thumbs up icon and comment away. Let Ben know how smart he really is.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our weed killer cancer hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
We're here for you.
I can't let this audience down.
That's why we're giving back.
How wonderful. Bringing it to the entire nation.
Oh, yeah. Keep this in mind. We're giving you the best sports and entertainment on your platforms.
Right, because that's how we operate.
It's about the consistency. Every day. That's the truth. Whether it's through your speakers, podcast, or social, we're giving back on Fox Sports Radio. 1 FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
I don't practice Santeria. I ain't got no crystal ball. I had $1 million, but I'd spend it all.
Bill Miller and you. It is the Ben Maller Show. We thank you for listening. We know you have options, not good ones. But, hey, we're here for you. And don't forget that this show, while we use X during the live feed on the overnight, it's also available. You can contact fans of the show and interact with other members of the Maller Militia, Insomniacs and Night Owls, on Instagram at Ben Maller, on Fox, on Facebook at Ben Maller Show. You can enjoy some of the chaos behind-the-scenes photos, the life of Maller. Oh, my, what a life. All that. And you can support the circus. The tent never closes. Make sure to click those links on the things that are sent out from different videos from the show and whatnot. All right, back to it. Before we pay off the Who Am I game, time now for the play of the day. And when the Orlando Magic and the Brooklyn Nets get together, you throw out the records, because if you looked at the Nets record, you wouldn't watch. But they played an overtime thriller in Brooklyn, and it came down to this at the Barclays Center.
AB trying to get it in, finds Paolo. Here we go. 3 ball at the horn. Banked in! Paolo banked it in! Paolo banked it in! And the Magic get out of here with a dub. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Greatest moment in Orlando Magic history since Nick Anderson missed some foul shots against, who was it? That Bulls, I think it was, in the Eastern Conference Finals. Anyway, the Orlando Magic win it 104-103 on Banchero, who had 30 points, and that three-pointer, the only one that he made. That is the Tire Rack play of the night. For over 40 years, Tire Rack has been helping customers find the right tires for how, what, and where they drive. Ship fast and free. Backed by free road hazard protection with convenient installation options like mobile tire installation. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be. And, boy, if you're a Nets broadcaster, you talk about polishing turds. Woo-wee! All right, time to pay off the Who Am I game. This is where we pretend to be somebody else.
Who?
And here we go. So I am a starting quarterback, and my team's offense has gone 3 and out on 29% of their offensive drives. That is the highest rate of futility in the NFL this season. Who am I? That is the question. What is the answer? Let's see. Does anyone know the answer? Page down. Funny guy's going with Matthew Stafford. That's Seth, Major Applewhite. That's his answer. Jamie Moyer and his Temu radar gun from Not a Burner. Geno Smith and the Raiders from Femi in the Twin Cities. Tua Tongue Vailoa, misspelled by Stevie Meatballs for some reason. Steve Grogan from Alf the Alien Opiner. Terminator.
Who?
Guessed by Scrooge in the younger demo. In the Bay Area. Who else do we have? Page down. Derek Carr. That's a relevant name. He's played in the NFL. From Mike. King Roy went with Brett Hundley. He's got nightmares about Brett Hundley still. Jeff Francoeur, who's 42 today, from the late night drug tester. The spawn of Dion from Andy in Lino Lakes, Minnesota. Eek in Roseville, Minnesota got it right. Do you have an answer, Lorena?
Johnny Knoxville.
No, believe it or not, Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is the answer from the Eagles. What happened, Philadelphia? Hey, it's Mallory here. DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is turning up the stakes for every DraftKings customer with over $2.5 million in prizes up for grabs every Sunday during NFL playoffs. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use code Maller. Bet live for your share of $2.5 million in prizes with code Maller in partnership with DraftKings. The crowd is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 plus in most states, void in Ontario, restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 sweepstakes with separate opt-ins. Minimum odds -500. Prizes either bonus bets that expire in 7 days or single-use profit boost. See official rules at dkng.co/live millions for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapo Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
And here's what you need to know.
The Atlanta Hawks have traded Trae Young to the Washington Wizards, the 4-time All-Star, on the way out of Atlanta. The Wizards sending C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert back to Atlanta. The Spurs beat the Lakers 107-91. Victor Wembanyama, 16 points, 14 rebounds off the bench. Luka Doncic with a 38-point, 10-rebound, 10-assist triple-double. Joel Embiid had 28 points and 7 rebounds as the 76ers beat the Wizards 131-110. Jazz pushed the Thunder to overtime, but the defending champions won 129-125. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 46 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. Chet Holmgren had 23. The Pistons improved to 28-9 with a 108-93 win over the Bulls. Cade Cunningham didn't play due to rest. Isaiah Stewart had a career-high 31 points. And the Kansas City Chiefs have issued a statement acknowledging that wide receiver Rashee Rice has been accused of committing domestic violence, saying they will investigate further.
It's the Ben Maller Show.
I stay winning.
After hours, we unleash the best.
I suck at my job.
Big Ben Maller.
He's a white-hot tire fire.
Ben Maller. That's right. We open the verbal cage.
This is not reality.
And let the big dog, Ben Maller, roam the airwaves. Now, Live from the Fox Sports Radio studios.
Here he is, Ben Maller.
Now, what y'all want to do? Want to be
answering the call of the wild. Well, at least the call of the zebra, if you will. Welcome in the beginning of another hour of the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere, hand in hand. We have no holds bar talk, coast to coast, border to border, and beyond on the vast and gigantically powerful microphones of FSR, emanating live from the thermometer as we take the temperature in the room from the world-famous Fox Sports Radio studios, as approved by Ozzy Waz, who gives the old thumbs up, and Roberto, the bus driver, who points out that this hour made possible by our friends at Tire Rack. For over 40 years, Tire Rack has been helping customers like Kathy in Madison, Eileen in San Francisco find the right tires for how, what, and where they drive. Ship fast and free, backed by free road hazard protection with convenient installation options like mobile tire installation. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. And JJ and Renton says, hey, what about that Express Employment Professionals? Well, facing peak season, looking for a new team member. Workforce solutions from Express Employment Professionals make hiring easier. That makes Hoosier Bill very happy. Visit expresspros.com to find an office near you and to see how Express can help you hire smarter and faster, which is really, I think that's important, right? That stuff's important. Now, Not a Burner says, hey, can you tell me about that DraftKings? Yes, I can, Not a Burner. This show is sponsored in part by DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL and NBA. Right now, use the promo code Maller. It's my last name. Help us out. Do us a good solid. Do us a solid. You're going to go on DraftKings anyway. Just type my name. All right? Help me out a little bit. MALLER to claim your special offer at DraftKings. Again, that's promo code Maller at DraftKings. The crown is yours. We thank you in advance. So I lead this hour from Park Avenue, Midtown Manhattan. And the NFL power brokers have been accused of some shenanigans. Developing hot, ... Have you seen this? No? You hear about it? No? Okay. Stevie Meatballs, I know what this is. All right. Hang on. Is that Van the one-legged Bama man? He's shaking his head. Yes. Well, conspiracy theorists, and you know we love a good conspiracy, if we believe it. So conspiracy theorists are up in arms, angry with the National Football League. What did the NFL do? Why are they upset? Well, they're upset because someone named Alan Eck. Who the Eck is that? Alan Eck will be an official for the Eagles-49ers playoff game on Wild Card Weekend. Now, what exactly is the issue? Well, the issue is this guy, Alan Eck, grew up in Pennsylvania, which apparently is not allowed, and he grew up a fan of the Eagles. OMG. But wait, there's more. Every good conspiracy, every good infomercial needs, but wait, there's more. When Eek was refereeing in the past Philadelphia games, he's done it 9 times. The Eagles have won 8 of the 9 games, including the NFC Championship game. Ooh. So that's a good jumping off point. Let us discuss. Question. Are you going to go thumbs up? Are you going to go thumbs down? Thumbs up, thumbs down on the tinfoil hat crowd calling out NFL bias with official Alan Eck and when he calls Eagles games. So my observations, I got jumbo-sized Kodak moments and New World Order. And we'll put all of these things together and put the biscuit in the basket. Now, number one. What number is it? Number one. That's right. All right. So this is not a coinky dink. It is not. There's a pattern, and it's wearing the zebra uniform. Now, some carrying the water for the NFL are saying, listen, dude, it's not everything's a conspiracy. It's a small sample size. And to that I say, gobbledygook with a capital G. Please. So let's do some Maller math. We love Maller math. So you say 9 games, small sample size, doesn't matter. That is Nimrod thinking. Let me explain why. One NFL game is worth 10 Major League Baseball games. One NFL game is worth 10 Major League Baseball games. That means that this is 90 games. 90 games. That's a reality check, right? And the Eagles in that 90-game stretch have an .889 winning percentage. So forget M&M, right? This is the real Slim Shady. The real Slim Shady. A subliminal message hiding in plain sight, it would appear. And this is jumbo-sized hubris from Roger Goodell. Protect the shield at all costs. We stand for integrity of the game. Well, on this one, the NFL went down to Adam Silver's office at the NBA headquarters over on, I think, on Fifth Avenue and said, hey, can we get that old dusty book in the back that David Stern had? Sure, we could do that. Why not? Well, that's the NBA playbook. That's what this is. This guy, Eck, is the pigskin version of Scott Foster, the extender, Scott Foster. Now, if avoiding hometown refs is all you have to do, it's just an easy fix, right? Even if there's nothing going, if everything is kosher, there's nothing funny going on here, everything's all right. Just why would you even bother having him? There's other playoff games. You don't have to assign him to this particular game. Why not just do it? Well, they won't do it because the league, clearly they broke their nose. Somebody punched them right in the schnoz, and they broke their nose. This thing smells like a rotting corpse. However, right, what do we know? We're just an overnight show, so who knows? All right, now, page 2. To Tampa Bay we go, where Buccaneers coach Todd Bowles. He's back. Now, he said he planned on returning as coach, but he didn't get to make that decision. Ownership said, yeah. So he will be returning for the 2026 campaign. Holy TJ Simers, Batman. Now, earlier this week, Bowles met with the Glazer family, the aristocrats that own the team, and the robber barons said, okay, we would like to continue our relationship. Tampa Bay had a losing record, and Todd Bowles has won that division 3 times because the division blows. He's got a record as coach of the Bucs, Todd Bowles, just 2 games over 500 in 4 seasons and 3 division championships, and he's 1-3. His Buccaneers are in the postseason. So the question, what is your word on Todd Bowles continuing as coach of the Buccaneers? What is your word? My word is palatable. That's my word. This is palatable. All right. Now, if you look at it from 30,000 feet, Todd Bowles is room temperature chicken soup. It's one of those things that you eat it, you're not really happy about it. You're not excited about it. You don't send it back, but you're not Instagramming it either. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right. So Todd Bowles is what I would classify as a better soundbite than he is a coach. And he's a sneaky good soundbite, Todd Bowles. And for our purposes as a talk show, that works. That's all we care about. We're selfish. He's the straight man coach in the league, right? And there's a lot of clowns honking their horns and all that stuff, wearing the clown makeup. Todd Bowles is never going to be Dan Campbell biting kneecaps like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet of wings. He's certainly not Mike Tomlin with a standard is the standard. He doesn't have that stitched on a pillow like Tomlin does. Todd Bowles comes off as emotionless. He's a coaching mannequin. It's a blink and you miss it. However, doing a daily show here at Fox Sports Radio over the years, I have noticed, and Todd Bowles coached the Cardinals and the Jets as well. He's a vagabond coach and all that stuff. He's not a very good coach. He's a better soundbite than he's a coach, as we said. However, the Kodak moments, that's a dated reference, but you get the point. It's legendary. Remember a couple years back, the race-baiting media tried to turn Todd Bowles coaching against Mike Tomlin into some kind of sociology project, and they wanted this. They already had the story written, about this being a champion of race relations in America, and Todd Bowles shut it down like a librarian, shushing the room. It was so great. He pissed off those race-baiting media guys so much because Todd Bowles didn't take the bait. He said, hey, we don't look at color. He said, the minute you guys stop making a big deal about it, everybody else will as well. Drop the mic. He didn't drop the mic, though. Todd Bowles added on that the media turned black coaches into oddballs by constantly highlighting their race. It was a beautiful body blow by Todd Bowles. That was the day I completely fell in love with Todd Bowles. I love when the media's got their narrative and he just shoved it down their throat. Now, another great moment with Todd Bowles was when he was asked about the Buccaneers playing the Lions in a playoff game a couple years back. And a really, really smart reporter from Tampa, I think a TV person, asked Todd Bowles, what are you going to do? How do you prepare for that cold weather in Detroit? The forecast looks pretty bad. And Todd Bowles paused for a second, and he stared at the reporter. He looked to the side a little bit, and then he paused a little longer. And then he said to the reporter, you do know we play indoors, right? That is an all-timer. Now, listen, on the field, the Bucs haven't overachieved. No one's going to say Todd Bowles' teams have overachieved. They have not. I would argue they haven't underachieved. There's no real surprises here. There's no spikes. There's no dips. There's no dipsy-do. There's none of that. This has been a team performing at its baseline expectation in Tampa. And Baker Mayfield was the MVP for 5 weeks, and then they had to play the rest of the games. They're serving milk toast for breakfast. In the NFC South, when you have milk toast, that is the breakfast of champions. That is the breakfast of champions. Now, the Maller verdict on Todd Bowles, again, great sound bites. Shrug. He's a stable guy. Is he a little boring? At times he can be a little bit boring. I somehow like it. I don't. It's in terms of average coaches, I like Todd Bowles. I admit it. All right, now, final point. To college football we go. Happy Valley, to be exact, where Penn State recently hired former Iowa State coach Matt Campbell. After 75 coaches said no to Penn State, they finally hired Matt Campbell. I'm sure LeVar Arrington's very excited about that. Anyway, this prompted how many players to leave Iowa State to go to Penn State? Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, no. How about 19 Cyclone players said, I'm leaving Iowa, I'm saying bye-bye, and I'm going to the Keystone State, including supposedly star, I don't know if this guy's star, Rocco Becht, is that a star? So all those guys transferred via the portal. This, of course, led to what? That's right. It led to a hullabaloo. A hullabaloo. Yeah, social media. Oh, my God. There's these things, I guess, college football people still use called message boards. I thought that died in the 90s, but maybe not. They're still around. And it's not fair, and this is cheating the rules, and Penn State shouldn't be allowed to do this. It's not right. So, it's a recreation. I'm doing performance art there. I'm recreating what it sounded like during the hullabaloo, right? The kerfluffle. So question, how do you process the rage at Penn State coach Matt Campbell for taking so many of his Cyclone players with him from his old outpost? So I classify this and I process this as hysteria with a capital H. Hysteria with a capital H. Penn State is apparently, I don't know how this happened, public enemy number one for taking Iowa State players. Is that right? Now, I got to tell you something. I'm getting old all of us. I mean, people are dying all around me. But my whole life, I was told Cyclone talent was subprime. That great players don't go to Ames, Iowa. They don't do it. And yet, now I'm supposed to believe, because Penn State hired Iowa State's coach, and then there's a conga line, there's convoys of Iowa State players coming in. And so now suddenly, what? These guys are all crown jewels? Like, pick a lane. How about you stay in your lane? Now, this is the NIL, New World Order, is what it is. It's the wild, wild west. It's not new. You are allowed to relocate around college football. You can change schools. You can take your couch with you if you want, your lamp, your dog, whatever. It doesn't matter. And look at the Indiana Hoosiers, who are just a couple wins away from a championship. And Curt Cignetti, the coach there, he brought a bunch of his guys to establish his wants and needs in Indiana. He, from his old job, lickety-split, turned the Indiana Hoosiers into a Big Ten bully, a buzzsaw, much to the dismay of Ohio State and Michigan and every other team in the Big Ten. So spare me the violence. That's the whole point. Spare me the violence on this one. This is loyalty. Obviously, there's cash. I saw something the other day I was reading, and do not ask me where because I read a lot of things and I'm not sure where I saw this, but 70% of transfers follow the people that recruited them originally, meaning they just, whoever recruited them, they follow them along. That's according to the NCAA, some of the stats they have. So it's, again, a reminder, it's not what you know, it's who you know, which is just the secret to life. Like, everyone should know that. When you're a young person, you should know it's really, you need to have a wide circle of people in your life because it's not how smart you are. If nobody knows about it, you're going to get gigs by people recommending you and all that. So for the, and I don't know how many people are really complaining, but it seemed like a large number. So people who are complaining, take a chill pill, maybe 2. How about 3? And make sure you have a pitcher of water. And it's supercalifragilisticexpialidocious is what it is. There you go. The water will help the medicine go down. It'll help it go down, 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 down. All right, it is the Ben Maller Show, as we are just getting the party started this hour. If you'd like to be part, 877-99 on Fox. That's 877-996-6369. Also on X, at Ben Maller. That's at Ben Maller. If you'd like to be part, you can be part of the show there. No gremlins. I don't know what you're talking about, gremlins. All right. Don't spit gremlins out. Anyway, if you want to be part, 877-99 on Fox. Straight ahead, just call them sugar daddies. Some new, one of the big stories in college sports. We're learning more details about how all of this is going on. And there's a person behind the curtain who may or may not be the puppet master. We'll get to that. And also some Tiger time as well. We'll get to all of it. And we will do it next. However, it is the A block, and what hour is it? Let's see if we can find out here.
Number 2.
Oh, that sounds like the Leprechaun. Well, DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every playoff moment feel bigger. And there are some big ones here on Wild Card Weekend in the NFL. The Eagles over a field goal favorite on DraftKings as they host the 49ers in that big matchup, the reigning champs of the NFL. DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code Maller, M-A-L-L-E-R. Remember that name? That's code Maller. Yeah, I know. You remember it now. Turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 plus in most states, void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Fox Sports Radio.
It's a wide open playoff.
You got home field advantage. Use it.
It's the NFL playoffs. This is your home for it. Fox Sports Radio.
There is your dagger. Rock and roll.
Fox Sports Radio.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9871. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9871. That's 800-575-9871. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at MiristarFCU.org. Insured by NCUA. No purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
They do sports.
We like football.
They do life, but mostly they do themselves.
Podcasts and radio, no one's got anything to talk about, but I do.
Steve Cavino.
There's a spring in my step and a nickel in my pocket.
Rich Davis.
Fred Savage. Ben Savage.
And Macho Man Randy Savage.
Your afternoon pick-me-up.
It's not a show, it's a lifestyle.
It's Cavino and Rich. Weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Are you using the TalkBack feature on the iHeartRadio app? It's the button that looks like a microphone which allows you to talk to us. Press it, record your message, and fire it off.
Rose Bowl game.
It's simple and intuitive.
Broadcast on radio.
On second thought, perhaps some people are confusing it with a smart speaker prompt.
Texas and Arizona.
Pretty sure sure that's what's happening.
Texas and Arizona football game.
Fox Sports Radio is at your fingertips on the iHeart Radio app. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
Bill Miller and you. It is the Ben Maller Show. Coming up next hour will be Ask Ben. Your chance to go behind the scenes, behind the curtain here, and ask us anything. Rapid fire questions by the Maller Militia. And you can send a question right now. We don't do sporty questions, but you can ask pretty much anything. If you would like to be part of the show, that would be next hour. Hashtag Ask Ben. On X, you can say hello at Ben Maller as well. Lorena, FSR Tech Queen, and Koopaloop at A Bronco Fan.
He's a weapon.
Your comments can and will be used against you in the kangaroo court of the Ben Maller Show. So please act accordingly. And our judge, what do you got? We got the Maller. We got the Maller #1 burner account, which I believe is our judge today. So
you got to be
don't wanna mess
kidding
with
me!
that. Or Serious Sean, or Terry in England, Late Night Drug Tester. These are big names in the Maller Militia, and they're not playing around. They are not playing around at all. All right, back to it we go. And we'll get to, coming up in a little bit, the Sugar Daddy story, the secret behind one of the big stories in sports going on right now that you may not have known about. And a little Tiger Time coming up as well. Late Night Drug Tester writes in, he says, Penn State poaching Iowa State players. Next thing you'll tell me, teams are wanting players from the national champion Montana State Bobcats. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Bill, Hoosier Bill writes in, says, good for Penn State to take all the Iowa State players. Meanwhile, it was 64 degrees in Los Angeles, and USC and UCLA stink. Yeah, that's about right. That's not wrong. The #1 burner account is very excited. Very excited. The #1 burner account there because of the Gremlins. So some of these guys, it's called Schadenfreude, and they love their Schadenfreude when the Gremlins attack. And to them, I say, you're a Dingleberry and a Schmendrick and a Schmuck. Ferg Dog is alive. We'd like to, don't call the police. Ferg Dog, we're not going to do a wellness check. Ferg Dog says, as you pointed out, Ben, I did not contribute during hour #1, but I have a perfectly valid excuse. I couldn't, he says, because I was in the middle of my daily 2-hour shower. I gave them a try after Helmet Man recommended it, and I love it. That's great. Hope you have a lot of money to repair that water bill. And I don't think I don't see Mr. Nice Guy, but some of the regulars. Where are my regulars here? We got some new people, but I don't see Val, new right there, new name. I don't see Alf, the alien opiner. I wonder if we cut back on payroll here. Who knows? All right, let's go to the phones and eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's say hello to Alejandro. Hello, Alejandro. In SoCal. Welcome, Alejandro. Is Alejandro sleeping?
Oh, a light sleeper.
Yeah, doesn't have sleep apnea. Is James still on hold? Is he still?
Unfortunately.
Hold on. Let's see. What are the chances James is awake here? You think we could have two sleepers? The most famous night ever, I was doing the weekend overnight show. We had 3 in a row. Murderers Row. 3 sleeping callers in a row. One of them was Cowboy John Brad. James, are you there, James?
Mayday.
No, it's no fun. You're awake. Any advice to Alejandro? He's sleeping right now. He's on hold. Do you want to give some advice to Alejandro?
Alejandro
Alejandro. Take 26 pills in the morning, 26 pills at night. You will feel all right.
Oh, James, you only take, I thought you took 36 pills in the morning and 36 pills at night.
36, that's right.
You don't even know how many, are you lying? Were you lying about that?
No. Oh, I'm smoking in my room. I'm smoking in the boys' room.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, go back on. What? No, I'm done. Yeah. There you go. All right. Well, Alejandro's sleeping. So let's go to Lucky Tony. Lucky Tony is hanging out in Northern California, but his heart is at Hallis Hall in the Chicagoland area where the Bears are getting ready to play the Packers this weekend. Hello, Lucky Tony.
Hey, Ben. A while back, I tried to listen to the Real Fifth Hour podcast, and it wasn't my cup of tea, and the reason why is because it's not as good as the Ben Maller show. And then on one of your shows, you mentioned if you wanted to hear something to go to the Fifth Hour podcast, and I wound up going and listening to, whatever you were recommending. And since then, I haven't stopped listening to, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Lucky Tony. In fact, you have even emailed, I've gotten many emails from you on the mailbag for the Sunday show. We do a mailbag on there, and you've been very active on that with great shots at David Vassegh. Even in the off season, you've continued your assault on that Dodger houseman.
Thank you, sir. And also, I want to let people know that, I watched Benny versus the Penny, and not because I'm a gambler. The last time I gambled, I wound up singing a goofy song. But I watch it because I like you to break down the games, and I like to get the scoop on if the Bears are going to win or lose. And, your opinion is the only one that matters in sports. So, Bears.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. There he goes. And if you don't know, Lucky Tony had to sing for He's a Jolly Good Fellow, which nobody can deny. Do we have that in the system? Do we have that for He's a Jolly Good Fellow, which nobody, no?
I'm not sure. I'm editing at the moment.
Oh, really? You're ready?
Yes, there was an incident with the overnight updates.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Hoosier Bill? One of the guys said he was worried about the health of the update guy, but the update guy's long gone. Those are all recorded hours ago, so don't have to worry about the health. I'm sure they're fine. Let's see, can't read that. All right, well, how about this now? The sugar daddy behind one of the great turnarounds in my life, a team my entire life. They were such a joke, such an embarrassment, that you never paid attention to them when they played college football, but not anymore. The Indiana Hoosiers. Is it true that a billionaire, a former owner of a professional sports team, is the sugar daddy buying players on the NIL deals, making the Hoosiers great again? Well, actually, not great again because they've never been great. That would be none other than Mark Cuban, the wackadoodle. Mark Cuban, who years ago, the Mavericks made a big trade. And this is back in the age before social media. Mark Cuban's like, hey, I actually talked to him a few times when the Mavericks would come to L.A., and he was nice enough, whatever. But he said, he gave everyone his email address. He said, email me if anything, have any questions. So I emailed him. The Mavericks made a trade. He told me to read the Dallas Morning News. I said, well, why would I? You're the owner of the frickin' team. Why would I go read that? And anyway, Mark Cuban, who still owns a chunk of the Mavericks, but not the majority. He's a bit owner. He's worth $6 billion, and he is making it rain for Indiana. And he has been funding one of the people behind the scenes, footing the bill, if you will, the most, I don't know if he's the richest, he's got to be up there. How many other Indiana alumnus are worth $6 billion? I don't know. Cuban graduated IU back in 1981, and every once in a while he'll still hang out at a bar in Bloomington. Is that weird? I don't know. But he'll buy everyone in the bar drinks, so they don't care. If you buy everyone in the bar drinks, they don't really care about that. But we're not sure. I haven't seen the exact dollar amount, how much Cuban is spending. It's got to be a ton of money, right? And it's like the amount of players they're getting there, and they're in the portal again. If you read those stories, they make my mind spin a little bit, but they're all about that action. They're all about that action. Well, speaking about that action, let's go now to a man who's a fan of the team that is the worst team ever, according to the gambling line, to ever qualify, ever, for the NFL postseason, the Carolina Panthers. This postseason, the biggest dog of a home team all time in the history of the NFL. And now to polish those losers, Gunner in Minnesota.
Really? You're third on that? I just can't wait until we knock the Rams out of the playoffs. It's going to be great.
Yeah,
and then you're going to see the next day. Well, really, come on now. You're the.
Let me tell you what's going to happen, Gunner. Let me tell you, I love you. Are you at the break room at the Walmart right now? Are you in the break?
Yeah, I'm on lunch, yes.
All right.
I got 25 minutes on lunch.
Okay, what's for lunch?
I had creamy chicken noodle soup.
Some kind of soup?
Chicken and dumpling.
Oh, chicken and dumpling soup. I got you. All right.
Yes.
So here's what's going to happen, Gunner. The Carolina Panthers will lose this weekend, and then all of a sudden your phone will stop working. Your social media accounts will stop working. You will go into hiding, and this always happens. Now, if Carolina were to win, not that that's going to happen, if maybe Stafford gets hurt or something like that, but if Carolina were to win, Gunner, you'll be my first caller on Sunday into Monday's show. You'll be at the very top.
You mean
ready to go.
No. You mean Monday into Tuesday, because you're not on Sunday.
I actually am on Sunday night.
You're on Monday morning. Yeah, I know. I'm not working on Monday. You'll hear from me Wednesday. Because I take my weekends. I have my radio on, so I'm sleeping at this time. I'm not up at this time during my weekend.
Well, that's kind of disrespectful. I would listen to you on my days off.
Yeah,
I thought we were friends, Gunn. I thought me and you were you're like a nemesis of mine. You're part of the show. I thought you would listen to my content.
Afterwards, when I get up, I listen. I can't listen every single day when I'm off. I listen to it.
Why not? Ferg Dog has no life. He quit his job. He has no girlfriend, no friends, all because of the show. Alf, no friends. Wife upset that he listens all the time. The whole thing. Come on, you got to dedicate. You got to go next level. You got to go next level, man. You got to go next level.
Yeah, I got to go next level. Once my Panthers beat you, you're going to hear from me, and you're going to be like, oh, they'll cheat, those rats, blah, 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 blah. I know how
No. Listen, I'm here. Win, lose, or draw. I'm like the great, the Postal Creed? Do you know the Postal Creed?
Yeah.
That's like me. It's the same thing.
Uh-huh.
It's the same deal. Neither snow nor rain. I'm doing the Postal Creed. Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night stays these gas bags from the swift completion of their hot takes. Boom.
Just like last year, you Clippers. Oh, they're the best team. They beat the Thunder. They were the losers. We beat the Clippers.
In fact, by the way, we've piggybacked the Navy slogan that these takes happen by land, by air, and by sea.
Yeah, I know. And you can't back up the Clippers because they're losers. Just like that.
Well, Minnesota Timberwolves are bigger losers than that.
No.
They are. Let me tell you why. First of all, the Minnesota Timberwolves are a bigger loser because they actually have good players right now that aren't like old players, and they still aren't going to win anything.
You guys are the losers because you traded away Shea Alexander and the number one pick for this year because the Clippers are.
No, that was a trade. Everyone, that's called revisionist history, and you're a loser for saying revisionist history. Everyone and their mother, even their mother, at the time of that trade said, "Great trade, great. You got to make that trade." Everyone said that.
The Thunder won the championship last year. Look at that.
Yeah, and it ruined the NBA. It ruined the NBA. So congratulations.
And then I think the Wolves stayed the NBA because look what they did. They beat the Thunder, and they pointed out all the flaws in the refs.
All right. I got to go. You give me a headache, but enjoy your dumpling soup, okay? All right, go.
And enjoy your watch on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that at all.
When I think top-tier trash talk, I think Gunner in Minnesota.
Yeah. That's the Minnesota trash talk. It's Minnesota nice trash talk, Gunner. really tough. Remember that guy, Mark, the full name guy that used to call, but he retired because he's, old and all that stuff. And he would call up. And he would get so upset with me. He would, threaten me. Violence and all that. Anyway, the Ben Maller Show, as we continue on here, chopping down the overnight hours. And if you'd like to be part, you can join us here at 877-99 on Fox. Tiger time. Tiger Woods having a big 50th birthday bash. You see, if he could get anyone, Tiger, to perform at his birthday bash. He has chosen John Bon Jovi, one of the great jock sniffers of our time. John Bon Jovi, friends with Belichick and Robert Kraft and all that, and friends with Tiger Woods. But John Bon Jovi performing at a Florida soiree for Tiger Woods, celebrating his 50th birthday. All right, it is the Ben Maller Show. We got Maller of the Third Degree. That's Maller of the Third Degree coming up here in a little bit. Time now, though, for the Insta Trivia. You everything okay, Lorraine? Everything
I don't know. Your gremlins are getting a little wild over there, Ben.
They're not my gremlins. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Like furry little monsters.
Little monsters. Things that go bumpity-bump in the night. Things that go bumpity-bump in the night. All right, anyway, here's the Insta Trivia. Blank is the quarterback whose receiving core led the NFL with 45 drop passes this regular season. Again, blank the quarterback whose receiving core led the NFL with 45 drop passes. I'm told that's not good in 2025. That's the Insta Trivia, the answer. And Maller to the Third Degree. We'll get to that, and we will do it next. However, it is the B block. What hour is it? Let's see if we can find out. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Number 2.
Well, DraftKings Sportsbook, the number one sportsbook. That's back-to-back and belly-to-belly for live betting, is turning up the stakes for every DraftKings customer. That's important. So you're already on DraftKings because of past commercials we've done here. You're already on there, and you're active. Well, every DraftKings customer is involved in this. Over $2.5 million in prizes up for grabs every Sunday during the NFL playoffs. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app and opt in. That's what you do there. Place a live bet of $1 or more, $1 or more on Sunday's NFL playoff games, and every live bet means another chance to win. Place a live bet and stack your entries all Sunday long. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use code Maller, M-A-L-L-E-R. Bet live for your share of $2.5 million in prizes with code Maller. In partnership with DraftKings, the crowd is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 plus in most states, void in Ontario, restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 sweepstakes with separate opt-ins. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets that expire in 7 days or single-use profit boost. See official rules at dkng.co/live millions for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
Fox Sports Radio is this.
Refreshing.
Fox Sports Radio is also this.
Caring. Generous.
Fox Sports Radio is, you guessed it, this.
You can't say a lot of guys do it.
Fox Sports Radio is all of this.
They've never been more valuable.
Thank you guys for the entertainment.
Plus so much more. We are Fox Sports Radio.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 512 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is The Herd.
The Herd. You got to be consistent.
With Colin Cowherd.
Mike check. Apparently, it was a very long meeting with Steve Bisciotti. John Harbaugh probably said, "You do realize I was 8-4 in the playoffs for the Super Bowl pre-Lamar. I'm 3-6 with Lamar. Everything can't be about Lamar. He's 29. He wasn't the same quarterback. He's missed a season full of games with injury." But yet Baltimore and Steve Bisciotti says he's still a top 10 quarterback. I mean, our merchandise, our ticket sales, we win 10-plus games almost every year. So it's a complicated story. But two things will be true. The Ravens, and they'll build around Lamar, are well-run. They draft and develop, and they're going to win 10-plus games going forward. Who knows? Wouldn't it be funny if they landed Kevin Stefanski? Cleveland fires him, Baltimore hires him, and he owns the Browns for the next 8 years?
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Let's go!
Superstar status, quit playing with me.
We've done it again.
Superstar status, quit playing with me.
2 Hall of Famers.
Radio.
On the same network. Radio. Colin Cowherd and Dan Patrick. 2 of the best to do it.
I'ma say it now, we don't play around. When it's crunch time, we gonna lay it down.
2 Hall of Famers and 1 place to hear them. Your Hall of Fame network. We are Fox Sports Radio, and we have the Hall of Famers.
Superstar status, quit playing with me.
The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
It is the Ben Maller Show as we're hanging out here side by side on this 8th day of January, the college football, NFL football weekend. Straight ahead. If you want to support the show, you can watch on YouTube. Not only listen live, but there are YouTube videos. And the way this is set up, it's like the Hunger Games. Everyone against everyone else here. So we're fighting all these other shows that have big marketing and have promotion by the company. We don't get any of that. So we need your help. And that means you have to actually click on the YouTube link on the Ben Maller Show page, at Ben Maller Show. Watch all the Maller monologues. Also, if you want Benny versus the Penny, a new episode will be coming up later today. Maybe all three. Who knows? It's a big wild card weekend at Benny versus the Penny. You get my picks on all the games. Absolutely free. Global audience. And check it out. All right, time now for the Insta Trivia. And here it is. We'll have Maller, the third degree. That'll be coming up here in a couple minutes. But the Insta Trivia, and away we go. So Blank is the quarterback whose receiving core led the NFL with 45 drop passes in 2025. That doesn't seem good to me. It does not seem good to me. That is the question. What is the answer? Let's see. Does anyone know in the Maller militia? Go to the great unwashed here. The hoi polloi and C and a lot of crazy names. Gary Hogaboom from Alf the Alien Opiner checking in. Who else do we have? Page down. Late Night Drug Tester says you are Kim Jong-un, who is whatever age he says he is. I don't want to end up at a labor camp. That's right, yes. And didn't he have a hole-in-one every hole playing golf a few years ago? Or was that his dad? Might have been a dad. Eloy from Compton says it's Lorena's lonely can of Skyline chili. It's a bag, actually. She got a bag, right? It's a bag of chili, not a can.
Yeah,
a bag.
more like, I don't even know what kind of bag you'd call it.
I'm a little disturbed that
pasta in it.
It's not supposed to be refrigerated, right? That's a little concerning.
It's like the bag that you would get the Uncle Ben's rice, but the one that's microwave ready, not the the one that you have to boil.
Yes.
Yeah. I got you. You should eat it at work and have Coop. Coop can have some.
I don't need the cheese, though.
You bring the cheese, put it in the fridge, you're all right, No. Paulie Shore, guessed by Donkey Sausage, that's his answer. Acme Packers from Eek in Roseville, Minnesota. Got to be Jim Hardy from Timothy in Kentucky. Who else do we have? Page down. Joe the Ghost Hunter says you are great to hear Gunner's take on the Timberwolves, as always. Yeah. All right, do you have an answer, Lorena?
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to go with the Pringles guy.
Yeah. Okay, that's the Pringles, not the Frito Bandito, the Pringles guy. Okay, no, that's incorrect.
What's his name? Does he have a name?
I don't know. Trevor Lawrence is the correct answer. Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence. There you go.
It's Maller.
How about that?
To the third degree. This is when Big Ben gets grilled.
Kubaloo.
His name is Julius Pringles, by the way.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah. On Tuesday, it was reported that a rival executive thinks that Max Crosby is, quote, done with the Raiders. Crosby has been in the NFL 7 years and has been through 5 head coaches now.
Yeah.
Will be a 6th if he stays with them. Ben, do you think the Raiders will finally trade Crosby?
So I would say there's like a 70% chance he's traded. Obviously, it depends on who the Raiders hire as a coach. Could be somebody that Max Crosby likes a lot. He was really pissed off at Pete Carroll and Tom Brady and those guys. He just had surgery supposedly over something. But, I say there's a 70% chance that he's traded by the Raiders. And we should start getting some coaches hired in the next couple weeks. Next!
Jets GM Darren Mogi was asked if the team will push to bring back...
There's a question mark at the end of his name.
Push to bring back Breece Hall. He replied, Breece is a good player. I want as many good players back as we can. Ben, what do you think happens with Hall?
So I'm told, Coop, it takes 2 to tango, and Breece Hall was pretty clear that he did not like the organization, that he did not believe in the franchise charter and then violated the code of conduct with some of the things he sent out. So if you don't want to be there, everyone's taking shots at the Jets right now, I say that he's a running back. How important is a running back? He's not like the greatest running back in the world. I say he's gone also. Next!
It was reported this week that NFL saw a dip in attendance this season, though the drop was just under 1%. It's still the first time that's happened since the pandemic. Ben, is this a big deal, little deal, or no deal?
It's no deal because it's all because of the fans in Nashville. Did you see this? They had a 9% drop for the Titans. How'd we do?
You pass.
There we go. With the Gremlins.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
And John Harbaugh is getting a job. And we don't even know the other jobs that may become available.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Dan Patrick.
You ready?
Yay!
Dan Patrick. Always saying the right things.
Here's my thought process with this. If I had abs, just think about it.
And always asking the right questions.
You don't have to answer it. I have to ask the question.
It's the Dan Patrick Show.
I want publicity.
Doing radio the only way he knows how. Listen weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they do it.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
We are Fox Sports. And here's what you need to know.
The Atlanta Hawks have traded Trae Young to the Washington Wizards. Wizards sending C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert back to Atlanta. The Spurs beat the Lakers 107-91. Victor Wembanyama off the bench with 16 points and 14 rebounds. Luka Doncic had 38 points, 10 assists, and 10 rebounds, a triple-double. Only 2 Lakers outside of Luka finished in double figures. The Pistons improved to 28-9. Cade Cunningham didn't play in a 108-93 win over the Bulls. Isaiah Stewart had a career-high 31 points. Joel Embiid had 28 points and 7 rebounds as the 76ers beat the Wizards 131-110. Paolo Banchero hit a game-winning bank shot in overtime to beat the Nets 104-103. The Magic 4 with 30 points and 13 rebounds. And the Jazz pushed the Thunder to overtime, but the defending champions won 129-125. SGA had 46 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. I'm Martin Weiss.
Gather around. Ben Maller's on.
Now to step up from ultrasonic bombardment.
And when Big Ben's on, no one is safe. And I mean no one.
Why'd you sign him, dummy?
It's Verbal Chaos with Charm.
Everyone in the room is now dumber.
A verbal masterclass with attitude.
He played like rotting poo.
Okay, people, pay attention.
Ready? Now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here he is, Ben Maller.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. There we go. Now we're doing live. I'll talk and I'll do it live. I've got my baseball. I got my Louisville Slugger out and I am taking down the Gremlins. One by one. The Gremlins will not win. It's man versus Gremlin. Well, kind of. It's one of those nights. My mama said there'd be nights like this. Well, we are beginning another hour of the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere in combination as we go non-linear, coast to coast, border to border, and beyond on the vast and immensely powerful microphones of FSR. Emanating live from the pain. And oh, what a pain in the ass it is. The Pain Management Center from the world-famous Fox Sports Radio studios. And Doc Dan says, hey, can you tell me about Tire Rack? Well, yes, Doc Dan. For over 40 years, Tire Rack has been helping customers find the right tires for how, what, and where they drive. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Eddie in Charlotte loves it. And morning time, Rick in Maryland says, that ship fast and free thing's a big deal. Backed by free road hazard protection with convenient installation options like mobile tire installation. TireRack.com, the way that tire buying should be. There you go. So check that out. So our lead story this hour is from Pro Bouncy Ball. What are you doing? It's okay. You just take a chill pill. Everything's all right. So our lead from the NBA, the wheeling and dealing, the trade deadline about a month away, and we got a trade. It's being described as a blockbuster. Trae Young is done. Trae Young is done with the Atlanta Hawks as they have said bye-bye, trading him to the Washington Wizards in a package that includes C.J. McCollum, we've heard of him, and the great Corey Kispert. I have no idea who that is. Washington said to be counting on having Trae Young as an anchor that will elevate the franchise to a higher level. It's very rare that you get a trade like this, considering the teams are supposedly in the same division, obviously same conference and all that stuff. But that's a good jumping off point. So let us discuss the question, how do you grade this Trae Young deal to the Wizards? So my views on this, I've got Group Project, Beachfront Property, and Little Abner. And we'll combine all of these things together, and we are going to make the gabagool. We're going to make the gabagool. Now, first of all, we go right to the Maller Report Card. Do not waste any time. Right to the report card. So the Washington Wizards on the Maller Report Card do they get an A? No. Do they get a B? No. A C. A C for the Washington Wizards. Now, how about the Atlanta Hawks? They get rid of a guy that was a problem. What do they get? Maller report card says, reveal answers, an F. An F. An F written in crayon, eaten by the dog, and then you hand it back anyway. You know, it's kind of like we do those game shows and a caller calls up and has the wrong answer and knows they're wrong, but they still give the wrong answer because they can't think of anything else. So let's start in D.C. or in the Beltway region. And from what we understand, the Wizards are talking themselves into Trae Young like he's the franchise messiah. He's the great savior. New scenery. Whee! Except, and I don't want to be too harsh here, I don't believe Washington is the yellow brick road. In my life, most of my life, the Washington Wizards, who used to be called the Washington Bullets, basketball dungeon, where lottery balls roll like tumbleweeds out in the West. The invasive species of tumbleweeds that came to America from Russia. But they're hoping this is a wake-up call, right? That fresh start, new lease on life, blah, 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 career renaissance. Here's the problem. Trae Young does not do leases. He does ownership. He's a me guy. He's a me guy. He's the culture. He walks in. He's the guy that walks into the group project. He grabs the marker. He writes his name in giant billboard font, a huge font, and then he turns around and he asks why nobody else is pulling their weight. Why am I doing it? I just wrote my name. Why are you not doing it? So he's 6'1", offensive dynamo, no defense, and the ball is glued to his hands. He's really good at fantasy basketball. Play fantasy basketball is really standings, it's more like ash. It's despair is what it is. All right, now, secondly, staying with the big trade in the NBA, question, why did the Hawks get an F on the Maller report card for the Trae Young trade? So you don't have to be Tommy in Atlanta to know that timing is everything in life. This low grade is because the moment passed them by. They missed the moment. And it's like showing up to the airport. You got a flight and you're showing up, and you showed up. The plane left at 3:00 and you showed up at 4:00. And then you get to the airport, you go to the counter, and the plane's already taken off, and you ask if your seat's still warm. Well, no, it might be, but it's in this. You see the sky up there? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Yeah, it's a plane. It's your plane. You dumbass didn't sit in it. So anyway, there was a window. I believe there was a window in Atlanta where Trae Young was being marketed like beachfront property. Franchise guy, headliner, big box office, all that stuff. You could have pulled 3 first-rounders and a young blue-chip player. Instead, the house that was beachfront property has been foreclosed, and there's some cracks in the foundation, and there's a lot of vermin that are in the house right now. So Atlanta walked away. Instead of getting 3 first-rounders and a young player, they walked away, if I have the trade right, a half-eaten box of Cracker Jacks and a glass of tap water and a refill maybe to be named later. And that's what happens when you sell after the roof has caved in. Internally, they knew. That's the part. They knew. The people that were with the Atlanta Hawks knew. This guy, for them anyway, Trae Young was a rotten tomato. He was a stat-stuffing supernova, masking some structural damage, and the kind of a ball player that has this unique talent for separating and dividing a locker room. And coaches, we've talked a little bit. We don't do much NBA these days until the playoffs, but coaches did not just leave. Guys like Nate McMillan and others, they evaporated because of having issues with Trae Young. They would evaporate like mist off a hot street covered in asphalt. And the tape tells the truth. Trae Young, for all his statistics, is a type of animal you might see at the zoo. He's a hog, a ball hog. 18 seconds of dribbling. Dribble, 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 dribble. Yeah. And, teammate, there's nothing the players in basketball hate more than they're not getting the ball. They're not involved, right? Basketball is supposed to be poetry in motion. You're moving the ball around. Everyone's touching the ball, blah, blah, blah. And when you got a guy like Trae Young who just, sucks the air out of the room there, it's a problem. Defense that when Trae Young plays defense, his defense ranges from liability to active investigation because there's some kind of basketball crime going on. And you always trade a guy when you first learn that. You trade him before it gets out. Atlanta did not give Trae Young a new contract before the season, which was a dead giveaway that they were not happy with him. Hawks aren't particularly good this season. That's fair to say. And yet they screwed this whole thing up. And so they finally blinked and the bill came due and then they got some stuff, but not much stuff for Trae Young. And now he'll go to Washington and he'll be on his best behavior for a little bit. We'll see how that goes. And then eventually it'll be time to pay Trae Young. And then we'll see. That's when the rubber meets the road. That is when the rubber meets the road. Now, final thought. To Kansas City we go, where the Chiefs released a statement confirming the story that has been making the rounds around the NFL. They're confirming that they are aware of some very serious allegations made against Rashee Rice, who's really good at getting into some really bad situations. This one involving domestic violence. Now, the Chiefs, of course, released a prepared statement. You know what was missing from the prepared statement? You want to guess? Okay. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, they didn't mention his name. They didn't put his name in there. So they were asked about the story, and they didn't put his name. So the Chiefs issued this statement, which is mostly a boilerplate statement saying, the club is aware of the allegations on social media and is in communication with the National Football League. We have no further comment at this time. So some lawyer, some Weasley lawyer in Manhattan came up with that phrase. I'm guessing they have a one-page thing at the NFL. Every team gets it. All right, so if your player gets arrested for beating up his girlfriend, you put this out. Drunk driving that, committing a crime, there's this one. If it involves a gun, you put this one out. And then if it's a felony, you put this thing. And then if it's a misdemeanor, don't even bother. Don't do that. And so it's the organization declining further comment. Of course, it's a boilerplate response. Now, the allegations come from someone named Dakota Jones. I don't know who that is. I'm told, based on what I read on the interweb, that this person has 2 children with Rashee Rice, and she went on the gram and unloaded everything. All the dirty laundry, every skeleton in the closet is out there. And this is just the tip of the spear, but she accused the football player of putting hands on her, locking her outdoors in 10-degree weather, multiple instances of cheating, and cutting up her shoes and clothes and abandoning the family in Kansas while he was off, I guess, driving at a tremendous amount of speed in Texas. So the Instagram post included some receipts, several photos, several pictures of bruises on the woman's face, their legs, shoulders, chest, the whole thing, and property that was damaged. So all of that sent out on a now viral post on the gram. So the question, this is all developing right now. So what is your initial reaction to these allegations, serious allegations made against Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice? So let's start with the obvious. If even some of this is true, he's getting cooked. Like the allegations swirling around Rice, it reads like, you know what it reads like? It reads like police blotter mixed with a reality TV reunion from the early 2000s. Bruises, broken property, Instagram post, the receipts right there. extreme baby mama drama. And now, full stop. I got to point out, these are unverified claims. That does matter. This is not a court of law. If these claims are true, you would think that some of this stuff would go to a court of law, you would think. And the NFL, they have their version of due process. They have their version. That said, based on what I looked at, my knee-jerk reaction, because I asked the question, what's your initial reaction? My initial reaction is that if you look off to the mountains, there's a rather obese woman, a fat lady. Now, she's not singing. She's stretching. She's hydrating. She's warming up her vocal cords backstage right now in the mountains. Because if this is true, this would be the double whammy. You might remember Rice, made famous. He already served a 6-game suspension for turning the streets of Dallas into a Fast and Furious audition tape. Been sued up the wazoo for that. And that was the Vin Diesel. It was Vin Diesel without the charm. Right? Vin Diesel without the charm just crashed the car and then walked off the highway there. I'm done. See you later. Losers. Now we're talking about, if this is true, turning into a heavyweight champ behavior outside the ring and all that. So based on these events, Rashee Rice is slowly becoming a walking, talking Little Abner comic strip. If you know the character there, the cartoon, the dark rain cloud hovering overhead, and wherever that cartoon character goes, chaos follows. That's the deal. And here's the thing: you look at Rashee Rice, like he's a nice player, but he's not that nice, right? He's not. Can we all agree on that? He's not that nice. Like these allegations, if they hold water, the Maller Dakota ring says very plainly in the Maller Dakota ring that the juice isn't worth the squeeze anymore at that point. So you go, it's the off season. It's good this happened right away, and so you have time to get somebody else, go out, and the Chiefs need to improve their roster anyway if they want to get back into contention. Oh, it's one of those weird deals because they spend much money, they invest on the team, considering Mahomes is going to be out at least half of next season, so it's like one of those weird deals. I'll have to check with our chief insider, find out what's going on with that. But it is the Ben Maller Show. If you would like to comment on any of this, you can join us right now at 877-99 on Fox. That's 877-996-6369. Also on X, at Ben Maller. That's at Ben Maller if you'd like to be part of the program. And we have Ask Ben coming up in a few minutes. Ask Ben, your questions, our answers. And we'll get to that in a couple of minutes down the line. But we'll take some calls before then. Time now for the Maller Riddle of the Day. That's right, the Maller. You're excited. I see you excited. All right. So at his introductory press conference this week in Toronto, Kazuma Okamoto, that's an infielder, says his daughter helped him choose the Blue Jays because of blank. Again, at his introductory press conference in Toronto, Kazuma Okamoto says his daughter, it's an infielder, says his daughter helped him choose the Blue Jays because of blank. That is the Maller Riddle of the Day. The answer, we'll get to it, and we will do it next. However, it's the A block. What hour is it? Let's find out right now.
Number 3.
Well, it's all about DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Makes every playoff moment, everyone feel bigger. That Buffalo-Jacksonville game, Buffalo a slight favorite against the big bad Jags. One of the games this weekend on Wild Card Weekend. Well, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code Maller, M-A-L-L-E-R. That's code Maller to turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 plus in most states, void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Anyone up for some semifinal action? Good.
A win, a meaning, and magnitude, and satisfaction to the Final Four. Who's gonna win?
We're setting you up for the semifinals. It's your college football playoff coverage. Fox Sports Radio.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9871. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9871. That's 800-575-9871. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in a